Act 1. Play 1 of one-act play collection 016 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hyacinth, Halvey by Lady Augusta Gregory. Persons:
Hyacinth Halvey, read by Todd.
James Quirk, a butcher, read by Greg Giordano.
Fardy Farrell, read by Krista Zaleski.
Sergeant Carton, read by Jim Hedrick.
Mrs. Delane, read by Michelle Eaton.
Miss Joyce, read by Grayson Fisk.
Stage directions read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Scene: outside the post office at the little town of Clune. Mrs. Delane at post office door. Mr. Quirk sitting on a chair at butcher's door. A dead sheep hanging beside it, and a thrush in a cage above. Fardy Farrell playing on a mouth organ. Train whistle heard.
There is the 4 o'clock train, Mr. Quirk.
Is it now, Mrs. Delane? And I not long after rising? It makes a man drowsy to be doing the half of his work in the night time, going about the country, looking for little stags of sheep, striving to knock a few shillings together. That contract for the soldiers gives me a great deal to attend to.
I suppose so. It's hard enough on myself to be down ready for the mail car in the morning, sorting letters in the half-dark. It's often I haven't time to look who are the letters from, or the cards.
It would be a pity you not to know any little news might be knocking about. If you did not have information of what is going on, who should have it? Was it you, ma'am, was telling me that the new sub-sanitary inspector would be arriving today?
Today it is he is coming, and it's likely he was in that train. There was a card about him to Sergeant Carden this morning.
A young chap from Carrow, they were saying he was.
So he is, one Hyacinth Halvey, and indeed if all that is said of him is true, or if a quarter of it is true, he will be a credit to this town.
Is that so?
Testimonials he has by the score. To Father Gregan they were sent, registered they were coming and going. Would you believe me telling you that they weighed up to 3 pounds?
There must be great bulk in them indeed.
It is no wonder he to get the job. He must have a great character, so many persons to write for him as what there did.
It would be a great thing to have a character like that.
Indeed, I am thinking it will be long before you will get the like of it, Fardy Farrell.
If I had the like of that of a character, it is not here carrying messages I would be. It is in Noonan's hotel I would be, driving cars.
Here is the priest's housekeeper coming.
So she is, and there is the sergeant a little while after her.
Enter Miss Joyce.
Good evening to you, Miss Joyce. What way is his reverence today? Did he get any ease from the cough?
He did not indeed, Mrs. Delane. He has it sticking to him yet. Smothering he is in the night time. The most thing he comes short in is the voice.
I am sorry now to hear that. He should mind himself well.
It's easy to say, let him mind himself. What do you say to him going to the meeting tonight?
Sergeant comes in.
It's for his reverence's freeman I am come, Mrs. Delane.
Here it is, ready. I was just throwing an eye on it, to see was there any news. Good evening, Sergeant.
Sergeant, holding up a placard.
I brought this notice, Mrs. Delane, the announcement of the meeting to be held tonight in the courthouse. You might put it here convenient to the window. I hope you are coming to it yourself.
I will come and welcome. I would do more than that for you, Sergeant.
And you, Mr. Quirk.
I'll come to be sure. I forget. What's this the meeting is about?
The Department of Agriculture is sending round a lecture in furtherance of the moral development of the rural classes.
Reads.
A lecture will be given this evening in Clune Courthouse, illustrated by magic lantern slides. Those will not be in it. I'm informed they were all broken in the first journey, the railway company taking them to be eggs. The subject of the lecture is the building of character.
Very nice indeed. I know a girl lost her character, and she washed her feet in a blessed well after, and it dried up on the minute.
The arrangements have all been left to me, the Archdeacon being away. He knows I have a good intellect for things of the sort. But the loss of those slides puts a man out. The thing people will not see, it is not likely it is the thing they will believe. I saw what they call tableaux, standing pictures, you know, one time in Dundrum.
Miss Joyce was saying Father Gregory is supporting you.
I am accepting his assistance. No bigotry about me when there's a question of the welfare of any fellow creatures. Orange and Green will stand together tonight, I myself and the station master on one side, your parish priest in the chair.
If his reverence would mind me, he would not quit the house tonight. He is no more fit to go speak at a meeting than—
pointing to the one hanging outside Quirk's door.
that sheep.
I am willing to take the responsibility. He will have no speaking to do at all, unless it might be to bid them give the lecturer a hearing. The loss of those slides now is a great annoyance to me, and no time for anything. The lecturer will be coming by the next train.
Who is this coming up the street, Mrs. Delane?
I wouldn't doubt it to be the new sub-sanitary inspector. Was I telling you of the weight of the testimonials he got, Miss Joyce?
Sure. I heard the curate reading them to his reverence. He must be a wonder for principals.
Indeed, it is what I was saying to myself. He must be a very saintly young man.
Enter Hyacinth Halvey. He carries a small bag and a large brown paper parcel. He stops and nods bashfully.
Good evening to you. I was bid to come to the post office.
I suppose you are Hyacinth Halvey? I had a letter about you from the resident magistrate.
I heard he was writing. It was my mother got a friend he deals with to ask him.
He gives you a very high character.
It is very kind of him indeed, and he not knowing me at all. But indeed, all the neighbors were very friendly. Anything anyone could do to help me, they did it.
I'll engage it is the testimonials you have in your parcel. I know the wrapping paper, but they grew in bulk since I handled them.
Indeed, I was getting them to the last. There was not one who refused me. It is what my mother was saying. A good character is no burden.
I would believe that, indeed.
Let us have a look at the testimonials.
Hyacinth Halvey opens a parcel, and a large number of envelopes fall out. Sergeant, opening and reading one by one.
He possesses the fire of the Gael, the strength of the Norman, the vigor of the Dane, the stolidity of the Saxon.
It was the chairman of the Poor Law Guardians wrote that.
A magnificent example to old and young.
That was the secretary of the Duet Hurling Club.
A shining example of the value conferred by an eminently careful and high-class education.
That was the national schoolmaster.
Devoted to the highest ideals of his motherland, to such an extent as is compatible with a hitherto non-parliamentary career.
That was the member for Carrow.
A splendid exponent of the purity of the race.
The editor of the Carrow Champion.
Admirably adapted for the efficient discharge of all possible duties that may, in future, be laid upon him.
The new station master.
A champion of every cause that can legitimately benefit his fellow creatures. Why, look here, my man, you are the very one to come to our assistance tonight.
I would be glad to do that. What way can I do it?
You are a newcomer. Your example would carry weight. You must stand up as a living proof of the beneficial effect of a high character, moral fiber, temperance. There's something about it here, I am sure.
Looks.
I am sure I saw unparalleled temperance in some place.
It was my mother's cousin wrote that. I am no drinker, but I haven't the pledge taken.
You might take it for the purpose.
Mr. Quirk, eagerly.
Here is an anti-treating button. I was made a present of it by one of my customers. I'll give it to you.
Sticks it in Hyacinth's coat.
And welcome.
That is it. You can wear the button on the platform, or a bit of blue ribbon. Hundreds will follow your example. I know the boys from the workhouse will.
I am in no way wishful to be an example.
I will read extracts from the testimonials. There he is, I will say, an example of one in early life who, by his own unaided efforts and his high character, has obtained a profitable situation.
Slaps his side.
I know what I'll do. I'll engage a few corner boys from Noonan's bar, just as they are, greasy and sodden, to stand in a group. There will be the contrast. The sight will deter others from a similar fate. That is the way to do a tableau. I knew I could turn out a success.
I wouldn't like to be a contrast.
Sergeant puts testimonials in his pocket.
I will now go and engage those lads, 6pence each, and well worth it. Nothing like an example for the rural classes.
Goes off, Hyacinth feebly trying to detain him.
A very nice man indeed. A little high up in himself, maybe. I'm not one that blames the police. Sure, they have their own bread to earn like every other one, and indeed it is often they will let a thing pass.
Mr. Quirk, gloomily.
Sometimes they will, and more times they will not.
And where will you be finding a lodging, Mr. Halvey?
I was going to ask that myself, ma'am. I don't know the town.
I know of a good lodging, but it is only a very good man would be taken into it.
Sure, there could be no objection there to Mr. Halvey. There is no appearance on him but what is good, and the sergeant after taking him up the way he is doing.
You will be near to the sergeant in the lodging I speak of. The house is convenient to the barracks.
Hyacinth, doubtfully.
To the barracks?
Alongside of it, and the barrack yard behind. And that's not all, it is opposite to the priest's house.
Opposite, is it?
A very respectable place indeed, and a very clean room you will get. I know it well. The curate can see into it from his window.
Can he now?
There was a good many, I am thinking, went into that lodging and left it after.
Miss Joyce, sharply.
It is a lodging you will never be let into or let stop in, Fardy. If they did go, they were a good riddance.
John Hart, the plumber, left it.
If he did, it was because he dared not pass the police coming in, as he used, with the rabbit he was after snaring in his hand.
The schoolmaster himself left it.
He needn't have left it if he hadn't taken to card playing. What way could you say your prayers and shadows shuffling and dealing before you on the blind?
I think maybe I'd best look around a bit before I settle in a lodging.
Not at all. You won't be wanting to pull down the blind.
It is not likely you will be snaring rabbits.
Or bringing in a bottle and taking an odd glass the way James Kelly did.
Or writing threatening notices and the police taking a view of you from the rear.
Or going to roadside dances or running after good-for-nothing young girls.
I give you my word I'm not so harmless as you think.
Would you be putting a lie on these, Mr. Halvey?
Touching testimonials.
I know well the way you will be spending the evenings, writing letters to your relations.
Learning O'Growny's exercises.
Sticking postcards in an album for the convent bazaar.
Reading The Catholic Young Man.
Playing the melodies on a melodeon.
Looking at the pictures in the Lives of the Saints. I'll hurry on and engage the room for you.
Wait a minute.
No trouble at all. I told you it was just opposite.
Goes.
I suppose I must go upstairs and ready myself for the meeting. If it wasn't for the contract I have for the soldiers' barracks and the sergeant's good word, I wouldn't go near it.
Goes into shop.
I should be making myself ready too. I must be in good time to see you being made an example of, Mr. Halvey. It is I myself was the first to say it. You will be a credit to the town.
Goes. Hyacinth, in a tone of agony.
I wish I had never seen Clune.
What is on you?
I wish I had never left Carrow. I wish I had been drowned the first day I thought of it, and I'd be better off.
What is it ails you?
I wouldn't, for the best pound ever I had, be in this place today.
I don't know what you are talking about.
To have left Carrow, if it was a poor place, where I had my comrades and an odd spree, and a game of cards, and a coursing match coming on, and I promised a new greyhound from the clerk of Cork. I'll die in this place the way I am. I'll be too much closed in.
Sure, it mightn't be as bad as what you think.
Will you tell me, I ask you, what way can I undo it?
What is it you are wanting to undo?
Will you tell me what way can I get rid of my character?
To get rid of it, is it?
That is what I said. Aren't you, after hearing the great character they are after putting on me?
That is a good thing to have.
It is not. It's the worst in the world. If I hadn't it, I wouldn't be like a prize marigold at a show, with every person praising me.
If I had it, I wouldn't be like a head in a barrel, with every person making hits at me.
If I hadn't it, I wouldn't be shoved into a room with all the clergy watching me and the police in the backyard.
If I had it, I wouldn't be but a messenger carrier now, and a clapper scaring birds in the summertime.
If I hadn't it, I wouldn't be wearing this button and brought up for an example at the meeting.
Maybe you're not so. What those papers make you out to be.
How would I be what they make me out to be? Was there ever any person of that sort since the world was a world? Unless it might be St. Anthony of Padua looking down from the chapel wall. If it is like that I was, isn't it in Mount Melleray I would be, or with the friars at Esker? Why would I be living in the world at all, or doing the world's work?
Fardy, taking up parcel.
Who would think now there would be so much lies in a small place like Harrow?
It was my mother's cousin did it. He said I was not reared for labouring. He gave me a new suit and bid me never to come back again. I daren't go back to face him. The neighbours knew my mother had a long family. Bad luck to them the day they gave me these.
Tears letters and scatters them.
I'm done with testimonials. They won't be here to bear witness against me.
The sergeant thought them to be great. Sure, he has the samples of them in his pocket. There's not one in the town but will know before morning that you are the next thing to an earthly saint.
Hyacinth, stamping.
I'll stop their mouths. I'll show them I can be a terror for badness. I'll do some injury. I'll commit some crime. The first thing I'll do, I'll go and get drunk. If I never did it before, I'll do it now. I'll get drunk, then I'll make an assault. I tell you, I'd think as little of taking a life as of blowing out a candle.
If you get drunk, you are done for. Sure, that would be held up after as an excuse for any breaking of the law.
I will break the law. Drunk or sober, I'll break it. I will do something that will have no excuse. What would you say is the worst crime that any man can do?
I don't know. I heard the sergeant saying one time it was to obstruct the police in the discharge of their duty.
That won't do. It's a patriot I would be then, worse than before, with my picture in the weeklies. It's a red crime I must commit that will make all respectable people quit minding me. What can I do? Search your mind now.
It's what I heard the old people saying. There could be no worse crime than to steal a sheep.
Ah, I'll steal a sheep, or a cow, or a horse, if that will leave me the way I was before.
It's maybe in jail it will leave you.
I don't care. I'll confess. I'll tell why I did it. I'll give you my word I would as soon be picking oakum or breaking stones as to be perched in the daylight the same as that bird, and all the town chirruping at me or bidding me chirrup.
There is reason in that now.
Help me, will you?
Well, if it is to steal sheep you want, you haven't far to go.
Hyacinth, looking around wildly.
Where is it? I see no sheep.
Look around you.
I see no living thing but that thrush.
Did I say it was living? What is that hanging on Quirk's rack?
It's
Fingers it.
a sheep, sure enough.
Well, what ails you that you can't bring it away?
It's a dead one.
What matter if it is?
If it was living, I could drive it before me.
You could. Is it to your own lodging you would drive it? Sure, everyone would take it to be a pet you brought from Cairo.
I suppose they might.
Miss Joyce sending in for news of it and it bleeding behind the bed.
Hyacinth, distracted.
Stop! Stop!
Mrs. Delane from upper window.
Fardy, are you there? Fardy Farrell.
I am, ma'am.
Mrs. Delane from window.
Look and tell me, is that the telegraph I hear ticking?
Fardy, looking in at door.
It is, ma'am.
Then botheration to it, and I not dressed or undressed. Wouldn't you say now it's to annoy me it is calling me down? I'm coming, I'm coming.
Disappears.
Hurry on now, hurry. She'll be coming out on you. If you are going to do it, do it. And if you are not, let it alone.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Fardy, lifting the sheep on his back.
I'll give you a hand with it.
Hyacinth goes a step or two and turns round.
You told me no place where I could hide it.
You needn't go far. There is the church beyond at the side of the square. Go round to the ditch behind the wall. There's nettles in it.
That'll do.
She's coming out! Run! Run!
Hyacinth runs a step or two.
It's slipping.
Hoist it up. I'll give it a hoist.
Halvey runs out. Mrs. Delane calling out.
What are you doing, Fardy Farrell? Is it idling you are?
Waiting I am, ma'am, for the message.
Never mind the message yet. Who said it was ready?
Going to door.
Go ask for the loan of... No. But ask for news of... Here. Now go bring that bag of Mr. Halvey's to the lodging Miss Joyce has taken.
I will, ma'am.
Takes bag and goes out. Mrs. Delane coming out with a telegram in her hand.
Nobody here.
Looks round and calls cautiously.
Mr. Quirk. Mr. Quirk. James Quirk.
Mr. Quirk looking out of his upper window with soap-suddy face.
What is it, Mrs. Delane?
Mrs. Delane beckoning.
Come down here till I tell you.
I cannot do that. I'm not fully shaved.
You'd come if you knew the news I have.
Tell it to me now. I'm not so supple as I was.
Whisper now. Have you an enemy in any place?
It's likely I may have. A man in business.
I was thinking you had one.
Why would you think that at this time more than any other time?
If you could know what is in this envelope, you would know that, James Quirk.
Is that so? And what now is there in it?
Who do you think now is it addressed to?
How would I know that, and I not seeing it?
That is true. Well, it is a message from Dublin Castle to the Sergeant of the Police.
To Sergeant Carden, is it?
It is, and it concerns yourself.
Myself, is it? What accusation can they be bringing against me? I'm a peaceable man.
Wait till you hear.
Maybe they think I was in that moonlighting case.
That is not it.
I was not in it. I was but in the neighboring field, cutting up a dead cow that those never had a hand in.
You're out of it.
They had their faces blackened. There is no man can say I recognized them.
That's not what they're saying.
I'll swear I did not hear their voices, or know them if I did hear them.
I tell you it has nothing to do with that. It might be better for you if it had.
What is it so?
It is an order to the sergeant, bidding him immediately to seize all suspicious meat in your house. There is an officer coming down. There are complaints from the Shannon Fort barracks.
I'll engage it was that pork.
What ailed it for them to find fault?
People are so hard to please nowadays, and I recommended them to salt it.
They had a right to have minded your advice.
There was nothing on that pig at all, but that it went mad on poor O'Grady that owned it.
So I heard, and went killing all before it.
Sure, it's only in the brain madness can be. I heard the doctor saying that.
He should know.
I give you my word, I cut the head off it. I went to the loss of it, throwing it to the eels in the river. If they had salted the meat, as I advised them, what harm would it have done to any person on earth?
I hope no harm will come on poor Mrs. Quirk and the family.
Maybe it wasn't that, but some other thing.
Here is Fardy. I must send the message to the sergeant. Well, Mr. Quirk, I'm glad I had the time to give you a warning.
I'm obliged to you, indeed. You were always very neighbourly, Mrs. Delane. Don't be too quick now. sending the message. There is just one article I would like to put away out of the house before the sergeant will come."
Enter Fardy.
"Here now, Fardy, that's not the way you're going to the barracks. Anyone would think you were scaring birds yet. Put on your uniform."
Fardy goes into office.
"You have this message to bring to the sergeant of police. Get your cap now. It's under the counter."
Fardy reappears, and she gives him telegram.
I'll bring it to the station. It's there he was going.
"You will not, but to the barracks. It can wait for him there."
Fardy goes off. Mr. Quirk has appeared at the door.
"It was indeed a very neighbourly act, Mrs. Delane, and I'm obliged to you. There is just one article to put out of the way. The sergeant may look about him then, and welcome. It's well I cleared the premises on yesterday. A consignment to Birmingham I sent. The Lord be praised. Isn't England a terrible country, with all it consumes?"
"Indeed. You always treat the neighbours very decent, Mr. Quirk, not asking them to buy from you."
"Just one article.
Turns to Rack.
That sheep I brought in last night. It was for a charity, indeed. I bought it from the widow woman at Kilcarton Cross. Where would the poor make a profit out of their dead meat without me? Where now is it? Well now, I could have swore that sheep was hanging there on the rack when I went in."
"You must have put it in some other place."
Mr. Quirk, going in and searching and coming out.
"I did not. There is no other place for me to put it. Is it gone blind? I am. Or is it not in it? It is?"
"It's not there now, anyway."
"Didn't you take notice of it there yourself this morning?"
"I have it in my mind that I did, but it's not there now."
"There was no one here could bring it away?"
"Is it me myself you suspect of taking it, James Quirk?"
"Where is it at all? It is certain it was not of itself it walked away. It was dead, and very dead, the time I bought it."
"I have a pleasant neighbour indeed, that accuses me that I took his sheep. I wonder indeed you to say a thing like that. I to steal your sheep or your rack or anything that belongs to you or your trade? Thank you, James Quirk. I am much obliged to you indeed."
"Ah, be quiet, woman, be quiet."
"And let me tell you, James Quirk, that I would sooner starve and see everyone belonging to me starve than to eat the size of a thimble of any joint that ever was on your rack or that ever will be on it. Whatever the soldiers may eat that have no other thing to get, or the English that devour all sorts, or the poor ravenous people that's down by the sea."
She turns to go into shop. Mr. Quirk, stopping her.
"Don't be talking foolishness, woman. Who said you took my meat? Give heed to me now. There must some other message have come. The sergeant must have got some other message."
Mrs. Delane, sulkily.
"If there is any way for a message to come that is quicker than to come by the wires, tell me what it is, and I'll be obliged to you."
"The sergeant was up here, making an excuse he was sticking up that notice. What was he doing here, I ask you?"
"How would I know what brought him?"
"It is what he did. He made as if to go away. He turned back again, and I shaving. He brought away the sheep. He will have it for evidence against me."
Mrs. Delane, interested.
"That might be so."
"I would soon it have been any other beast nearly ever I had upon that rack."
"Is that so?"
"I bade the widow early to kill it a fortnight ago, but she would not. She was that covetous."
"What was on it?"
"How would I know what was on it? Whatever was on it, it was the will of God put it upon it. Wasted it was, and shivering, and refusing its share."
"The poor thing."
"Gone all to nothing, wore away like a flock of thread. It did not weigh as much as a lamb of 2 months."
"It is likely the inspector will bring it to Dublin."
"The ribs of it streaky with the dint of patent medicines."
"I wonder is it to the petty sessions you'll be brought, or is it to the assizes?"
"I'll speak up to them. I'll make my defence. What can the army expect at fipence a pound?
It is likely there will be no bail allowed.
Would they be wanting me to give them good quality meat out of my own pocket? Is it to encourage them to fight the poor Indians and Africans they would have me? It's the anti-enlisting societies should pay the fine for me.
It's not a fine will be put on you, I'm afraid. It's 5 years in jail you will be apt to be getting. Well, I'll try and be a good neighbour to poor Mrs. Quirk.
Mr. Quirk, who has been stamping up and down, sits down and weeps. Halvey comes in and stands on one side.
Ain't I heart scalding enough before, striving to rear 5 weak children?
I suppose they will be sent to the industrial schools.
My poor wife!
I'm afraid the workhouse.
And she out in an ass car at this minute, helping me to follow my trade.
I hope they will not arrest her along with you.
I'll give myself up to justice. I'll plead guilty. I'll be recommended to mercy.
It might be best for you.
Who would think so great a misfortune could come upon a family through the bringing away of one sheep?
Hyacinth, coming forward.
Let you make yourself easy.
Easy? It's easy to say, let you make yourself easy.
I can tell you where it is.
Where what is?
The sheep you are fretting after.
What do you know about it?
I know everything about it.
I suppose the sergeant told you?
He told me nothing.
I suppose the whole town knows it so?
No one knows it as yet.
And the sergeant didn't see it?
No one saw it or brought it away but myself.
Where did you put it at all?
In the ditch behind the church wall. In among the nettles it is. Look at the way they have me stung.
Holds out hands.
In the ditch? The best hiding place in the town.
I never thought it would bring such great trouble upon you. You can't say, anyway, I did not tell you.
You yourself that brought it away and that hid it? I suppose it was coming in the train. You got information about the message to the police.
What now do you say to me?
Say. I say I am as glad to hear what you said as if it was the Lord telling me I'd be in heaven this minute.
What are you going to do to me?
Do, is it?
Grasps his hand.
Any earthly thing you would wish me to do, I will do it.
I suppose you will tell?
Tell? It's I that will tell when all is quiet. It is I will give you the good name through the town.
I don't well understand.
Mr. Quirk embracing him.
The man that preserved me.
That preserved you?
That kept me from ruin.
From ruin?
That saved me from disgrace.
Hyacinth to Mrs. Delane.
What is he saying at all?
From the inspector.
What is he talking about?
From the magistrates.
He is making some mistake.
From the winter assizes.
Is he out of his wits?
5 years in jail.
Hasn't he the queer talk?
The loss of the contract.
Are my own wits gone astray?
What way can I repay you?
Hyacinth, shouting.
I tell you, I took the sheep.
You did. God reward you.
I stole away with it.
The blessing of the poor on you.
I put it out of sight.
The blessing of my 5 children.
I may as well say nothing.
Let you be quiet now, Quirk. Here's the sergeant coming to search the shop.
Sergeant comes in. Quirk leaves go of Halvey, who arranges his hat, etc.
The department of blazes.
What is it is putting you out?
To go to the train to meet the lecturer, and there to get a message through the guards that he was unavoidably detained in the south, holding an inquest on the remains of a drake.
The lecturer, is it?
To be sure. What else would I be talking of? The lecturer has failed me, and where am I to go looking for a person that I would think fitting to take his place?
And that's all? And you didn't get any message but the one?
Is that all? I'm surprised at you, Mrs. Delane. Isn't it enough to upset a man within 3/4 of an hour of the time of the meeting? Where, I would ask you, am I to find a man that has education enough and wit enough and character enough to put up speaking on the platform on the minute?
Mr. Quirk jumps up.
It is I, myself, will tell you that.
You?
Mr. Quirk, slapping Halvey on the back.
Look at here, Sergeant. There is not one word was said in all those papers about this young man before you, but it is true, and there can be no good thing said of him that would be too good for him.
It might not be a bad idea.
Whatever the papers said about him, Sergeant, I can say more again. It has come to my knowledge, by chance, that since he came to this town, that young man has saved the whole family from destruction.
That is much to his credit, helping the rural classes.
A family, and a long family, big and little sods of turf, and they depended on one that might be on his way to dark trouble at this minute, if it was not for his assistance. Believe me, he is the most sensible man, and the wittiest, and the kindest, and the best helper of the poor that ever stood before you in this square. Is not that so, Mrs. Delane?
It is true indeed. Where he gets his wisdom and his wit and his information from, I don't know, unless it might be that he is gifted from above.
Well, Mrs. Delane, I think we have settled that question. Mr. Halvey, will you be the speaker at the meeting? The lecturer sent these notes. You can lengthen them into a speech. You can call to the people of Clune to stand out, to begin the building of their character. I saw a lecturer do it one time in Dundrum. Come up here, he said. Dare to be a Daniel, he said.
I can't. I won't.
Sergeant, looking at papers and thrusting them into his hand.
You will find it quite easy. I will conduct you to the platform. These papers before you and a glass of water. That's settled.
Turns to go.
Follow me on to the courthouse in half an hour. I must go to the barracks first. I heard there was a telegram.
Calls back as he goes.
Don't be late, Mrs. Delane. Mind, Quirk, you promised to come.
Well, it's time for me to make an end of settling myself, and indeed, Mr. Quirk, you'd best do the same.
Mr. Quirk, rubbing his cheek.
I suppose so. I had best keep on good terms with him for the present.
Turns.
Well, now, I had a great escape this day.
Both go in as Fardy reappears, whistling. Hyacinth, sitting down.
I don't know in the world what has come upon the world that the half of the people of it should be cracked.
Weren't you found out yet?
Found out, is it? I don't know what you mean by being found out.
Didn't he miss the sheep?
He did, and I told him it was I took it. And what happened, I declare to goodness, I don't know. Will you look at these?
Holds out notes.
Papers. Are they more testimonials?
They are what is worse.
Gives a hoarse laugh.
Will you come and see me on the platform, these in my hand, and I speaking, giving out advice?
Fardy whistles.
Why didn't you tell me, the time you advised me to steal a sheep, that in this town it would qualify a man to go preaching, and the priest in the chair looking on?
The time I took a few apples that had fallen off a stall, they did not ask me to hold a meeting. They welted me well.
Hyacinth, looking round.
I would take apples if I could see them. I wish I had broke my neck before I left Carrow, and I'd be better off. I wish I had got 6 months the time I was caught setting snares. I wish I had robbed a church.
Would a Protestant church do?
I suppose it wouldn't be so great a sin.
It's likely the sergeant would think worse of it. Anyway, if you want to rob one, it's the Protestant church is the handiest.
Hyacinth, getting up.
Show me what way to do it.
Fardy, pointing.
I was going around it a few minutes ago, to see might there be a dog scenting the sheep, and I noticed the window being out.
Out? Out and out?
It was, where they are putting coloured glass in it for the distiller.
What good does that do me?
Every good. You could go in by that window if you had some person to give you a hoist. Whatever riches there is to get in it then, you'll get them.
I don't want riches. I'll give you all I will find if you will come and hoist me.
Here's Miss Joyce coming to bring you to your lodging. Sure, I brought your bag to it, the time you were away with the sheep.
Run, run!
They go off. Enter Miss Joyce.
Are you here, Mrs. Delane? Where can you tell me is Mr. Halvey?
Mrs. Delane, coming out dressed.
It's likely he's gone on to the courthouse. Did you hear he is to be in the chair and to make an address to the meeting?
He is getting on fast. His Reverence says he will be a good help in the parish. Who would think now there would be such a godly young man in a little place like Carrow?
Enter Sergeant in a hurry with telegram.
What time did this telegram arrive, Mrs. Delane?
I couldn't be rightly sure, Sergeant, but sure it's marked on it, unless the clock I have is gone wrong.
It is marked on it, and I have the time I got it marked on my own watch.
Well now, I wonder none of the police would have followed you with it from the barracks, and they with so little to do.
Sergeant, looking in at Quirk's shop.
Well, I am sorry to do what I have to do, but duty is duty.
He ransacks shop. Mrs. Delane looks on. Mr. Quirk puts his head out of window.
What is that going on inside?
No answer.
Is there anyone inside, I ask?
No answer.
It must be that dog of Tannion's. Wait till I get at him.
It is Sergeant Carden, Mr. Quirk. He would seem to be looking for something.
Mr. Quirk appears in shop. Sergeant comes out, makes another dive, taking up sacks, etc.
I'm greatly afraid I am just out of meat, Sergeant, and I'm sorry now to disoblige you, and you not being in the habit of dealing with me.
I should think not, indeed.
Looking for a tender little bit of lamb, I suppose you are, for Mrs. Carden and the youngsters.
I am not.
If I had it now, I'd be proud to offer it to you, and make no charge. I'll be killing a good kid tomorrow. Mrs. Carden might fancy a bit of it.
I have had orders to search your establishment for unwholesome meat, and I am come here to do it.
Mr. Quirk, sitting down with a smile.
Is that so? Well, isn't it a wonder the schemers does be in the world?
It is not the first time there have been complaints.
I suppose not. Well, it is on their head it will fall at the last.
I have found nothing so far.
I suppose not, indeed. What is there you could find, and it not in it?
Have you no meat at all upon the premises?
I have, indeed, a nice barrel of bacon.
What way did it die?
It would be hard for me to say that. American it is. How would I know what way they do be killing the pigs out there? Machinery, I suppose they have. Steam hammers.
Is there nothing else here at all?
I give you my word, there is no meat, living or dead, in this place, but yourself, and myself, and that bird above in the cage.
Well, I must tell the inspector I could find nothing, but mind yourself for the future.
Thank you, Sergeant. I will do that.
Enter Fardy. He stops short.
It was you delayed that message to me, I suppose. You'd best mend your ways, or I'll have something to say to you.
Seizes and shakes him.
That's the way everyone does be faulting me.
Whimpers. The sergeant gives him another shake. A half-crown falls out of his pocket. Miss Joyce, picking it up.
1/2 crown? Where now did you get that much, Fardy?
Where did I get it, is it?
I'll engage it was in no honest way you got it.
I picked it up in the street.
If you did, why didn't you bring it to the sergeant? Or to his reverence?
And some poor person, maybe, being at the loss of it.
I'd best bring it to his reverence. Come with me, Fardy, till he will question you about it.
It was not altogether in the street I found it.
There now, I knew you got it in no good way. Tell me now.
It was playing pitch and toss I won it.
And who would play for 1/2 crowns with the like of you, Fardy Farrell? Who was it now?
It was a stranger.
Ha! Do you hear that? A stranger! Did you see e'er a stranger in this town, Mrs. Delane, or Sergeant Carden, or Mr. Quirk?
Not a one.
There was no stranger here.
There could not be one here without me knowing it.
I tell you there was.
Come on, then, and tell who was he to his reverence.
Sergeant, taking other arm.
or to the bench.
I did get it, I tell you, from a stranger.
Where is he so?
He's in some place, not far away.
Bring me to him.
He'll be coming here.
Tell me the truth, and it will be better for you.
Fardy, weeping.
Let me go, and I will.
Sergeant, letting go.
Now, who did you get it from?
From that young chap came today, Mr. Halvey.
Mr. Halvey?
Halvey?
Mr. Quirk, indignantly.
What are you saying, you young ruffian, you? Hyacinth Halvey, to be playing pitch and toss with the like of you?
I didn't say that.
You did say it. You said it now.
Hyacinth Halvey, the best man that ever came into this town.
Well, what lies he has.
It's my belief the half-crown is a bad one. Maybe it's to pass it off. It was given to him. There were tinkers in the town at the time of the fair. Give it here to me.
Bites it.
No, indeed, it's sound enough. Here, Sergeant, it's best for you to take it.
Gives it to Sergeant, who examines it.
Can it be? Can it be what I think it to be?
What is it? What do you take it to be?
It is. I know it. I know this half-crown.
That is a queer thing now.
I know it well. I have been handling it in the church for the last 12-month.
Is that so?
It is the nest egg half-crown we hand round in the collection plate every Sunday morning. I know it by the dint on the Queen's temples and the crooked scratch under her nose.
Mr. Quirk, examining it.
So there is, too.
This is a bad business. It has been stolen from the church.
Oh.
Sergeant, seizing Fardy.
You have robbed a church.
Fardy, terrified.
I tell you, I never did.
I have the proof of it.
Say what you like. I never put a foot in it.
How did you get this so?
I suppose from the stranger.
I suppose it was Hyacinth Halvey gave it to you now.
It was so.
I suppose it was he robbed the church.
Fardy, sobs.
You will not believe me if I say it.
Oh, the young vagabond. Let me get at him.
Here he is himself now.
Hyacinth comes in. Fardy releases himself and creeps behind him.
It is time you to come, Mr. Halvey, and shut the mouth of this young schemer.
I would like you to hear what he says of you, Mr. Halvey. Pitch and toss, he says.
Robbery, he says.
Robbery of a church.
He has had a bad name long enough. Let him go to a reformatory now.
Fardy, clinging to Hyacinth.
Save me! Save me! I'm a poor boy trying to knock out a way of living. I'll be destroyed if I go to a reformatory.
Kneels and clings to Hyacinth's knees.
I'll save you easy enough.
Don't let me be jailed.
I am going to tell them.
I'm a poor orphan.
Will you let me speak?
I'll get no more chance in the world.
Sure, I'm trying to free you.
It will be tasked to me, always.
Be quiet, can't you?
Don't you desert me.
Will you be silent?
Take it on yourself.
I will if you'll let me.
Tell them you did it.
I am going to do that.
Tell them it was you got in at the window.
I will.
Say it was you robbed the box.
I'll say it.
It being open.
Let me tell.
Of all that was in it.
I'll tell them that.
And gave it to me.
Hyacinth, putting hand on his mouth and dragging him up.
Will you stop and let me speak?
We can't be wasting time. Give him here to me.
I can't do that. He must be let alone.
Sergeant, seizing him.
He'll be let alone in the lockup.
He must not be brought there.
I'll let no man get him off.
I will get him off.
You will not.
I will.
Do you think to buy him off?
I will buy him off with my own confession.
And what will that be?
It was I robbed the church.
That is likely indeed.
Let him go and take me. I tell you, I did it.
It would take witnesses to prove that.
Hyacinth, pointing to Fardy.
He will be witness.
Oh, Mr. Halvey, I would not wish to do that. Get me off, and I will say nothing.
Sure you must. You will be put on oath in the court.
I will not! I will not! All the world knows I don't understand the nature of an oath.
Mr. Quirk, coming forward.
Is it blind ye all are?
What are you talking about?
Is it fools ye all are?
Speak for yourself.
Is it idiots ye all are?
Mind who you are talking to.
Mr. Quirk, seizing Hyacinth's hands.
Can't you see? Can't you hear? Where are your wits? Was ever such a thing seen in this town?
Say out what you have to say.
A walking saint he is.
Maybe so.
The preserver of the poor. Talk of the holy martyrs. They are nothing at all to what he is. Will you look at him? To save that poor boy he is going. To take the blame on himself he is going. To say he, himself, did the robbery he is going. Before the magistrate he is going. To jail he is going. Take the blame on his own head, putting the sin on his own shoulders, letting on to have done a robbery, telling a lie that it may be forgiven him, to his own injury. Doing all that, I tell you, to save the character of a miserable slack lad that rose in poverty.
Murmur of admiration from all.
Now, what do you say?
Sergeant, pressing his hand.
Mr. Halvey, you have given us all a lesson. To please you, I will make no information against the boy.
Shakes him and helps him up.
I will put back the half-crown in the poor box next Sunday.
To Fardy.
What have you to say to your benefactor?
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Halvey. You behave very decent to me, very decent indeed. I'll never let a word be said against you if I live to be 100 years.
Sergeant, wiping eyes with a blue handkerchief.
I will tell it at the meeting. It will be a great encouragement to them to build up their character. I'll tell it to the priest, and he taking the chair.
Oh, stop, will you?
The chair. It's in the chair he himself should be. It's in a chair we will put him now. It's to chair him through the streets we will. Sure, he'll be an example and a blessing to the whole of the town.
Seizes Halvey and seats him in chair.
Now, Sergeant, give a hand. Here, Fardy.
They all lift the chair with Halvey in it, wildly protesting.
Come along now to the courthouse. 3 cheers for Hyacinth Halvey. Hip, hip, hurrah!
Cheers heard in the distance as the curtain drops. End of Hyacinth Halvey by Lady Augusta Gregory.
Act 2 of One Act Play Collection 16 by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbara by Kenneth Sawyer Goodman. Characters.
Barbara, read by Jen Broda.
Archie, read by Andrew James.
Eccles, Archie's manservant, read by Jim Hedrick.
Stage directions read by Wayne Cook. The scene is in the living room of Mr. Archibald Filbert's bachelor apartment. As it is late afternoon of a winter day, the lamps are lighted. There is a door at the right into an entrance hall, and a door at the back into Archie's dressing room. The curtain rises on an empty stage. A moment later, the hall door opens softly, and Barbara enters. She is smartly dressed and carries a muff. After making quite sure that there is no one in the room, she takes a rather leisurely stock of its contents, and slips 1 or 2 small articles into her muff. She then goes to the dressing-room door, peeps through the curtains, glances behind her, and steps into the dressing-room just as Eccles enters from the hall with the afternoon papers. As Eccles lays the papers on the table, he misses the articles which Barbara has taken. Evidently catching a sound from the dressing-room, he tiptoes over, peeps through the curtains, and at once stands stiffly at attention.
I beg your pardon, miss.
There is no answer.
Will you be good enough to step this way, miss? Will you be good enough to step this way, madam?
Barbara enters languidly, holding her muff before her. From it project a silver-backed brush and comb.
You need not shout so.
Eccles in a conciliatory voice.
I had no desire to offend you, madam.
Your first supposition was correct. I am unmarried.
In either case, I am afraid I must require an explanation of your presence in Mr. Filbert's dressing-room.
Are you speaking as a moralist or as a manservant?
Purely in the latter capacity, miss, I assure you.
It is clear that you entertain mistaken suspicions concerning me, or is it that you are merely impertinent?
I trust that I shall not so far forget my place, miss, but I am bound to deduce certain conclusions from the evidence before me.
I should like to know your process of reasoning.
You have in your left hand a gold cigarette case, which I last saw upon Mr. Filbert's dressing-table. The inference is obvious.
Barbara surrendering the cigarette case.
I compliment you upon your perfect tact.
It is not the first time I have been accorded a similar commendation, miss.
A pause.
I hope that you do not contemplate an exhibition of physical violence.
Do you carry a weapon, miss?
Naturally, I am armed.
In that case, it is my first duty to search you.
It is really a very tiny pistol. I have no pockets. It is stuck in my left garter.
Then, miss, I shall be obliged to put you upon your honor while I turn my back.
He turns his back.
You need have no fear. I abhor the faintest suggestion of bloodshed.
She stoops and takes a small pistol from her garter.
What is your name?
Eccles, miss.
You may turn around, Eccles.
He turns, and she hands him the pistol.
Thank you, miss.
And now what do you intend to do with me?
I was thinking, miss, that I might telephone to detective headquarters. Possibly you are already acquainted there?
I am as yet absolutely unknown to the police. I trust you will allow me to remain so.
But surely, sooner or later.
I had thought that if a truly ladylike person were unfortunate enough to become thus involved, a return of the pilfered articles accompanied by a note of apology would be considered ample restitution.
When the ladylike person has friends or relatives of social prominence, there is no moral issue involved. The offense becomes an evidence of temperament, not of turpitude.
I have no friends or relatives at present available.
Then, miss, you are guilty of honest downright burglary.
My dear Eccles, I feel instinctively that you possess a keenly sympathetic mind. I shall tell you the entire story of my life.
She sits down. Eccles, looking at his watch.
I fear, miss, that I have not the time to listen to a lengthy recital of erotic incidents.
The narrative is absolutely chaste. I have never before infringed upon the ethical canons of civilization or the criminal laws of the United States. I have only today, after mature deliberation, entered upon a professional career of crime.
It is not, of course, my place to offer suggestions.
Suggestions are exactly what I desire to hear.
May I point out that possibly some less hazardous means of livelihood?
I have canvassed them all. I cannot even crochet. If it were not for a strict, puritanical conscience, I might have tried the so-called primrose path, but I have neither the temperament nor the constitution necessary to commercial success in that field.
I am somewhat at a loss to advise you, miss.
Barbara, rising.
Perhaps if you would be so kind as to consider the question overnight and come to me at my hotel sometime tomorrow morning?
Eccles, after a moment's thought.
I think I may safely liberate you upon parole.
Thanks. Shall we say at 10 tomorrow morning?
Very good, miss.
Have you a card and pencil?
On the table, miss.
The doorbell rings twice.
The bell.
Mr. Filbert's ring, miss.
You will not betray me to Mr. Filbert.
I do not feel it to be necessary.
But what am I to say to him?
Anything, miss. You will find Mr. Filbert a charming and considerate young gentleman, but extremely dense.
The bell rings again.
You will have to excuse me, miss.
He goes into the hall. Barbara sits down again placidly. Archie, speaking off stage.
Dash take it. Eccles, I've shed my door key again. You haven't happened on it by chance?
No, sir.
Archie enters, followed by Eccles.
Anyone been here?
Only a lady, sir.
A lady?
Waiting at present to see you, sir.
Archie, turning and seeing Barbara.
Ah, I don't think I have the pleasure.
Barbara, rising.
My name is of no consequence, none in the least. I called upon you in regard to merely... You will pardon me, but for one moment, I have forgotten what it was that I had in mind.
She glances helplessly at Eccles.
I believe, miss, that you mentioned a subscription toward the foundation of a home for destitute and abandoned cats.
Quite so. A subscription.
Eccles withdraws.
However, it is of no consequence. I find that I have already wasted much valuable time. You will pardon me, I'm sure. I have an appointment of the greatest importance.
She moves toward the door.
This is most extraordinary.
It is kind of you to take such a vivid interest. I will be glad to answer your questions at another date. Good afternoon.
She extends her hand to Archie and, in doing so, drops the silver-backed brush. Archie, picking it up and looking at it.
Oh, I say. Really, you know.
How awkward of me!
Archie, looking into one end of the muff.
But you appear to have most of my bureau silver in your muff.
Only a part of it. The muff is much too small. I shall have to obtain a larger one.
She takes the brush from Archie and thrusts it back into the muff.
Am I to understand?
I find myself quite incapable of outwitting you, Mr. Filbert. Deceit is so foreign to my nature. I am merely a professional burglar.
Is this some curious sort of pleasantry?
Not at all. I do not believe in treating one's chosen profession with levity.
But upon my soul.
Since there is nothing more to tell, I must ask you to allow me to withdraw.
One moment, if you please.
Barbara, taking the brush and several other toilet articles from the muff and thrusting them into Archie's arms.
I have returned your comb and brush. Your latchkey, which I have unfortunately slipped into the bodice of my dress, I will return to you by post tomorrow. I apologize for my intrusion. I think that should be sufficient.
Archie, going to the table and putting down the recovered loot.
Wait, I must take the liberty of speaking to Eccles.
He strikes the bell.
By all means.
She sits down again placidly. Eccles enters.
You rang, sir?
Eccles, this young lady has just made me a most extraordinary revelation.
Quite so, sir. I am already acquainted with the circumstances.
I think you should have consulted me at once.
Oh, begging your pardon, sir. I have not been in the habit of consulting you as to my own private conversations with ladies, nor in matters affecting your own good.
You have doubtless saved me much trouble and annoyance.
More than you can possibly dream, sir.
In this case, however,
I have merely taken the liberty of paroling the young lady on her own recognizance.
It is my opinion that we ought to ring at once for the police.
I am convinced that this is the lady's first offense, and advise most strongly against any such suggestion.
Barbara, rising.
I am then at liberty to go?
By no means. I am truly sorry, but I cannot become an accessory before the fact to any future crimes which you may commit.
Barbara sits down again.
I have recently become a member of the Society for the Strict Punishment of First Offences. I am heartily in accord with its expressed views. I am not thinking wholly of my own position. I am thinking particularly of you. I feel a grave moral responsibility for your future welfare. I feel it as a sacred charge laid upon me.
It is very sweet of you, Mr. Filbert, to put it that way.
I would suggest that if you allowed me to fetch tea, sir.
I cannot see any occasion for further discussion.
On the contrary, you have opened a vast field for conversion. Let us have tea by all means.
Very good, miss.
He goes out.
My dear young lady, I must warn you that further entreaties...
I shall not entreat. I have thought much in the last 50 seconds, and it seems to me that all you have told me is perfectly true. You have accepted my future as a sacred trust laid upon you. I acknowledge the bond between us with a perfect sense of security.
I fear this is getting a trifle beyond my intelligence.
I can see your point so clearly. As you say, you alone are responsible for whatever I may become. I must abandon my previous inclinations and desires. You spoke of your moral responsibility for my welfare. Very well, I accept your generosity with a thankful heart. Do as you like with me.
I ought to ring for the police.
Oh no, that would be so obviously shifting the burden.
Since you have formed such definite ideas regarding my duty towards you, will you kindly tell me what else I could possibly do? I cannot in decency turn you loose to prey upon my neighbours.
As you say, you cannot in decency turn me adrift. Clearly you must provide for me then.
Provide for you?
I mean, of course, you must use your influence then to obtain me employment.
Unfortunately, I have no influence.
Then you must make me an allowance.
I will be most certainly dashed.
You must not forget, Mr. Filbert, that I am, in a sense, your ward.
I do not wish to intrude my private affairs so early in our acquaintance, but I must inform you, Miss...
Let us come at once to an informal footing. You may call me Barbara. Barbara is not my name, but it will serve. It has such pleasant vowels.
Archie, sitting himself beside her.
Very well, then. My dear Bob, I shall make a clean breast of my position. You see before you a man in destitute circumstances.
Destitute?
Figuratively penniless. I have today stretched my credit to its breaking point by the acquisition of a winter wardrobe. Tonight I give Eccles a month's notice.
My dear Archie, your name, I believe, is Archibald?
Yes.
I read it on your doorplate. My dear Archie, since matters have gone so far, we can merely make the best of the situation. I have acknowledged the tie which exists between us. I shall not attempt to sever it because of your pecuniary misfortune.
That is very kind of you, I am sure.
Wait, I do not desire credit for a purely womanly sentiment. Since you are unable to shoulder the moral responsibility for my future, it is clear that I must shoulder the responsibility of yours.
But my previous relations with women outside my own social circle, of course, would hardly recommend me as the victim of a platonic experiment.
That is all the more reason why I should not desert you. The more or less constant companionship of a pure and attractive woman cannot fail to be of benefit to you morally and intellectually. I shall overlook all past peccadillos. You need apologize no further.
Eccles enters with the tea. Archie, rising.
Eccles.
Yes, sir?
By Jove, I say, you simply must help me out.
In what way, sir?
I find that my prospects and my personality and my private affairs have become inextricably tangled with those of Barbara.
Who is Barbara?
I am Barbara.
And I cannot at present see any possibility of disentangling them.
If it were not that I dislike exceedingly to appear in the role of the advice-giving manservant, so prevalent, unfortunately, in modern drawing-room comedy, I should recommend you, sir, not to try to disentangle them.
Archie, putting up his hand.
You forget that I have engaged myself to marry my second cousin, Miss Agatha Chirpstone.
I have never approved of the engagement, sir. Miss Chirpstone has been most carefully brought up. She has been given every modern educational advantage. Her influence on your character is therefore certain to be deplorable.
But what am I to do?
Eccles, after a moment's thought.
Form an alliance with this young lady.
But, my dear Eccles, owing to the laxity of opinion among people of culture and refinement, I am afraid such an alliance, as you call it, would not be considered sufficient provocation for a break between Miss Chirpstone and myself.
I am not suggesting immorality.
What else are you suggesting?
Marriage, contracted with another person, would automatically cancel your obligation to Miss Chirpstone.
Barbara, reaching for a cake.
I had not contemplated an arrangement of so formal a nature.
That is, of course, a matter to be decided strictly between yourselves.
It is an idea.
I certainly shall not refuse Mr. Filbert's proposal offhand.
There is, however, the question of money to be considered.
Quite so.
I had counted on Miss Chirpstone as an avenue to financial rehabilitation.
Mr. Filbert informs me that he is virtually penniless.
I have been aware of that fact for some time, miss.
We shall be obliged to support ourselves.
There is the stage.
By your leave, I have had a little experience in that direction myself, before I entered service. I was, for quite a period, upon the variety stage. Time was, miss, when a neat pair of ankles combined with even an act of trained seals was considered acceptable on the major circuits. Today, the sidewalks of any town or village furnish sufficient entertainment for the curious.
We might further pursue Barbara's talent for light burglary. I am sure I would make a most excellent confederate. My social acquaintance...
I fear I have not the talent I thought.
I quite agree with you, miss. Housebreaking is out of the question. It requires a certain perspicacity and finesse in which, I regret to say, you are both somewhat lacking.
You speak with amazing authority, Eccles.
Before going upon the variety stage, I was for some time a burglar myself, and am therefore qualified to express my views.
We appreciate your delightful frankness.
But, deuce take it, if we must work for a living...
That will not be necessary.
How else are we to maintain a proper establishment?
Upon the income derived from your wife's dowry.
But I have no dowry.
One will be provided.
By whom?
By me.
Barbara, nibbling at a piece of cake.
That is very good of you, Eccles.
I do not understand.
That, sir, goes without saying. I shall, however, out of my private means, which are fortunately large, provide a marriage settlement for this young lady, which will be ample to satisfy your combined requirements.
But one moment.
I have for some time desired to be of financial assistance to you, sir, but my strict business instinct prevented me from making a loan, which I knew could not possibly be repaid. I could not offer it to you directly in the form of a gift.
As a gentleman, I could not have accepted it.
Quite so. I know my place well enough not to be guilty of any such impertinence. My present proposal, however, solves the difficulty to perfection.
My dear Archie, since you did not object to the idea of living upon Miss Chirpstone's money, you cannot possibly object to the idea of living upon mine.
That seems a reasonable deduction.
Just so. The arrangement places you under no personal obligation to me.
Certainly not. I could hardly permit myself to be placed in any such ridiculous position.
Your dignity will not suffer in the least.
May I be permitted to ask, however, why you have chosen to remain in service? Surely a man of property?
A most natural question, sir. I can only answer it by saying that a manservant's life is an easy and well-regulated one. By leading it, I have also been relieved of certain social obligations and matrimonial enticements which would have proved extremely distasteful to me.
But why should you part with what you have? I speak, of course, from a purely disinterested point of view.
I shall keep sufficient to provide myself with an old age pension suitable to one in my chosen station. The remainder I cannot possibly enjoy, as I am expecting to go into absolute seclusion for a term of years.
Into absolute seclusion?
What sort of seclusion?
The penitentiary, miss. I shall undoubtedly receive the maximum sentence. I am quite resigned to it.
Is your expected incarceration the result of one of your former occupations?
In a way, sir. There is no reason for mincing matters. The basis of my fortune and the reason for my present infelicitous position is forgery.
This decidedly alters the situation. I cannot accept as my marriage portion the proceeds of another's career in crime. It would hardly entitle me to an assured position in society.
On that point, miss, you are entirely mistaken. But I assure you that you need not feel ashamed. Forgery, it is true, gave me my start, but the bulk of my property has been acquired by speculation in cheap real estate rented for questionable purposes.
That is quite different.
I will further relieve your mind by telling you that I already have made restitution to the victims of my earlier felonies.
I'm glad to hear that, Eccles. Very glad to hear it.
I have also kept a list of those who have suffered by my later depredations. It had been my intention to begin settling these moral liens at an early date. I shall, however, take the liberty of handing that obligation over to you, sir, when you have paid the listed amounts, together with compound interest at 6 1/2%, which is 1/2 more than they would have been entitled to expect on any safe investment. There will still remain an honestly acquired residue, which I trust you will use wisely.
Your sentiments do you credit, Eccles. But do you think such generosity necessary? I mean in the manner of the extra 1/2%?
I prefer to err on that side, miss. Before I was a forger, I was, for a time, a student of theology. I have never wholly rid myself of a belief in the doctrine of atonement.
You have banished my last scruple. As an unbiased party to this discussion, I can honestly advise Barbara to allow you to make the proposed settlement.
Thank you, sir. And now, sir, I beg leave to give you notice asking that you will kindly waive the usual month.
Is such a request not considered most unusual?
It would leave me infernally short-handed.
I am sincerely sorry to inconvenience you, sir, but my sudden determination to leave has been brought about by the fact that I have been shadowed for some days by a large man with a dark mustache, slightly curled at the ends. You may have noticed him leaning against the area railing as you came in.
No, Eccles, I did not happen to notice him.
His face was at one time familiar to me. When I was engaged in a tidy little smuggling business before I entered the theological seminary, he was employed in the capacity of a Secret Service detective.
I think I am beginning to understand.
My constitution is somewhat impaired by sedentary habits. I can no longer stand the nervous strain.
You intend to give yourself up?
Yes, miss, at once.
Of course, if it is a question of your health, I cannot interfere.
Thank you, sir. I will give you the address of my lawyers.
He takes out a card and writes on it,
Messrs. Schleicher and Guile, 422 the Tower Building. They will receive instructions from me at once regarding our arrangement.
He hands card to Barbara. Barbara, in a bored voice,
Thank you, Eccles. I trust you will not be too uncomfortable.
You are very kind, miss. Will that be all, sir?
Archie nods.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye,
Eccles.
Eccles goes out and shuts the door.
Rather a good sort, Eccles.
Barbara, rising and coming over to the tea table.
I cannot approve of this modern sentimentality. Is it not enough to lionize the criminal in novels and on the stage without making a hero of him in real life?
They seat themselves at opposite sides of the table.
We may, however, consider our affair settled, I suppose?
Barbara, pouring tea.
In a sense, yes. Although, my dear Archie, you have made me a definite proposal of marriage, I have given you no answer, definite or otherwise. Of course, I admit the understanding which exists between us, but I cannot lay myself open to future criticism on the part of your family and friends, who will, of course, become my family and friends by undue haste in according to you the name and privileges of a fiancé.
I quite agree with you, my dear. You need entertain no apprehension whatsoever.
Without Eccles, it will be necessary to establish a proper chaperonage. Otherwise, I cannot call upon you here in your apartments.
Quite so. Nor I upon you at your hotel.
The situation requires considerable tact.
We must observe the most scrupulous decorum.
You may, however, kiss me just once.
Archie, putting down his cup and rising.
Thanks. Thanks awfully. I think I shall...
There is a knock at the door.
Dash it all.
This is most annoying.
Come in.
The door opens and Eccles enters.
Oh.
Well, Eccles?
Begging your pardon, sir, but you will doubtless recall that I gave you my notice about 5 minutes ago?
Archie, exasperated.
Quite so. And what can I do for you now?
If you have not yet filled my place, sir, I should like to be taken on again.
Barbara, with asperity.
This is a very sudden change of mind on your part, Eccles.
I am very sorry, miss, to have occasioned inconvenience.
But what have you done about the large man with the black moustache slightly turned up at the corners?
I am happy to say, sir, that my alarm was unwarranted.
Indeed.
I was not mistaken as to the man's identity, merely as to his present calling. He is no longer a detective.
Ah.
He is utilizing his peculiar talents as an agent for a life insurance company.
But I say...
Wait, Eccles?
Yes, miss?
Will this alter the...
By no means, miss. I have never gone back on my word.
Then, Archie, dear, I think it can do no harm to take him on again.
Thank you, miss.
Then, Eccles, you are re-engaged.
Thank you, sir.
Barbara, taking a cigarette from Archie's case.
I am sure we will all get on very well.
Is there anything else for the present, sir?
Send away my taxi. I shall stay for supper.
And, Eccles?
Yes, sir?
You might let Miss Barbara have a cheque for 500 in advance?
Very good, sir.
He goes out and shuts the door. Curtain. End of play.
Which is the King? By W. Watts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae. Henry IV.
And Villagers, read by Kelly Taylor.
Baron Ratsdorf.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Monsieur de Branville.
Read by Algie Pug.
Lafleur.
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Timothy Woodenhead.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
First Courtier.
And Villager. Read by Glenn Proud.
Second Courtier.
Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Amelia Branville.
Read by Matea Bracic.
Jenny Softheart.
Read by Jen Broda.
Stage directions. Read by James Hedrick. Which is the King? Scene: the gardens of the Château de Branville. On the right, the entrance to the chateau. On the left, an arbor. Picturesque landscape, with bridge at back. Sunset. Villagers and servants discovered engaged in decorating the gardens with flowers, etc. Every preparation for an approaching fete.
Night, its sable curtains spreading, brings the genial hour for mirth. Joy on day's decline is treading, giving newer pleasures to birth. Let us then those pleasures meeting, with good cheer invite their stay, and their sparkling wine cup greeting, cast off care till break of day.
Enter Timothy Woodenhead from Chateau.
That's right, my lads. Now the work's done, and by my authority well done too, you shall have a right merry night of it. Enjoy yourself like trumps. Eat, drink, and be merry. For by my authority a wedding don't happen every day, and such a wedding. So now, my lads, attend to me. Our noble master gives you all a holiday tomorrow.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
And tonight we have a merry dance here in honour of the nuptials of the Lady Amelia. Long life and happiness to her. One cheer for the bride.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Hurrah!
So now away with you all. Put on your best caps, make yourself as spruce as butterflies, and then, hey for the merry dance and festive board. So, away with you all, sharp's the word.
All right, Master Woodenhead.
All
right.
Music. Exeunt villagers.
That little affair is settled. Now, by my authority, I'll make a night of it. I'll show 'em what a major domo can do, and dance. Can't I dance? And if I can only persuade my dear little Jenny to name the happy day, I shall be the happiest major domo in the world. So now to see that all's ready, and put myself in proper order to enforce my authority.
Exit into chateau. Enter Lafleur, cautiously, through gate.
In vain. All day I've watched each entrance and window of the chateau. My love appears not, and tomorrow she is to be given to another. But no, that shall never be. Without her, life is valueless, and I will not resign her. Without a struggle, she shall not be sacrificed. If her love for me is as true as I would fain believe, we may yet escape the misery that is in store. Flight, flight, this very night can alone save us. But how to see her so closely watched and guarded? There is the difficulty. Who will assist me?
Jenny puts her head out of the door.
I will, to be sure. Hush, don't make a noise. Be quiet as a mouse.
Do you bear a message from my mistress?
Rather. She'll be here immediately.
I'm all impatience.
Of course you are. Lovers always are in a hurry. But make the most of your time, and don't make a noise about it. I'll keep watch and warn you of any danger. I can't do any more for you, so you must do the best you can for yourself. Here comes my lady. It's all right, miss. The coast's clear. You may venture out without fear of anyone but your lover, and lovers are often a young maid's worst enemy.
Exit. Enter Amelia from chateau.
My dear Amelia, how can I thank you for this happiness?
I was afraid this meeting would be denied us. My father kept so close a watch upon me that until this moment I have been unable to elude his vigilance.
Then must we take advantage of it? Tell me, love, do they tomorrow force you to this hateful marriage?
Alas, 'tis but too true.
Then, if you love me, this night you must be mine. Will you fly with me?
I am too closely guarded. Escape is hopeless.
Leave that to me. But say, should fortune favour us, will you be mine?
From childhood I have been taught to love you, my foster brother, companion of my early years. We have ne'er been parted, nor will we now. My woman's heart tells me that with you alone I could be happy. I am thine, come what may.
How can I thank you? Will you resign all? Wealth, station, a father's love, for me, a beggar?
What is worldly wealth compared with the heart's happiness? What are the joys wealth can bring if the heart recoils against them? Look in the gilded saloons and in the humble cottage, and tell me who is happiest, the pampered luxuriant that knows not nature, or the humble enjoyer of its bounty. I am thine, come what may.
My heart's best treasure. This night, then, you will be mine, if we can escape the vigilance of those around you.
By all my hopes of happiness.
Tonight, your father holds a revel in honour of your approaching nuptials.
Yes, here in the gardens of the chateau.
I will be here,
How?
in the disguise of a minstrel.
Should you be discovered?
Fear not, I will join in the festivities. The vassals, worn out by fatigue and drink, will not keep so strict a watch as usual. You must join me at midnight in the gardens. We can then easily escape, and in the morning a friendly priest will join our hands.
Heaven grant that we may succeed, for death would be preferable to a union with the Baron Rutsdorf. I will obey your every wish.
Cupid smiles upon our design. Fear not, I see joy and happiness before us.
But do not unnecessarily expose yourself to danger.
What danger can there be compared with that of losing thee?
Enter Jenny in haste.
My lady, your father is inquiring for you. So come, quick, for gracious sake do, or he'll be sure to say it's all my fault.
Directly. You will not fail?
Fail? Not if life remains.
You'll be caught, miss, if you don't come, and then shan't I catch it.
Until tonight, then.
At the festival. I will be there as a minstrel. Till then, heaven guard and bless you.
If you don't come, I must go.
I come. Adieu, dear Lafleur. Adieu until tonight.
Exit into chateau.
And then she will be mine forever. On tonight rests all my hopes of future happiness, of joy, of love.
Exit. Enter King Henry IV, over bridge, disguised as a minstrel, and singing the troubadour.
From distant climes a troubadour I make in every court my stay. 'Neath rustic porch and silken dome I tune my merry minstrel lay. But most where love delights to dwell, midnights who sigh for lady's hand, they welcome with soft music's spell the troubadour from distant land. Where nectar brims the rosy bowl, my song in festive glee can join, and mellow every sparkling draught like sunshine on the purpling vine. But most where love entwines my brow with garlands wrought by lady's hand, 'neath moonlight boughs you're sure to find the troubadour from distant land. Thus far have I wandered from the camp. To attempt to return before nightfall would be madness, so I must e'en seek shelter in some neighbouring cottage or chateau. 'Twill be strange if a king cannot find a night's lodging among his subjects, disloyal as they are. I must try to avoid discovery, for however good a king may be, he has always some enemies. But surely this disguise must protect me, for who would know Henry IV in this attire? 'Tis thus I love to wander, and see with my own eyes the distresses and wants of my subjects, so that the laws I make may be grounded on real, not imaginary ills. Someone comes.
Enter Timothy from chateau.
By my authority, whom have we here? One of those wandering vagabonds who fill their bellies by opening their mouths. Hark ye, Sir Minstrel, or whatever you may call yourself, what the devil do you want here?
A good supper and shelter for the night.
By my authority, a modest request, in return for which I suppose you offer one of your love ditties?
I can sing songs of all descriptions. Love, sentimental, tragic, comic. I can make you laugh or cry.
I prefer laughing. By my authority, we must have no crying here. Now, Sir Vagabond, look at me, Major Domo of the Chateau. Here's authority for you.
I have seen plenty like it in the camp of King Henry. There, gentlemen like you, decked in a little brief authority, are as plentiful as mushrooms.
Then perhaps you have seen the king?
As plain as I ever saw myself.
By my authority, you don't say so. Now, just tell me, what is he like?
Like a man, to be sure.
I mean, what sort of a man?
He is considered by the court to be like me.
Like you, by my authority. The best thing I've heard for some time. Ha ha ha! The king like you? Our gallant King Henry such a common-looking fellow as you? No, that won't do. It's no go.
As you please. But come, can you provide me shelter for the night?
Yes, and a good supper into the bargain. By my authority, you have just arrived in the very nick of time. Tonight we hold revels here in honour of the approaching nuptials of my master's daughter, and as you can sing, you shall be right welcome. So follow me, but no more fibs about the king being like you. Ha ha! I like the idea of our noble King Henry being like you. Ha ha! I can't help laughing. Follow me, Sir King. Ha ha ha!
Exit into chateau.
How different the king looks in the dress of a poor man. There is no nobility without the aid of the tailor.
Exit into chateau. Enter Jenny.
Well, if ever I heard the like of this in all my born days. The idea of forcing such a beautiful young lady as my mistress to marry such a nasty, ugly old frump as the Baron. If I was her, I'd scratch his ugly old eyes out. Now there's my sweetheart, Master Timothy. He's always pressing me, by his authority, he says, to take compassion on him. But I shan't yet awhile. No, I'm not going to give up my authority yet. I'll tease him a little longer before I become his better half and yield to his authority. Here he comes, as fine as a peacock.
Enter Timothy, with a bouquet of flowers.
Now all's prepared. All's ready for the fete. My dear Jenny, I've been looking for you.
Have you indeed? And now you found me.
I want to have a bit of a chat with you upon a particularly delicate subject.
That's yourself, I suppose.
It's not myself or yourself, but it concerns us both. I want you to name the happy day when Jenny Softheart will become Mrs. Timothy Woodenhead.
Don't think of such a thing.
I can't think of anything else. Remember your promise that on the wedding of Lady Amelia you would name the happy day.
So I did. Well, I suppose I must keep my word.
Of course you must.
Must I name a particular day?
Yes, the day, the happy day.
Well then, suppose we say...
This day?
7 years.
7 years? You're joking.
Do I look as if I was?
7 years? By my authority, I never heard of such a thing.
Then by my authority, you must be transported for me for 7 years. I must try your constancy before I think of having you.
Try me? I think you have tried me.
Yes, and having been found guilty, you are sentenced accordingly.
But I shall die without you.
If you do die, I hope it will be without me. You'd better live for me. But here comes the guests. Think no more of me, but of the festival. Major Domo, to your post. Here they come.
They go up. Enter Monsieur de Branville, Baron Rutsdorf, conducting Amelia. Guests, attendants, etc. Villagers enter from back. Music, from Chateau.
Here will we take our seats and witness the sports in honor of our daughter's approaching happiness.
She ought to be happy when she's going to be married to a rich and powerful noble.
Believe me, Baron, we are quite sensible of the honor you do us.
You ought to be. A nobleman of France marrying into a merchant's family.
Amelia, aside.
The brute! A beggar would be preferable. In marriage, sir, love is necessary.
Love? Oh, yes. You ought to be in love with me. You must be, I'm sure.
Come, Baron, let us take our places. My dependents, I perceive, are ready to commence the sports.
With all my heart. Come, lady, what's the matter with you? You don't appear to be merry tonight. You ought to be, considering your good fortune.
Let me tell you, sir, my heart is not to be bought by titles or riches.
Then it ought to be. But you'll think different when you're my wife.
When I am, perhaps I may.
Come, Baron, be seated. Let the sports commence. This night and tomorrow shall be devoted to pleasure, joy and happiness to all such as I now feel. Strike up the music. Let the dance proceed.
They sit. Dance of Villagers. Timothy, advancing.
May it please your worship, a poor minstrel craves shelter for the night.
Amelia, aside.
Lafleur, pray heaven he may not be recognized.
That we freely give. Conduct him to our presence.
I will, your worship.
Exit.
This happens most fortunate. A song will aid our festivities.
A song, yes, he ought to sing.
Amelia, aside.
Should he be discovered, we are lost.
Re-enter Timothy and Henry IV.
You are welcome, minstrel, to our chateau. You come at a right happy season. Here the dance and song hold sway. You shall join the general round of pleasure.
Amelia, aside.
What a change! I should not have known him.
Most happy shall I be to add my humble skill to the general amusement.
And so you ought. Come, then, a song. Something to please my fair lady here.
I obey you, sir. Fair lady, what would it please you choose?
I have no choice. All are alike to me.
Aside.
He does not even look at me.
As you have no choice, lady, I will do my best to please you.
Aside.
This is something new, a king singing to amuse his subjects. However, we must all conform to circumstances.
Song. Welcome Me Home.
Gaily the troubadour touched his guitar when he was hastening home from the war, singing from Palestine, hither I come. Lady love, welcome me home. She for the troubadour hopelessly wept. Sadly she thought of him while others slept. Singing in search of thee, would I might roam. Troubadour, troubadour, come to thy home. Hark, 'twas the troubadour breathing her name. Under the battlements softly he came, singing from Palestine, hither I come. Lady love, welcome me home. Singing from Palestine, hither I come. Lady love, welcome me home.
You do credit to your profession, Sir Minstrel. Whence come you?
From the camp of King Henry IV.
From Tours. The king, I hear, is a great patronizer of your art.
Then he ought not to be. What's a king got to do with music?
Everything. 'Tis the sweetest luxury on earth. After the din and toil of battle, music soothes the soul, and cheers us midst the sickness and danger that surrounds.
Right, minstrel. You must sojourn with us during the festival we hold in honour of our daughter's wedding.
With pleasure, sir. May every happiness attend her.
Is the king now at Tours?
I think not. At the present moment he is nearer here.
I trust he will not visit us.
He ought not. He has something else to do.
And wherefore?
Why, you who have lived in his camp must be aware of his failing. I would not he should see my fair daughter here.
He is a great admirer of beauty.
He ought to be. He ought to love his subjects.
And he does. If his nights are given to his mistresses, his days are spent in providing for the wants of his people. You do not, then, admire the king?
You are mistaken. There is not a man in all France a more hearty well-wisher to King Henry than myself, though I am sensible he has a great many faults.
He ought to have. A king without faults would be a wonder.
And who has not? Monarchs, like subjects, are but mortal. They have each their virtues and their vices, but the vices of the people are hidden in the general mass, whilst those of the monarch are singled out and made the byword of those who have not the temptation or the virtue to resist that he has.
Right, minstrel. Come, let the sports proceed.
A dance.
May it please your worship, another of these singing gentlemen craves admission.
None shall be refused tonight. Conduct him to the kitchen. This is our chosen minstrel for the festival.
Yes, your worship.
Aside.
I'll kitchen him.
Exit.
You do me great honour, sir.
More than he ought to do, to my mind.
I love to honour native talent and worth, though, unfortunately, there are many who patronize and lavish their money upon foreigners, whose merits are not equal to those of their own countrymen.
You flatter, sir.
Then he ought not.
There is no such thing as flattery from the man who speaks candidly and truly the sentiments of his art.
Goes up.
We thank you, Sir Minstrel, for the entertainment you have afforded us. Believe me, I shall not forget you.
Nor I thee, fair lady.
Aside.
By heaven, she is a lovely creature. Henry, Henry, do not forget yourself.
He ought not to do so.
Amelia. Aside.
I understand. The night has grown old. With your permission, sir, I will retire.
You ought to do so.
We will resume our sports and pleasures on tomorrow. Timothy, to your care I resign the minstrel. See that his monsters are attended to, for I can perceive he is about the common class. Baron, conduct our daughter. Good night, friends, to all.
I ought to do so. Come, fair lady, tomorrow you shall be a baroness.
Good night, Sir Minstrel.
Aside.
Fear not, I will soon join you.
Exeunt. Branville, Baron, Amelia, and attendants. Music.
A fair repose attend you all.
By my authority, Sir Singer, you are a lucky fellow. Our master seems mightily taken with you, all through my introduction. See what it is to have a man in authority to patronize you. I take you under my special protection, whilst the other poor devil is poked in the kitchen to fare the best he can. You shall banquet with me. By my authority, you are a lucky fellow. So come, follow me.
Exit into chateau.
Lead on, I'll follow thee. What could she mean? I'll soon join thee. She cannot surely have fallen in love with me, though women are apt to do so with a king. Yet with a poor minstrel it is quite different. This maiden interests me. There is some mystery here, there is. There must be some foul play on foot. They cannot surely force her to this marriage. By my kingdom, I'll not allow the sacrifice. I will soon join thee, were her words. I'll e'en wait and see. On my honour, she is a beautiful creature, and might tempt even a monarch. But away with such thoughts. Henry, you are a king. Show yourself a man. I fear my absence from the camp will occasion some alarm, but no matter. Some trusty messenger in the morn shall assure them of my safety, for I am determined to see this adventure fairly through. What can she mean? 'Tis strange how her words haunt me. Hush, surely I hear a footstep.
Enter Amelia cautiously.
Minstrel, Lafleur, 'tis I, Amelia. Where art thou?
By heaven, 'tis she. Here, lady, here.
Quick, then, we have not a moment to lose. I am yours. Lead me where thou wilt. I trust to your honour and love.
By heaven, you shall not repent so doing. Here's a situation for a king. How many of my subjects would take advantage of this moment? But no, virtue, aid me.
Dear Lafleur, why do you not speak?
Lady, you are in error. I am not he you name.
Heavens, not Lafleur. Who then art thou?
One who has the will and power to serve you.
Then save me, or I am lost for ever. If the morrow finds me in this house, I am doomed to a life of misery.
'Tis as I suspect.
Aside.
Lady, will you trust yourself with one who, though a stranger, will protect and guard you with his life?
I know not what to do. Are you not the minstrel who arrived tonight? Where then can be Lafleur?
I am he, but believe me, I am not what I seem. Fear not to trust me, for I swear by heaven and my country to honour, protect, and place you in safety by the break of morn.
I will trust you. There's my hand. Promise me that once free from the chateau you will seek my betrothed and bring me to him. Promise!
By Henry of France, I swear it.
Enough. The man who would deceive a helpless maiden like myself
is unworthy of the name of man, much less the title I am proud to bear. Come on, fair lady, you will bless the day that casts the unknown minstrel in your way.
Exeunt. Enter Lafleur, disguised as a minstrel from the chateau.
In vain I watch and search, all in vain. Oh, bless! Who is he that arrived before me, and thus obtained the place that would otherwise have been mine? I must contrive to see her. By heaven, I will! She shall not tamely be given to another. If I fail, even at the altar, I will proclaim my love, and save her, or perish myself.
Exit. Enter courtiers over bridge.
Thus far have we come, and our search after the king has been unsuccessful.
He left the camp, it seemed, in the disguise of a minstrel.
So it is said, and I suppose he's gone in pursuit of some fair peasant. Love of wandering in disguise is a great failing in our king.
If 'tis a failing, 'tis his only one. He loves it, and it generally leads to some good. 'Tis foolish, inasmuch as it is dangerous, wandering alone in a country where fanaticism has raised him many enemies.
And giving us the trouble of seeking after him, for which we never get thanked. But come, let us try yon chateau. What ho! Within their house.
Enter Timothy.
Hello! By my authority, what's all this noise? Do you take this for a roadside inn? By my authority, I'll have no brawling and blustering here. What the devil do you want?
We seek a wandering minstrel. Have you seen one?
By my authority, I have. There is one at this present moment in the chateau.
It must be he. Dressed in light green, with black hat and feather?
The same, and no mistake. Shall I arouse him and tell him you seek him?
By no means. Disturb him not for your life.
And why not, pray?
Because it is the king.
The king? By my authority, you don't say so.
We do, and what's more, mean it.
Then it's all over with me. Damn me, I've been blowing him up like a blackguard. My authority is all over. Won't he serve me now? Oh dear, what shall I do?
Nothing at all. Remain quiet. The king no doubt will pardon you. We are fatigued. Let's in and have some refreshment until his majesty rises.
This way, gentlemen, this way. By my authority, I'm a miserable man. Blow up the king! Only to think of it. This way, gentlemen, this way, softly, gentlemen, or you'll disturb his gracious majesty. If you could only say a good word for me, say it's all a mistake, a joke, anything, everything. Only help me out of this scrape. By my authority, what will my master say? This way, gentlemen, this way.
Exeunt behind house. Enter Lafleur.
'Tis all in vain. No sign, no trace of her. Oh, fate, fate, how hast thou wronged us? I know not what to do, how or where next to seek her. Was ever man in so perplexing a situation?
Re-enter Timothy. Timothy, aside.
By my authority, he's here. Now then, to apologize for my rudeness. To think of my standing in the presence of his majesty. I tremble all over. By my authority, my heart's thumping up and down at the rate of 50 miles a minute.
Bows.
May it please your gracious, illustrious, and magnificent majesty to pardon the freedom of your most humble and obedient slave?
Is the man mad? What do you mean, my friend?
Timothy, aside.
His friend. He won't own himself, I see. Will your majesty vouchsafe my pardon?
What do you mean, sirrah?
Timothy, falling on his knees.
Upon my authority, I didn't mean to treat your majesty so. I thought you were only a poor devil fit to exercise my authority upon.
Why, the poor fellow has gone suddenly mad. I never thought he had much brains.
Does your gracious majesty pardon me?
Get up, my good fellow, and don't make a fool of yourself.
I can't move till your majesty pardons me.
Lafleur, aside.
A thought strikes me. I'll humour him. Rise, my good man, and believe me, I freely pardon you and thank you for your hospitality.
A long life to your majesty. If your majesty would only let me kiss the tip of your fingers, I shall be the happiest of your subjects.
I must humour him. There is my hand. I think it an honour to give it to an honest man.
Your majesty is all graciousness.
Rises.
By my authority, I feel myself again. How can I serve your majesty?
Lafleur, aside.
I'll take advantage of this folly by informing me where I can find the Lady Amelia.
Timothy, aside.
Oh, that's the way the wind blows. Most certainly, your majesty, I shall lead you to her.
No, conduct her hither, and with all possible speed, I command you.
I fly to obey your majesty. Your majesty will always find me your most devoted humble servant.
Aside.
I've kissed his hand. I'm forgiven. By my authority, I don't care a fig for anyone now. I fly, your majesty, I fly.
Aside.
I'll whisper it to everyone as I go.
Exit.
The folly of this fellow may turn to our advantage. Should he find Amelia and conduct her hither, There is yet time to escape. A friendly priest awaits us, and before pursuit could avail, she would be mine.
Enter Baron Rutzdorf. Baron, aside.
I ought to be upon my best behavior, for Timothy has just whispered to me that this is the king in disguise. I ought to make a friend of him, and I ought not to make a fool of myself. Your Majesty's most humble and obedient servant.
There's something in the air. What the devil can they all mean? Sir, you're most obedient.
Your Majesty ought not to conceive an unfavourable opinion of your servant.
Oh, no. I have only conceived one unfavourable opinion of you.
Aside.
I'll try and turn this to advantage.
Your Majesty ought to let me know it, that I may amend it.
If you persist in marrying the Lady Amelia, you will incur my everlasting displeasure.
Then I ought to give her up, and will. I am aware I ought not to touch the end of her fingers, if your Majesty don't wish it.
Aside.
I suppose he wants her for himself.
You resign her, then?
As I ought to do, at your Majesty's command.
It is my most express and positive command. Write, then, under penalty of my most extreme displeasure, here are tablets and pencil, that you will never marry the Lady Amelia under forfeit of 20,000 crowns.
I ought to do so, and most certainly will. Give me the paper, your Majesty.
Aside.
A good place under government in exchange for a wife.
Write, then, and lose no time. You give up the Lady Amelia, or forfeit
20,000 crowns. There it is, your Majesty. I feel I ought to do it, and if you have a snug place under government, I think your Majesty ought, that is, perhaps will think of your humble servant.
This will do. Now then.
Enter Timothy.
Oh, your Majesty, I'm very sorry, but upon my authority it's no fault of mine. She's gone, vanished, fled. No one knows where.
What do you mean?
That she's run away, eloped. I've alarmed the house, and here comes his worship and your Majesty's courtiers.
Confusion? Gone? All then is lost.
Enter Monsieur de Branville and courtiers.
Where is his Majesty? Will your Majesty deign to accept the apology of your unworthy servant?
Why, this is not the king.
Not
the king?
I never said I was.
Then you ought to give me back my paper.
By no means. 'Twas a voluntary gift. You have resigned the lady of your own free will. I cannot, will not, restore her to you.
Then I ought to be kicked.
Who then has seen the king?
I see it all. By my authority, I never thought of asking which was the king. There was 2 of them, but the other's gone, vanished. By my authority, what a fool I've been.
There is some mystery here. Seize this pretended minstrel and secure him until we find the king.
Enter King Henry and Amelia, villagers, etc.
Hold, I charge you.
Thank heaven, your Majesty is safe.
I thank you for the trouble you have taken. Release your prisoner. Behold, sir, in the minstrel, your king, Henry the Fourth.
Long live his Majesty.
I crave your pardon, sire.
What, for having spoken so well of me?
No, sire, but for the rudeness with which you have been treated.
My friend, I have nothing to pardon, but I have something to request. Will you give me the disposal of your daughter's hand?
You ought to do so, and His Majesty ought to give her to me.
Anything your Majesty wishes, I most willingly accede to.
I thank you. You, Sir Minstrel, if I mistake not, are called La Fleur.
I am, may it please your Majesty.
Receive, then, from me a gift, a priceless jewel. Value it as your own life. There, sir, is the lady, and with her the protection of Henry the Fourth. Your future welfare shall be my care.
How can we thank your Majesty?
For all your kindness, how can I find words to express my gratitude and happiness?
Be happy, and I am repaid. Baron, I will take care of you.
Your Majesty ought, that is, I ought to get something for what I've not got.
Monsieur de Branville, in your anxiety promote your daughter's welfare, you have overlooked her happiness. Am I to understand you freely to give her to this gentleman?
They have my consent and blessing.
Would your Majesty please to cast your authority this way? Here's another wants to be given away.
What, my old friend? You patronized me, so now I must return the compliment. Take her, and I will find a dower for the bride.
Oh, thank your Majesty.
And now let the ceremony at once take place. And if the night's adventure of Henry IV has met with the approbation of his friends here, he trusts that like dutiful subjects they will not fail in their loyalty, but for many evenings to come with their friends to see which is the king.
End of Which is the King? By W. Watts.
Cocaine by Pendleton King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast list.
Joe, read by Greg Giordano.
Nora, read by Sonia.
Stage directions by Jake Malizia. Cocaine. The action takes place in an attic bedroom on Grand Street, between Allen and the Bowery, in the late summer of 1916, and occupies the time between 4:00 a.m. and daylight. The ceiling slopes down at the back to within a few feet of the floor. There is a dormer window in a recess at the back. Door left center, bed at right of window, table left, bureau down left, trunk down right, chair at foot of bed. The room is in terrible disorder and confusion, faintly seen in the glare from open window as curtain rises. Joe is discovered lying on the bed asleep, snoring gently, dressed in undershirt and trousers. He is good-looking, powerfully built, 24 years old. Nora comes in and lights a candle on the bureau. She is a wistful-looking girl of 30.
Nora, is that you?
I didn't mean to wake you up. Go on back to sleep.
I haven't been asleep. What time is it?
Nora takes off hat.
About 4:00.
You're pretty late.
Nora takes off jacket.
Had to walk from uptown.
How far uptown?
Oh, way uptown. I let a crowd shake me like a fool.
Sits in chair at foot of bed and fans herself.
And didn't have sense enough to get car fare. Phew. You don't realize how hot you are till you sit down.
Poor kid.
You must have had the gas lighted to make it as hot as this in here. Oh, but I'm so glad to get home.
Joe gently.
You didn't bring in nothing?
Not a cent, Joe.
Gets up and goes to bureau.
I don't know what's the matter with me.
Looks in glass.
It's that darn fever blister. If I had only had the sense enough to get some camphor that first day.
But it's most well now. Can't hardly notice it any more.
Of course it's perfectly well. There won't be a trace of it tomorrow. I oughtn't to have tried to go out those 2 days the first of the week when it was so bad. Everybody was afraid of me and it made me feel like a leper. I lost my grip in some way, and now I can't get it back. It all depends on yourself.
Picks up candle.
If you're sure of yourself, you have luck. If you aren't, you don't. That's all there is to it.
Crosses with candle, which she puts down on trunk.
If I'd had a wee bit of a sniff tonight, I'd have got some money out of that crowd.
Sits on foot of the bed.
But drinks don't brace me up somehow.
That's right.
Poor old boy. Have you been lying here all night in this heat waiting for me? It's hard luck on you, Joe. Oh, I thought I'd go crazy tonight. My nerves are just all to pieces. I did think I was going to get some money this time.
Why don't you take your clothes off and come on to bed?
Nora gets up and takes a packet of cigarettes out of her jacket.
I swiped these for you anyway. Here.
Throws him the box. Joe catching it.
Gee, tar.
Joe, I wish you wouldn't say tar.
Goes up into recess.
I don't know why I hate it so.
She begins to undress.
All right, missus.
Gets up to light his cigarette with the candle.
Common stuff,
Nora undressing.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just nervous and irritable. Don't pay any attention to anything I say. If I don't get some money tomorrow, I just don't know what I'll do. It's terrible to be so dependent on anything as that.
Joe lies down again.
4 days.
No, tonight's Saturday.
Well, that's 4 days, ain't it? We finished up that last deck Tuesday night.
That's right. I wouldn't have believed I could go so long. I don't see how you stand it, Joe, all night like this, doing nothing.
I've been out. Don't worry about me. I can get on without the stuff for a while.
Nora comes down in kimono.
I can't.
Takes cigarette.
But then I've been using it so much longer than you have.
Lights cigarette at the candle.
I've been going it some little time. A month or so before we took up together last summer.
To think.
Sits on bed.
Only a year. I wonder what would have become of you if I hadn't found you.
What becomes of all the other poor bastards who gets knocked out and can't get back in the ring? I don't know.
That's the trouble with you boys. You are brought up with only one idea, to fight. And if anything does happen to you, you're not fit to do anything else. You're only 24, and you're done.
Be 24 in October, I guess.
Lord, it makes me feel so old. That's how you stand the strain the way you do. You are as firm and strong as you ever were. And look at me.
Well, if a fella has to do as much training as I used to, he more or less keeps in condition, I guess.
Nora lies down beside him.
I feel so old and tired and discouraged, Joe. If I didn't have you, I don't think I'd go on with it.
Joe tightens his arm about her.
I'm sticking to you, see?
I never thought of you leaving me.
She puts her arm up about his head and strokes his hair.
I love you too much, Joe. I love you more than anybody else will ever love you if you live to be 1,000 years old.
I don't reckon anybody'd love me much if I was that old.
I should, but you're only a baby now. A little old infant.
She snuggles up to him and presses her cheek to his.
Joe. My darling.
He gathers her closer. Long pause.
Tired, kid?
No, not now. I get strength from you. You've got plenty of strength for both of us, haven't you?
It's funny, ain't it, for a girl like you to take up with a rough guy like me that ain't never knowed nothing but how to get his heart put on the blink. Dope brings funny people together.
Not so funny.
You needn't tell me, kid. I may be nothing but a prize fighter, but I can tell a lady when I see one. And besides, you won't even own up to it. That's a sure sign.
Not a very fine kind of a lady. I've told you all about myself. I did work on the Evening Sun, and before that I used to live on a farm in Kentucky. That's all there is.
Well, that's what you say. I don't want you to tell me nothing you don't want to.
Moves his position slightly.
Are you all right?
Yes.
I got something I want to talk to you about. We're up against it.
I know we are. And yet I can lie here like this, and it doesn't seem possible that there's such a thing as trouble in the world. It is so serene to lie still and just stroke your hair. I don't want ever to move again. I can feel your heart beating. Do you feel how much faster mine is going than yours?
Yeah?
The sound of the elevated is heard.
The elevated sounds like wind, like a spirit that can't rest. The spirit of the city that goes on and on day and night and never stops and never will stop, no matter what becomes of you and me. But when I am lying close to you like this, touching you, there's a sort of electric current that radiates from you all over, because you're so alive. What was I going to say? What was I talking about?
You was talking about the L.
Yes, I was going to say, while I am lying close to you like this, it all seems so far away, doesn't it? It is like lying snug in bed and listening to the sea. There may be death and storms and shipwrecks and things out there, but they're far away. They can never touch us.
I wished we could get a good old sniff and forget our troubles right.
Poor old Joe.
Raises up and sits on the side of the bed again.
I declare I thought I would go crazy tonight. I haven't got a nerve left in my body. I wanted to know what you were doing. I thought all sorts of fool things. I could picture you getting desperate and breaking in somewhere and getting locked up, and I don't know what.
I could have got some stuff tonight at that.
What do you mean? How? Who?
The landlady. She was up here talking to me about it.
When she knows how broke we are? We owe her 2 weeks' rent.
No, I guess she would have given me some.
How do you mean, Joe?
You know.
Do you mean to tell me that woman has been up here after you again?
Her eyes narrow.
I knew something was the matter. Did you? What did you tell her?
Told her to get the hell out of here. What do you think I told her? I said I was off the stuff.
Nora buries her head in his shoulder.
Oh, Joe.
Well, I didn't want it so bad then. She come up here when she heard me come in, about 12 o'clock, and put it up to me.
Nora desperate.
If we had any other place on earth we could go, I would have got out of this house the night you told me she first came up here and bothered you. But we couldn't get another place. She'd hold our things until we paid her, and I haven't got $1 to deposit on her room. I suppose she knows all that.
That's what I gotta talk to you about. She's going to kick us out.
Kick us out?
That's what she says. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, you know, I've been thinking pretty hard and figuring on putting it up to you, if you think it's worth a while, just to keep the room on and have a place to sleep, you see?
What are you talking about?
Well, I think the old lady's reasonable. She come up here and made a big fuss over me and said she was gone on me and all that stuff, and I was staying on in her house and not paying no rent and everything. And if I was too good for her, I'd have to get out of her house. That's all. That was after she offered me the dope.
Joe, am I mad or what are you talking about?
Well...
Never let me hear that again. Do you think I'd let you?
Well, I let you, don't I?
That's altogether a different matter. Don't ever let me hear that again, do you understand? I can't argue about it.
Gets up and crosses to bureau.
God, it's hot in here.
Joe swings his feet out and sits on the side of the bed.
Now look here, kid.
Stands a moment and goes over to her.
I gotta live, ain't I? You are the swellest little girl any feller ever had, and all that. And I'm awful fond of you. But we got to live. We got to do something. We got to get some money some way. If we can't get on the way we've been getting on, then I got to shift for myself, see?
Takes her by the shoulders.
I'm putting it up to you square, because I'm going to be straight with you.
Of course we've got to do something. I'll do something. I'll get some money. You don't understand what you are saying. If it were the last night we'd ever spent under a roof, it wouldn't alter the question.
Joe turns back to the bed.
My God, looks like it is the last night, with the luck you're having.
He sits and leans his chin on his right hand, gazing at the candle.
If I was able to do any kind of work, it'd be different. But the stuff's got me, I guess. I couldn't no more stick to any kind of a job than I could fly. You reckon if I was able to get back in the ring, I'd have you working? But we're up against it, that's all. As long as you can bring in the money, all right. But you ain't having any luck, and I just got to do it, that's all. If I'm willing for you to go out every night, I don't see why you kick on one old measly landlady.
But Joe, you don't understand.
Crosses to bed.
Listen to me.
Sits beside him.
You don't love me the way I do you. It isn't your fault. It's the way you're made. I can go out, as you call it. It's a sort of sacrifice to you, a sort of way of showing you how much I love you. It doesn't matter about me. You are the clean part of me. You are the part I live for. And you are sacred, do you understand? Clean.
Joe, still gazing at candle.
Sure, I get you.
Nora slips down on one knee and buries her face against his arm.
And I've always been straight with you. I think a whole lot more of you than you think.
Go on. Say you love me. I love to hear you say it.
Joe puts his left arm about her.
I love you all right, and I'll stick to you. But we got to live, ain't we? We got to get some money some way. And if you can't get it, I got to. That's if we're going to stick together.
No, you haven't, Joe. I'd rather be dead.
Raises up.
I'll starve to death before I'll see you do that, and let you starve to death.
Gets up.
Oh, the horrible old slut. I think I'll kill her.
Goes up into alcove and looks out of window.
Oh, we can get out of here if you want to. It don't have to be her. There's more than one way of picking up money round this town.
Nora turns toward him.
What do you mean?
I guess you must know. It's the only way I see. I ain't got nothing but my looks.
Nora turns back to window.
Joe, don't talk like that, please.
Joe, kindly.
We got to, kid. We're up against it. I'm gonna be fair with you. That thing you got on your mouth ain't gonna get well so as you can't see it for 2 or 3 days yet. We get kicked out of here today. What the hell can we do? Sleep in the park? I guess not. Not while I got a way to make easy money. Why, kid, I wished you'd see the number of 'em tries to speak to me every time I go out. It's easy, I tell you, and there's good money in it. I don't like to talk about it, especially with you, but we got to, if we're going to stick together. We can get a nice room somewheres and keep a little stuff on hand all the time. I ain't going to leave you, but I gotta have the stuff, that's all.
Lies down on the bed and turns toward the wall.
I've gone without it 4 days now.
Nora comes down and crosses to trunk.
You are a strange boy.
Sits on end of trunk facing him.
Can't you see that you are the only thing I've got left in the world?
But I ain't leaving you, I tell you.
Don't you understand that I found you when you were down and out, done for? That you belong to me? I saved you from this very thing, I suppose, a year ago. Don't you see, darling?
Joe turns on his back.
But I'm not. Geez, Nora, can't you listen to me? I don't want to do it, kid, but we got to live.
But don't you understand that I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole afterwards? Don't you see that?
Joe turning back in a huff.
Of course, if you feel that way about it, we can bust up as far as that goes. If you don't think no more about me than that.
Nora stands up against the wall, right.
Don't, Joe.
Joe sits up in bed.
I've always been straight with you. I've treated you right all the way, and I'm trying to stick by you. But of course, if that's the way you feel about it, all right. I got to live, ain't I?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I don't see any reason why we should live.
Well, I'm going to live.
Nora sits down on bed and tries to turn him towards her.
Joe, my darling, listen to me. You've been a wonderful boy, and I love you as very few people have ever been loved in this world. Because I had lost everything, you see, when I found you. Everything. I had thrown everything away, and you've had to be the whole world for me since. The whole world, you see. There isn't anything else. When the dope got me, I just went down because I didn't care about anything. I gave up my job and just let myself slide. I intended to kill myself when my money gave out, and I didn't even care how much I had left. Then I found you that night at Mitchell's place.
Joe turns on his back.
I remember.
Nora puts her head down on his chest.
You can't remember much. I can't bear to think even now how you were beat up. But you were so full of it you didn't know your arm was broken.
That's right. I think it was broke about 2 days before that. I remember when it went.
And since then, Joe, we've had a wonderful time. Do you remember when we used to have to sleep under the bridge? I love that old bridge now, because it's associated in my mind with you.
We had a good time, all right.
Nora straightens up.
But now the white sails of our ship are furled, and spent the lading of our argosy. We've come to the end of our tether, Joe. What do you say? We don't go on with it.
What do you mean, don't go on with it?
Turn on the gas.
Joe sits up.
Nix. What are you getting at?
Lies down.
Not for mine.
Joe, we've had such a wonderful time. We've known everything there is to know in the world worth knowing. Don't let's go downhill. We've reached the top. Let's let this be the end. I can't keep you any longer and have to let you go. And I won't do it, that's all.
Joe sits up and props himself against the head of the bed incredulously.
You must be kidding. Oh, come on.
I never was more serious in my life. I can't go on with it, and I won't leave you behind to live without me. It's you that I love, the little strange spirit that makes you you and different to everybody else that ever lived. If you go on, you are going to destroy that. Then you won't be you, and I won't love you any more. Think. This may be the last night we'll ever spend together, the last chance we'll have. Let's turn it on now. No telling.
She turns front.
What'll happen in the daylight tomorrow? I can't wait to face it.
I don't want to, kid. It ain't right to kill yourself.
Are you afraid to die?
Sure, I'm not afraid to die.
What have you got to live for?
Well, a lot of things, I guess.
Joe, you've slipped. You've slipped away further than I thought. The stuff's got you sure enough. You've slipped further than I have.
I guess not. I'm not so bad off at that.
Nora, slightly hysterical.
You're pretty bad off, Joe. Don't you see that your life is finished? You are nothing. You are less than nothing. What you really are is the lowest thing that can be on earth, and here you talk calmly about something even worse. There's no reason for you to go on living, except your fear of death.
I'm not afraid of dying, I tell you.
Nora, rising.
Well, let me turn on the gas then. I am not afraid. Look at me. Think of the trouble it takes to live. Think of the effort to keep yourself going on and on like a rat in a trap. And when you lose me, you'll just slip, and you've got to die in the end anyhow. And when you're dead, it won't make any difference to you how long you lived. It'll be just as if you'd never been born.
Joe sits up and follows her with his eyes.
I don't get you.
Oh, I just can't face the daylight again, Joe. I'm too tired. Aren't you tired? What will become of you without me to take care of you?
She is edging towards the gas jet in the alcove.
I don't know.
Let's turn on the gas. Then we won't have to wake up in the morning and be bothered. And you can't tell, maybe, but I believe you're scared.
Joe lies down and turns face to the wall petulantly.
Turn on your goddamn gas. I'll show you whether I'm scared.
Nora in an excited whisper.
Oh, Joe!
She closes the window and hangs an old skirt over it, turns on the gas jet and the gas stove on the table, and then comes on tiptoe, trembling, and blows out the candle on the trunk. The stage is completely dark.
Did you turn it on?
Nora gets back into the bed.
Yes, the stove too.
How long will it take?
Not long, I think. I don't know. Don't let's talk about it. Joe, do you think I've got the right to take you with me?
With you? Where?
Now, like this. But I couldn't bear for anybody else to have you, Joe.
Gee, you're trembling. I believe you're scared now.
I'm not scared. I'm just happy.
Happy?
I thought I'd lost you, Joe.
Very long pause.
This is a tough thing to do, all right, kid. You reckon they'll put it in the papers?
I expect so.
Will they put in much? They'll be sure to find out who we was. You got letters and stuff in the trunk.
We weren't anybody much. I expect they've forgotten about us.
They gotta put it in the papers.
They'll put in something. Please don't let's talk about it. Joe. My darling.
Long pause. Joe, with a tremor in his voice.
I don't smell no gas.
It hasn't had time yet. Maybe we won't smell it.
Gee, we got to smell it.
The bed creaks.
I don't smell nothing way down here.
Just wait and you will. It's only been on a minute. Oh, Joe, come on back here. We've only got such a little while.
I'm gonna see what's the matter. Give me a match.
The bed creaks as he gets out.
For heaven's sake, don't strike a match. Might be an explosion.
It can't blow up if you can't smell it.
He finds matches on the trunk and crosses to center stage.
I can smell it over here.
Strikes a match to the gas burner, which lights in a feeble blue flame.
Jeez, the meter's run out on us.
Nora sits up in bed.
The meter? But it can't have run out.
A wave of terror comes over her.
Have you been using the gas nights?
Not but very little.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. I haven't got a quarter to put in it. What can we do?
Nothing, unless we had a quarter.
But that's ridiculous. We've got to do something.
Nah, I guess not.
But, Joe...
Joe, with a note of relief in his voice.
Nah, I guess it wasn't meant for us to kick out tonight, kid.
Gently.
Let's get the window open.
He takes down the old skirt and opens the window. The dawn has come up outside.
Gee, it's daylight.
End of Cocaine by Pendleton King.
Freezing of a Mother-in-Law by Thomas Pemberton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Mr. Whatmuff, Attached to the Past. Read by Greg Giordano.
Ferdinand Swift, his nephew, Attached to Fortune Hunting. Read by Thomas Peter.
Walter Litherland, Attached to Emily Whatmuff. Read by Andrew Gaunce.
Mrs. Whatmuff, Attached to the Memory of Her Parents. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Emily, her daughter, attached to Walter Litherland. Read by Matea Bracic.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. Freezing of a Mother-in-Law by Thomas Pemberton. Scene: Mr. Whatmuff's library. Entrances right and left. At left center a door opening to a cupboard. At right, table with books and a bottle of water on it. A screen stands close to the door right. Walter Litherland and Emily Whatmuff discovered.
And so we must part forever.
For the 13th time, my darling, I must, in reply to that remark of yours, say, I don't see why.
Ah, Walter, you do not know who rules this house.
I may be wrong, but I was always under the impression that your mother did.
Oh, then you do know. I was afraid you would think that my poor father was the master of it.
I know that the house is let to your father, but I confess, my dearest, that I have observed that he has sublet himself to your respected mother.
And she has declared that she will never give her consent to our engagement.
But your father has given his, and that is a great point gained.
It may be a great point, but it is a very useless one. Mamma always has her own way. She pronounced her decision this morning, and when you quit the house today, orders will be given that you are never allowed to enter it again.
Then clearly I must not quit it. I am a great believer in diplomacy, Emily. To go at the present time directly against your revered mother's will would be utterly to lose you. To lose you, my darling, would be far more than to lose my life. Therefore, I have determined to humor your respected parent until the fortunes of war give me an opportunity of ingratiating myself with her. Hush, she approaches. Now, rely upon me, and in every way back me up.
Enter Mrs. Whatmuff, door left. Mrs. Whatmuff, glaring indignantly at Walter.
Still here, sir? I thought you had been instructed by my husband to quit these premises.
Madam, I am much to blame. That the wishes expressed, I am sure, after mature deliberation of Mr. Whatmuff and yourself have been communicated to me, I cannot deny, and yet I linger here.
Linger no longer, sir, but obey our behest.
I am, madam, about to do so, but since this interview with my dear Emily will be my last...
Your dear Emily? By what right, sir, do you speak of my daughter as your dear Emily?
Because, mamma, I have consented.
How, girl? This to my face? To your chamber, miss?
Again, madam, I have to own myself in the wrong. It is your dear Emily to whom I have come to bid a long farewell.
A short farewell, sir, is all that is necessary, and more than I shall allow. My domestics will have instructions to remove you within 5 minutes from this domain. What-ho! There! Cook and serving maid!
Exit Mrs. Whatmuff, door left.
Walter, surely you do not mean to give me up?
My darling, can you doubt me? I shall never give you up, but I am convinced that our only course is to temporize. Your mother is, to say the least of it, arbitrary. But does she not give me a glorious chance of proving the strength of my affection for you?
How, dearest?
I am prepared to marry you, my darling, even during her lifetime.
Enter Mr. Whatmuff, door right.
Oh, Papa, I am in sad trouble. Mamma still withholds her consent.
My dear child, your mother, with the exception of her tongue, has a habit of withholding everything.
And she has ordered Walter to quit the house.
Well, my dear, beyond a not unnatural feeling of envy for Walter, I don't feel that I can express any sentiment on the subject. I have given my consent.
But of what use is it?
Not much, my dear, I must own. But I thought you might derive some comfort from it.
Do you know that Mamma is now giving orders to the cook and housemaid to remove poor Walter by force?
My dear child, it is, I must admit, an extreme measure. But what can I do?
You ought not to brook such treatment.
Dearest love, I don't know what I do brook it, because I never mastered the full meaning of that word. But even if I did, how can I unbrook it?
My dear sir, I think I comprehend your position better than poor Emily does, and indeed I have been trying to persuade her that our better plan is to yield to the storm until it has passed. We must remember the old fable of the oak and the willow.
It has been Mrs. Whatmuff's good fortune to dwell in a perfect grove of willows since the day of her birth. I confess that I have yielded so long that I am limp with yielding.
And I mean to yield only so far as to retain strength for a final spring, and a final growth in a right and firm direction. Come, Emily, be guided by me, and I promise you all shall be well. If I remain here a moment longer, I fear the storm may burst, and at present we are both too oak-like to stand it.
Exeunt Emily and Walter, door right.
That's a remarkably sanguine young man. But then, he's at the sanguine time of life. I was sanguine myself once. Remarkably sanguine. And then I married Mrs. Whatmuff. Or, rather, I should say, she married me. I believe that there is a ceremony which, in polite language, is termed asking the dearly beloved object of your affections the momentous question, and in vulgar parlance is called popping the question. I may honestly say that I neither popped nor momented. Looking back on a long vista of years, I cannot for the life of me remember any period when I was engaged. I only remember being free and being, well, married. Marriage, as they say, are made in heaven. I don't want to be irreverent, but sometimes I can't help wishing that heaven had left me, as the charity cards say, totally unprovided for. But my provision approaches.
Enter Mrs. Whatmuff, door left. Mrs. Whatmuff sits left.
So, Mr. Whatmuff, I find you alone. I am fortunate. Sit down, sir. I repeat, I am fortunate.
Mr. Whatmuff sits right.
My dear, I am very glad to hear it. Fortune, they say, favors the—
A truce, sir, to ribaldry. The time has come when a definite
understanding should exist between us.
My dear, so far as I am concerned, a very definite understanding has existed for a very long time.
Peace, vain scoffer, and hear me. Our daughter, Mr. Whatmough, is of an age to wed.
My love, I am given to understand that she is also of that opinion.
And of this crisis in the life of our only child, you make an opportunity to fly in my face.
Do I, my dear? I was not aware of it.
Do you not directly encourage the advances of a suitor who is to me in every way distasteful?
But, my love, on what grounds? On what grounds?
Grounds, Mr. Whatmough, grounds! You speak of your daughter as though she was so much coffee. Is it not enough that I object to the addresses of this young upstart?
My dear, it is quite enough. I may say that it is more than enough. But what was I to do? I always liked Walter. You know that I dote on Emily. They come to me, tell me that they love each other, and ask for my blessing. I happen to have a blessing by me, and I give it to them.
And without a thought of me, the partner of your joys and sorrows, me, the ruling spirit of your existence. You have no right to dispose of a blessing of your own, Mr. Whatmough. You have not got one. Such a blessing is a curse.
Well, my love, whatever it is, they've got it, and they seem to like it, so far. Well enough, but—
A truce, I say.
A truce, by all means. But as for Walter Litherland—
Walter Litherland never marries a daughter of mine, Mr. Whatmough. It is enough. I have said it. I married to gratify my parents. Emily will marry to gratify me.
My love, may I, with all deference, venture to remind you that your respected and beloved parents were, when I first had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, what may be called no more.
Silence, mocker of the dead! They had gone to their reward, but I lived to obey their wishes.
Oh, and was I one of them?
In the abstract, yes. What did I find you?
My dear, don't allude to that. You did not find me much, but I am not an avaricious man, and as I said at the time, what I looked for in a wife was not so much money as—
Sordid one, ever thinking of your worldly goods. When I ask, what did I find you, I allude to your moral condition. You were a smoker of tobacco. Do you deny it?
I used to enjoy a cigar.
You were a bibber of wine. Was it not so?
A glass of port now and then was very pleasant to me.
It was such as you that my parents hated. It was such as you they loved to reform. It is the custom of some to erect to the memory of their parents costly monuments of marble and gaudy windows of perishable glass. I erected you. Say, have I altered you? Do you smoke now?
I do not.
Where is your cellar of port?
In my cellar. It has remained there, my love, since 20 years ago. You appropriated the key. And it must be in very fine condition.
Aye, you can still think of the condition of your port. Lucky for you that I have thought of your condition. You are a mausoleum, Mr. Whatmough, of which my parents may feel justly proud. Their tomb will not be neglected during the lifetime of their daughter. My decision with regard to Walter Litherland is one more immortelle, woven by loving hands to their memory. You are a mausoleum, Mr. Watmoff.
Exit Mrs. Watmuff, door left.
A mausoleum, am I? I wish they put a railing round me then, and keep me isolated. I'm always being railed at. Why, if I'm regarded from that point of view, can't I be railed in? I haven't the privileges of a family vault. I'm only a common grave, walked over and trampled on by everybody. It's too bad. It would be rough enough on a grave, but on flesh and blood it's outrageous. And when I think of that cellar of port, if I don't wish I was buried with it. How crusty it must be now. As crusty, I expect, as I ought to be, if I only dared to show my teeth.
Enter Ferdinand Swift, door right.
Ferdinand, can I believe my eyes? My dear nephew, I thought you were in America.
America 12 days ago, England today. This is my first call. Glad to see you, Uncle.
And I'm glad to see you, my boy.
They shake hands heartily.
Why have you returned so soon, Ferdinand? I thought you would remain in America until you had made your mark.
My dear uncle, I have made it. If marks were now as they were once the current coin of the realm, you'd find I'd made a considerable number.
My dear boy, I'm very glad to hear it. I always said you would do well. Tell me all about it.
Enter Walter Litherland, door right.
Mr. Watmuff, might I crave one moment?
The scene Swift.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I see you are engaged.
Not at all, not at all. Ferdinand, you must let me introduce to you my friend, Walter Litherland. Walter, this is my nephew, Ferdinand Swift, just returned from America, having made his fortune.
I am very glad to hear it. I must congratulate you, sir.
Oh, not at all. Very glad indeed to know you. Friend of the family must, of course, be a friend of mine.
Quite right, quite right. I must tell you, Ferdinand, that Walter is attached to Emily.
A very sensible man. Very pleasant and appropriate thing, I should say.
You are very good. I wish that all the members of your family were of the same opinion.
What? You don't mean to say that my venerable uncle...
All seated.
Mr. Watmuff is kindness itself, but I regret to say that your aunt...
Not a word, Walter, not a word. I very much regret that she is my aunt. I've regretted it for years, but I've lived her down, and you must live her down. She's one of those women that want living down.
But you were going to tell me about your fortune, Ferdinand.
Perhaps Mr. Swift would like me to withdraw.
Not at all, not in the least. You're one of the family, and as I shall leave all my money to the family, you may as well hear about it. Have a cigar?
Offers cigar case to Litherland. Walter taking one.
Thank you.
Uncle?
Mr. Watmuff taking one.
Thanks, Ferdinand. Yes, I...
Mrs. Watmuff's voice heard without.
What ho there, Emily! Come hither, girl.
Mr. Watmuff drops his cigar.
My dear Ferdinand, I forgot your aunt. She does not like the smell of smoke. In fact, if you don't mind, I think we had better not smoke at present.
Certainly not. My aunt is, after all, one of the family, and by another member of it, family prejudices ought to be observed.
What a good fellow you are, Ferdinand. You deserve a fortune. Now tell us how you have made it.
You have made me very curious, sir, for a fortune is just the thing which I want to make.
My dear sir, it is merely a question of time and tact, and the greater the tact, the less need for time. Mine is a pure case of tact.
I trust the fortune is intact.
Well, no, it isn't, because it is what you may call in futuro. It's got to be made yet, but in more ways than one, it's a dead certainty.
Mr. Whatmuff, who during this conversation keeps on pinching his cigar, smelling it, and otherwise indicating how he would like to smoke it.
It isn't anything to do with mausoleums, is it?
Mausoleums? No. What put that into your head?
Oh, I thought, perhaps, your aunt, finding me too much for herself, might have determined to float me into a company, and had put you on to promote me. All right, go on, Ferdinand.
Business with cigar. Mr. Whatmuff is about to light it, when Mrs. Whatmuff speaks outside. He burns his mouth, etc., ad lib.
Well, I've made an important discovery.
Bravo, Ferdinand.
An inventor. Sir, I congratulate you.
Well, perhaps I ought to say that I've made an important discovery that another fellow has made an important discovery. All the States are wild about it, and as he was an intimate friend of mine and always said he would like to do me a good turn, I, without bothering him about it, noted down the particulars and came over to England to introduce it as my discovery.
How will he like that?
Probably not at all. But inventors and discoverers are proverbially discontented and disappointed men, and he mustn't fight with destiny.
But what is it?
Frost.
Frost?
Exactly. Frost. Frost applied to freezing. Of course you know that a lot of American meat is now shipped to England, much cheaper meat than English meat, and consequently big fortunes to be made out of the process. But it isn't altogether satisfactory, because it's difficult to preserve the meat during the voyage. Goes bad, you know. Gets high and that sort of thing.
High in price, do you mean?
Well, a little bit in that way, perhaps, but decidedly high in another. Very good. To the speculative American mind it becomes, therefore, a matter of conjecture. How is such evil to be overcome? An American with a more than usually speculative and powerful mind gets over the difficulty. Frost.
Frost.
Frost. Liquid discovered which, injected into the air of animal, freezes him pro tem, and suspends the beggar's animation for as long as you please. Freeze and suspend your animal in America. Unfreeze him in England by simple process of another liquid and a warm bath. He lives again. You kill him, and get fresh meat. Important to every man who keeps horse, cow, sheep, or pig. Vide advertisement of company, whose motto is, not lost, but gone before.
All rise.
That hardly strikes me as appropriate, because under the old system the meat usually was gone before...
Before reaching destination. Good. Motto must be altered.
But Ferdinand, surely you are not going into the meat trade?
Certainly not. Mark with small mind. Can't see further than the bare facts stated in preliminary prospectus. My view is to adapt the discovery to the human being.
Impossible. And what would be the good of it?
Ferdinand taking their arms and walking up and down.
Quite possible, and the good of it's simply incalculable. Father of family finds things bad, freezes or suspends animation of family, and puts them on shelves until times mend. Man thinks he ought to give up horses, but doesn't like to sell old favourites. Freezes or suspends their animation till price of hay and corn comes down, and things generally go up. Man has wife who makes things unpleasant at home. Freezes or suspends his animation till she comes round.
There is hardly novelty in that notion. Men before now have, under such circumstances, suspended themselves.
With a rope, yes. But how much better is my plan? A few drops of this colourless liquid.
Producing a bottle.
Injected into lobe of ear of patient will freeze or suspend animation of patient during will of practitioner. Remedy, few drops of another liquid injected into lobe of other ear, and warm bath.
Upon my soul, it's a grand idea.
The great difficulty which you will have to deal with will be to get someone to submit himself to the experiment.
Walter, you're a sharp fellow. You've hit the right nail on the head. That is the difficulty. It is really astounding how blind and how selfish people are in advancing the interests of science. In the States they can't get a soul to try it. and they've got to wait for the first felon.
The first felon?
Yes, first man condemned to death, you know. Then they'll give him his choice. Suspended animation either by rope or patent freezing mixture. If he recovers from the latter, give him his life and liberty.
Then you admit that there is a certain amount of risk attached to the experiment.
I admit nothing of the sort. There isn't the least risk.
Then why do not you submit yourself to the ordeal?
Damn me, sir, don't you understand that as the proprietor of the patent I couldn't safely show anyone how to bring me to life again? There's only one man could do it, and that's the American inventor. And he's such a devilish grasping fellow that when he hears I've brought the thing over here without consulting him, he'd be capable of keeping me suspended indefinitely.
Then how do you mean to proceed?
Look out for a felon. England is the best field for that sort of thing. That's why I came over here. I'm not going to ask any more private individuals. I'm sick of it, and won't give myself the pain of receiving any more refusals. I confess I've buoyed myself up with the hope that I should find a felon in my own family, which would make things easy and pleasant for me. Is there one, Uncle? I said goodbye to a lot of cousins who promised well in that direction.
No, Ferdinand, there isn't one.
Oh, hard lines, because there must be one soon.
But failing a felon, what shall you do?
I see only one course open. I must marry and freeze my wife.
You would have sufficient confidence in the project, sir, to try the experiment on your wife?
Damn me, sir, that's my difficulty. I should have to bring her round again to prove the success of the discovery. I have a perfect horror of matrimony.
Upon my soul, you know, this strikes me as being exceedingly interesting, and I really think that someone ought, in the cause of humanity, to come forward and submit himself to the experiment.
My dear uncle, you charm me. You evidently mean to place yourself in the light of the felon of the family whom I hope to find. And considering that you are not a felon, I really take it very kindly. When shall I inject?
No, Ferdinand. Don't misunderstand me. As a man, and as a father, I don't feel justified in suspending my animation even for a minute. No one knows what might happen during that minute. It might be necessary to realize an investment, or to endorse a check, or, in fact, I couldn't forgive myself if anything went wrong while I was indulging in the mere gratification of a whim. But it has struck me that your aunt—
My aunt? We couldn't hit on a better subject. I should inject my fluid into the lobe of the right ear. I should light a cigar, and by the time the cigar was finished, I should think of injecting the other fluid into the lobe of the left ear, and of resuscitating the patient.
Oh, you would light a cigar, would you?
Well, yes, I think so.
And naturally you would ask me to smoke with you?
Well, yes, naturally.
Ferdinand, do you like a glass of good wine with a cigar?
Well, naturally, yes.
Ferdinand, I feel that it is my duty to help you in this worthy enterprise. I have explained why I cannot myself become a subject for your experiments. But I do think that your aunt—
My dear uncle, do you think you could induce her?
For heaven's sake, do not talk of inducement, or you will spoil all. I say advisedly all. It must be done by compulsion, or say, rather, tact.
Certainly, uncle. Say, rather, tact. Only tell me how to show tact.
Listen, your aunt has lately, to do her justice, suffered from neuralgia. In common with the majority of her sex, she is willing to try any absurd remedy which is suggested to her. Tell her that a drop of your fluid, injected into the lobe of the right ear, will cure neuralgia, and she will take it like a lamb.
Best of uncles, this is glorious. How shall I thank you?
I only make one condition.
And that is?
Don't unsuspend her until the smell of your cigar, has passed off.
I give you my word.
And remember, I am only induced to make this temporary sacrifice of my own happiness in the interests of science.
And of your nephew?
Ferdinand, I promised your mother that I would always do what I could to further your interests. Let us go and find my wife.
Exeunt Ferdinand and Mr. Wotmuff, door right.
That seems to be a very enterprising and pushing young gentleman, and one likely to make his way in the world. But what a shocking old villain my future father-in-law turns out to be. He really seems to relish the idea of performing this awful experiment on his unfortunate wife. She may be a trying woman, but she doesn't deserve to run such a risk as this. Now what am I to do? Clearly I can't be an accomplice in this sort of thing, freezing my mother-in-law. And equally clearly I must put a stop to it, but the difficulty is, how am I to do it without offending old Mr. Wotmuff, who is my only friend in the house?
Notices that Swift has left his bottle on table.
An idea strikes me. If I could only have a moment with Mrs. Wotmuff, I might tell her, and so ingratiate myself with her.
Enter Mrs. Wotmuff, door left.
Still here, sir? Was not my mandate sufficiently clear to you?
My dear Mrs. Wotmuff, I am indeed lucky to meet you at this moment, and we may both be thankful that I did not leave the house when you told me.
How, sir? I do not comprehend you. You speak in parables.
I speak in great haste, madam, and I beg of you to listen to me. Every moment is of vital importance, and I do not hesitate to say that your life may depend on hearing me.
My life, sir? I do not dread death, young man. My parents dreaded it not. It came, and they accepted it. And so, in due season, shall I accept it.
But, Mrs. Wotmuff, it may come to you in very undue season. To be brief with you, I have discovered that at this very moment, in this very house, a horrible plot is being concocted which may cost you your life.
A plot? How say you? And who, then, are the conspirators?
You have a nephew named Ferdinand Swift.
A hare-brained adventurer. He is in the other hemisphere.
He has returned, and is in this house. He has brought with him some wild American invention with which he proposes to make his fortune. Do you see this bottle?
I observe a phial, sir.
This bottle contains a fluid which will, so says your nephew, if injected into the ear, freeze or suspend the animation of the subject so operated on until another fluid injected into the other ear restores life. The difficulty is to persuade anyone to submit himself to so hazardous an experiment, but he has so excited the curiosity of Mr. Wotmuff that he has consented that you should be subjected.
He has consented. I gather, sir, that my consent would also be necessary.
Here comes the base part of it. You are not to be told. Swift is to suggest that you should use his precious fluid as a remedy for neuralgia. For heaven's sake, refuse to use it, for anyone who does would do so at the peril of his life. Goodbye, madam. I believe that my warning is a timely one, and I am thankful to be the means of rendering you this small service.
Exit door right. Walter Litherland, who immediately returns and hides behind screen, unnoticed by Mrs. Wotmuff.
A timely warning, truly. I feel as one in a trance. I have long doubted the fidelity of Mr. Wotmuff. I have long understood the duplicity of his character, but I had not thought him capable of such vile machinations as these. Cold-blooded miscreants! They would suspend my animation, would they? Oh, Mr. Wotmuff, you must read a bitter lesson for this. It would be hard for me to take part in a masquerade, but the memory of my parents demands this immortelle from me.
takes up the bottle, empties it of its contents, and fills it up with a bottle of water which is on table.
Yes, I will affect to be deceived by your blandishments, and you shall think that you have succeeded in your most vile purpose. Shades of my parents, hover near me, and protect your daughter in the Juliet-like ordeal through which she is about to pass.
Enter Mr. Whatmuff and Ferdinand Swift, door right.
Oh, there you are, my dear. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to tell you Ferdinand Swift had unexpectedly arrived in England.
And I need hardly say, my dear aunt, that my first desire was to come and pay my respects to you.
You are welcome, nephew.
I think you'll say that again, my dear, when you hear of what Ferdinand has brought with him. You must know that he is the bearer to England of, and is about to introduce to this country a most extraordinary remedy. For what do you think?
How should I hazard a conjecture, Mr. Whatmuff?
For neuralgia. There, isn't that good news?
It would indeed be a boon, could some efficacious specific be found to war with that most terrible disorder.
My dear aunt, it has been found. It may seem a curious thing to say, but when I inquired after your health, which of course I did the moment I came into the house, and my uncle told me that you suffered from neuralgia, I was positively glad to know that I could be the happy means of at once and permanently relieving you from all pain.
If what you say is true, nephew, you would be a benefactor to suffering humanity. You should deem yourself very fortunate to be such an instrument.
My dear aunt, I do think myself fortunate. To be running about from morning to night, as I am, continually relieving my fellow creatures from the excruciating pangs of neuralgia, makes life one long summer's day of happiness. It makes me so light-hearted that I am always singing, or humming, or whistling, and so I am known among my friends as the musical instrument.
And what, may I ask, is your remedy?
The simplest thing in the world. You take...
Feeling in his pocket for bottle.
Hello, by Jove!
A seen bottle on table.
Ah, yes, to be sure, I left it here. You take 2 or 3 drops of this colourless fluid, make the smallest of punctures in the lobe of the right ear, inject it, and the pain goes as if by magic. If you are suffering now, aunt.
I am always suffering.
Oh, then let me try.
Yes, my dear, let Ferdinand try.
It is your wish that I should do so, Mr. Whatmuff?
My dear, of course it is. I would give anything to see you free from pain.
It is enough. My husband's wish is law to me.
To Ferdinand.
Apply your remedy, sir.
With pleasure.
Brings down large easy-chair. Walter, aside, appearing from behind screen at back.
I am glad I made up my mind to see through this. Upon my soul, I'm beginning to admire Mrs. Whatmuff. What ruffians these men are!
Now, my dear aunt, sit in this chair and lean back. You will soon be free from pain.
Yes, my love, do just as Ferdinand tells you, and you will soon be free from pain.
Ferdinand operating.
All that you will feel is one sharp prick in the lobe of the ear. There. I haven't even drawn blood. Now for the bottle.
As the water is applied, Mrs. Whatmuff becomes gradually stiff and rigid. Finally, her eyes close, her hands drop, and she appears to be lifeless.
Pretty process, isn't it?
Beautiful. How calm she is. I never saw her calmer.
No, and I don't suppose you ever will again.
Ferdinand, I wouldn't have her hear me for the world, but I have an awful time of it with this woman.
I don't doubt you. I've always considered my aunt as the most unpleasant person of my acquaintance.
Lights a cigar.
Smoke, uncle.
Thanks, Ferdinand.
Lights a cigar.
Ah, that's real enjoyment. That's the first cigar I've smoked since I married your aunt. She never would let me. Would it bring her to, if I blew some smoke in her face, Ferdinand?
Not at all. Only the infallible mixture will restore her.
Mr. Whatnuff blows smoke of cigar into Mrs. Whatmuff's face.
There. That's done me a lot of good, Ferdinand. And now we'll have a glass of wine.
Puts his hand into Mrs. Whatmuff's pocket and produces key.
She pocketed the cellar key on our wedding day, Ferdinand, and has kept it ever since. But, by gad, I'll have a duplicate made now.
Quite right. But before you get the wine, let's put the old woman away somewhere. In the first place, she isn't a pleasant sight, and in the second place, if anyone came in, they might be startled. Where shall she go?
Mr. Whatmuff pointing to cupboard.
I should like to put her in the coal hole. Would that cupboard do?
The very thing. Lend me a hand with her. You must do this part of the business carefully. That's the one objection to the process. A frozen body like this would break to pieces if you dropped it, and you don't want that.
I don't see why I shouldn't. She's often boasted of having broken me.
They carry Mrs. Whatmuff into cupboard and close the door on her.
And now come, Ferdinand, and give me a light in the cellar.
Exit Ferdinand Swift and Mr. Whatmuff, door right. Mrs. Whatmuff appearing at door of cupboard.
Varlets! I say, oh, that the spirits of my parents should witness this day! For some wives it is ordained that their husbands shall, so to speak, fly in their faces. My most miserable husband has smoked in mine. Bitterly shall he rue it. My thanks are indeed due to that worthy young man, whom I fear I have misjudged, who apprised me of my danger. Otherwise I might now be a stark and frozen body. By keeping open the door of this cupboard, I can hear all that goes on, and I shall be an interested witness of the junketings which now take place.
Retires into cupboard. Walter appearing cautiously from behind screen.
Fortune favors me. This is glorious. She already thinks she has misjudged me. Emily, my darling, I foresee that you will be mine.
Crosses and goes off door left. Enter door right Mr. Whatmuff and Ferdinand Swift, each carrying a decanter of wine. Both are smoking.
Aha! The coast is clear.
Ferdinand filling a glass of wine and eyeing it.
And so is the wine.
Drinks.
Put the bottles on this table, Ferdinand, and bring 2 chairs. Now we will try and make the best of things until we have your dear aunt with us again.
Drinks.
It is a good glass of wine, isn't it, Ferdinand?
Excellent. Does every credit to your judgment.
Ah, you were almost a baby when I laid it down, Ferdinand, and it's never been disturbed. I can assure you, my dear boy, I've passed whole days in picturing to myself its condition, and wondering who would be lucky enough to drink it. This is really a wonderful discovery of yours. You see, your aunt.
Oh, I know. Have another cigar?
Thank you, Ferdinand. I don't mind if I do. It's a sin to smoke with such good wine as this. But, you see, I must make hay while the sun shines. The fact is, your aunt—
Don't speak of it, uncle. Don't speak of it. I quite understand it. But after all, you're not the only man with a skeleton in the cupboard.
A skeleton? If she only was, Ferdinand. If she only was.
Drinks another glass of wine.
My dear uncle, if you talk in that wild and heartless way, I shall begin to think that you take quite another view of the objects of my experiment.
Drinks.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. But I must confess that it's a pleasant thing to have things quiet like this.
Drinks.
Oh, it's quite evident that you appreciate it. Well, I must say your tone rather relieves me. I am delighted with the success of the first part of my experiment. She went off beautifully. Now, if the second part should go wrong, and I don't succeed in pulling her together again, I can see you won't so much mind.
My dear Ferdinand, don't speak in that horrible way. Surely you have no doubts.
Well, of course, I'm like all experimentalists. I may fail. You'll please to bear in mind that I was very particular in getting your consent before I made the venture.
Venture? Fail? What do you mean? I certainly gave my consent, but you said it was a dead certainty.
And so it will be, in one way or the other, a dead certainty.
Great heaven! Then do you mean to tell me that you think it possible that you may be unable to thaw my wife?
Well, yes. It's on the cards.
You're very cool over it.
So's she. That's the beauty of the system.
But what shall I do?
Keep her frozen and finish your wine. Bless your soul, uncle, I'll see you through it.
Yes, Ferdinand, you will. I am sure of it. If there should be any trouble, you'll see me through it.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant I'd see you through your wine. Your health, uncle.
Drinks.
Ferdinand, in heaven's name, do not trifle with such a subject as this. Have you reflected what, if anything happened to your aunt, I should be?
The very man I want. The first felon. I should immediately apply to the state for permission to continue my researches.
Ferdinand, for pity's sake, keep me in suspense no longer. Produce your remedy. Where, oh, where is your antidote?
Where, oh, where is my doting auntie? Pretty play upon words, isn't it? Have another glass of wine.
Drinks.
No more wine for me. I have drunk my last glass of wine, and I have smoked my last cigar. Never did I anticipate such horrors as now consume me. Ferdinand, if you have any pity for an old man—
My dear uncle, I can see I'm going too far. You shouldn't give me such good wine, and so develop my propensities for practical joking. We'll thaw the old woman at once.
My dear boy, how you relieve me! Yes, at once, at once. Never mind the smell of smoke in the decanters. Compared to my present feelings, her abuse will be a perfect treat.
Ferdinand feeling his pockets.
Hello.
What's the matter?
Well, don't be alarmed, but I seem to have mislaid the other bottle.
Not the antidote?
Well, yes. Don't agitate yourself. But I can't find it.
For God's sake, Ferdinand, keep yourself cool and think. My unfortunate wife's life, and for the matter of that, mine, depends upon you. Think, where have you put it?
I don't know. Of course, I thought I put it in my pocket, but it isn't there.
Miserable young man, what have you done? Where is it?
Well, if I haven't left it at the hotel where I stayed last night.
Yes, if you haven't left it there.
Why, I must have left it in America.
In America? Then all is lost.
No, it isn't. Now, calm yourself, uncle. I must confess that I've got you into a bit of a mess. But it's all in the interest of science, you know. I'll go to the hotel at once and try and find my bottle. And if it isn't there, I'll give up all my prospects in England and travel to America as quickly as I can, and come back as quickly as I can with another bottle.
And in the meantime, what am I to do?
Oh, your duty is quite clear. You must take care of the body. And I'd advise you to be devilish cautious that no one catches sight of it. Who can tell how you might be misunderstood?
Ferdinand, you are driving me mad. Do you mean to say that while you are taking a journey to America and returning, I am to remain here guarding over your poor aunt's body?
My dear uncle, be a philosopher. As you very properly said just now, there is a skeleton in every man's cupboard.
Damn, sir, yes. I've had a skeleton long enough, and I've done my best to bear it. But I never expected my cupboard to contain a frozen wife, and under the circumstances, I don't know how to conduct myself."
"Be a man, and finish the port."
"But how am I to explain her absence to other people?"
"Confound it, uncle, you've no imagination. Say she's gone out for a walk."
"And supposing your ship is wrecked, and you and your damned bottle go to the bottom?"
"In that case, uncle, I can only wish you well, and believe me, I will do so. I won't worry you any more now, for your hands are full, and you will like to be left alone to form your own plans. Farewell. If I'm not back with the bottle in 10 minutes, think of me on my way to America."
Exit Ferdinand Swift, door right.
What a heartless ruffian! How easily he takes it all, and how little he feels for me. How different are our lots. He goes to America. I have to remain here in this awful house, with this dread mystery locked up in a cupboard. If anything happens, it is he who is guilty, and not I, and yet I dare not interfere with his departure, for my only chance depends upon his safe return with the antidote. And how am I to pass the time until he does return? What schemes must I not invent to Emily and the servants to account for the prolonged absence of Mrs. Whatmuff? How am I to explain away the continually locked cupboard? There can be no earthly chance for me. Mrs. Whatmuff will be missed, will be searched for, will be found, and long before that wretched nephew of mine returns with her restorative, she will be in her grave, and I shall have been hung as her murderer. As these and 1,000 other horrible results of my mad act rush through my disordered mind, my brain is on fire, and I feel that I am going mad. One chance, and only one, remains to me. Ferdinand may find the remedy at his hotel. If so, he and my poor wronged wife will want a warm bath. Thank goodness, there is one thing I can do. I will go and see that the water is hot."
Exit Mr. Whatmuff, door right. Mrs. Whatmuff appears at door of cupboard.
Poor conscience-stricken imbecile! Oh, my parents, what must you have thought during the last half-hour? Teach me in the future how to deal with this most miserable and misguided of men.
Walter Litherland and Emily enter door left, talking.
"Yes, Emily, I must say farewell."
Mrs. Whatmuff aside.
How, he here again? Now I can learn the real sentiments of these young people. I do not forget the timely warning of the young man, and shall be glad to find that he has been misjudged. My parents, I thank you for the opportunity thus vouchsafed me.
Mrs. Whatmuff retires into the cupboard. Walter aside to Emily.
"It's all right. She's still there. I heard her."
Aloud.
"Let us sit, dearest."
Places 2 chairs close to the cupboard.
"And I will explain to you all that I mean, all that I feel."
Walter, I will do so, because I know that our parting is at hand. Otherwise, after my dear mother's expressed wish that we should see each other no more, I could not have consented to converse alone with you.
Your tender allusion to your mother, Emily, makes my task a comparatively easy one. I confess that my object in seeking this interview was that I might tenderly and devotedly bid you farewell.
I knew it. Something in your manner, Walter, told me it was to be so. Though my heart will break at our parting, I shall know that it is only some wise purpose which induces you to leave me.
Emily, it is right that I should tell you all. You have alluded to your mother. You know that in the first delirium of my love for you I was inclined, God forgive me, to resent the manifest objections which that honored lady showed towards my pretensions. Hot-headed fool that I was, Emily, I cruelly misjudged her. I thought that her objections were mere prejudices. Circumstances have since come to my knowledge which have convinced me that, though we cannot yet quite see why, she is right, and that, distress us as it may, we are in duty bound to bow before her greater experience, and to yield to her wisely dispensed commands.
Walter, an inward voice tells me that you are right. Without asking why, we ought to acquiesce in her views. Sometimes I fear that my poor mother's life is not so happy as it should be.
Indeed it is not. Your father... But no, I can at least spare you the pain of that sad story. We are both familiar with your dear mother's loving and tender allusions to the memory of her parents. May you, in years to come, enjoy the same proud privilege. May I, when old and grey-headed, at least be able to think that I left my Emily in that luxury, a lifelong legacy. And now, my dearest, I shall kiss you once, and bid you a last good-bye.
No, Walter, you will not kiss me. At such a season as this, when we have agreed to part, such an act would be, on your part, unmanly, on mine, unmaidenly. I will open the street door for you. More I cannot do.
Exeunt Walter and Emily, door left. Mrs. Wotmuth again appears at door of cupboard.
Oh, most excellent young man! Oh, most dutiful of daughters! You have indeed earned the blessing of your mother, and straightway you shall have it. I will to them, and delay his departure.
Exit Mrs. Wotmuth, door left. Enter Mr. Wotmuth, door right, carrying 2 cans of hot water.
I thought it would never boil, and yet I was boiling over all the time. Oh, what a hideous time this is! But I have made up my mind. I can bear this no longer. And, antidote or no antidote, I shall try and thaw the poor thing with hot water. My poor darling.
Opens cupboard door and finds it empty. He sinks with a shriek into the nearest chair.
Oh, horror, horror, horror! The body has been discovered and removed. All is over now. I am indeed undone.
Enter Ferdinand Swift, door right.
Undone? Not a bit of it. Overdone, I should say, from the look of you. Don't be an old lunatic. Pull yourself together. Look here.
Shaking him.
It's all right. I've found my other bottle. Here it is. She'll be herself again in a few minutes.
She won't, Ferdinand. It's all over. The body has been discovered and removed.
Ferdinand having rushed to cupboard and inspected it.
Good gracious! Oh, this is most serious. What infernal carelessness! Who did it, and who allowed it to be done? Do you know, you demented old ass, that in that state my poor aunt was as brittle as glass, and if she's been dropped, or even knocked up against anything, or for the matter of that, even jolted, she would break into 10,000 pieces. Who's to blame for this, I should like to know?
Oh, I know, Ferdinand. I am. I am what you came to England to look out for, the first felon. Freeze me as quickly as you can, and if you have any sympathy for me, keep me frozen.
Enter door left Mrs. Wotmuth, Walter, and Emily. Mrs. Wotmuth is walking between them, and has an arm round the waist of each.
Hello, here is the body. Now, who on earth has done this?
My wife, alive and well. Oh, joy, joy, joy!
Well, upon my soul, it takes very little to make you happy. What I want to know is...
Peace, assassin, and you...
To Mr. Wotmuth.
Malefactor. Peace, I say.
No, but hang it, this is a serious matter to me. It's a direct infringement on my patent. That's what it is. Who brought you round? Sentiment is sentiment, but damn me, justice is justice. And I mean to know who brought you round, and then prosecute him.
Silence, miscreant. I have not, as you put it, been brought round, because your vile scheme having been frustrated, I was never rendered insensible. The liquid in your life-destroying phial, Ferdinand Swift, was cast away by these hands, and pure and innocent water took its place.
Then you never were frozen?
Only so far as genuine horror can freeze.
But you went off.
It was a masquerade.
What? Do you mean to say that you were sensible all the time, that...
I was conscious the entire period. I was conscious, Mr. Whatmoff, when you were gloating and exulting over what you believed to be my lifeless body.
Mr. Whatmuff sinks in chair and buries his face in his hands.
Oh, don't! Spare me! Spare me!
I was conscious, Mr. Whatmuff, when you abstracted from my pocket the key of the cellar.
Oh, don't!
I heard you, Mr. Whatmuff, express your determination to possess yourself of a duplicate to that key.
Mr. Whatmuff groans.
I heard you descend to the wine vaults, and was conscious of your return with beakers and flagons containing wine.
Mr. Whatmuff groans.
I was conscious of the vile odour of tobacco pervading these rooms, which hitherto I had kept free from such pollution. And, mark this well, Mr. Whatmuff, I was more than conscious when the smoke from your cigar, ejected from your lips, designedly suffused my countenance.
Oh, this is too much! Ferdinand, do me a kindness. You are on the lookout for someone who does not object to be frozen. In the interests of science, I'm quite prepared to immolate myself. Freeze me, and I'll bless you as long as you keep me frozen.
Mrs. Whatmuff approaching Emily and Walter.
Lastly, I was conscious when these dear ones
Embraces them.
revealed themselves to me in their true colours, and I learned that it was consistent with my duty to my parents to give them my blessing.
I need not tell you, Papa, how happy this makes me.
I'm very glad, my dear, to know that one member of the family is likely to be happy. Now, Ferdinand, I'm quite ready. Freeze me.
With pleasure. You will feel one sharp prick in the lobe.
Hold, hateful trifler, with the sacred laws of nature. Is such a man as that fit to be frozen? I will freeze you when we are alone, sir. Ah, sad it is, when the old must be taught by the young, and that the daughter's lot should be happier than the mother's.
To Emily.
And yet, my child, I do not grudge you your happiness, and am glad at heart to think that you will have a husband who declined to take part in the diabolical scheme for freezing his mother-in-law.
Curtain. End of Freezing a Mother-in-Law by Thomas Pemberton.
Act 6 of One-Act Play Collection, number 16, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Isosceles by Walter Ben Hare. Characters:
Jim Lyons, read by Greg Giordano.
Paul Verdier, read by Todd.
Reba Lyons, read by Krista Zaleski.
Stage directions read by Wayne Cook. Scene: an elaborate living room of an apartment house in a large city in the Middle West. The decorations and hangings are in shades of gold and brown. Library table stands down right, elaborate reclining chairs right center and down left. To the left of this latter chair and near the right entrance, there is a nook, closed on 3 sides and open in front, used as a telephone booth. Near the chair down left is a taboret on which lies a fancy box containing the remains of 5 pounds of chocolates and a vanity bag. Center door entrance with hall visible beyond. Entrance right with a practical door to slam. Bay window in flat at left. Library furniture and palms ad libitum. Time mid-afternoon. Lights on full throughout the play. At rise, Reba Lyons is discovered lolling an easy chair down left. She is a large, beautiful woman with dull gold hair, and although she is not stout, 10 years hence, when she will be 40, there is every evidence that she will be a seeker after the specialists. She is dressed in the skirt of an old gold coat suit. The coat has been removed, however, and she is taking every comfort in a lace upper garment with elbow sleeves and cut slightly low in the neck. She opens the vanity bag and lazily takes out a small hand mirror. She regards her image thoughtfully, and, evidently pleased with the effect, smiles pleasantly. She replaces the mirror in the bag, and, carefully selecting a huge chocolate from the box, leans back and nibbles daintily. Electric bell rings. Steps are heard, and then an outer door, not visible, is opened and closed. Reba does not change her position. Slight pause, and then the voice of Paul Verdier is heard at back right.
Thank you, Crane.
He enters center door. He is a handsome young chap of about 26, slim and dark, rather carelessly dressed with a flowing black crepe Windsor tie. He carries a cluster of violets. Reba, still lolling down left, smiles and holds out her hand. Verdier grasps it eagerly.
Reba, alone?
Kisses her hand.
Where's your husband?
I haven't seen him today. He's out with the Van Sickle crowd again. He knows the very thought of that boat gives me the mal de mer. That's the reason he's so fond of it.
How beautiful you are today. You are my sun, Reba. My warm golden sun, shining through the fog of the world's indifference. All afternoon I've been walking in the cold mist, waiting for this moment, longing for the warmth of your smile, the gleam of your wonderful hair.
He attempts to take her in his arms.
I wish you wouldn't, Paul. I'm so unhappy today.
Unhappy? You should never be unhappy. Your whole life, every moment, should be one uninterrupted joy.
Reba, sighing contentedly.
You are so sympathetic. You understand my temperament.
See, I have brought you a little bunch of violets. I found them underneath a bench in the park. They have been neglected by the gardener, forgotten. They typified you, alone, neglected, abused by...
No, he doesn't abuse me.
Petulantly.
But he thinks he has the perfect right to do as he pleases with my money. I won't stand that. He bought 20 shares of Tarantula last week, directly against Poppy's advice. Jim never had a business head. And Poppy, well, Israel Cohen doesn't often make mistakes. Jim thinks he knows it all. I've put a stop to it, though. After this, I'll make my own investments.
Eats the chocolate rather viciously.
Can't you see, Reba? that a man like Jim Lyons could never understand you, never appreciate your finer nature, or help you realize your beautiful ideals?
I know it. Poppy always says that as far as money is concerned, I'm the man of the family.
And then your dreams, your purple dreams waiting to be quickened into thought. Can he appreciate your dreams?
He can't appreciate my temperament. He doesn't like music or poetry or sculpture. His only ambition is to be funny, to write a few foolish songs and 50 pages of trash and call it musical comedy.
Mournfully.
Then he reads it to me.
Sniffs.
Oh, Paul, even you don't realize all I suffer.
I know. Some day when the white violets are blooming, and our own south wind calling gently, magnolia-throated, I'm going to drive you away in your car, and we'll mix with the sweet air and white wind in the land of love's delight. It's a wonderful country, Reba, of life, the bright, warm life of eternal youth and love.
Reba selects a very large chocolate and begins to nibble as he encircles her with his arm.
And we'll live there together, just you and I, with never a thought of the world outside. You'll go with me, dear heart? Say that you'll go.
His face is very close to hers, and she does not resist as he, with passionate eagerness, attempts to press his lips on hers. Suddenly she chews. Her mouth is filled with chocolate. He draws away and, disengaging himself gently, takes the box of chocolates from her and, crossing to the other side of the stage, puts it on the table. She watches him languidly.
It is not right for you to talk to a married woman like that.
Verdier at center.
You have no right to be married without your soulmate's love.
How do you know that Jim doesn't love me?
By his every attitude, his neglect. Where is he now? Out on the lake with his men friends? Maybe with ladies?
No, Jim doesn't care for other women.
Well, he neglects you. He should be here to devote every second of his time to you, to idolize you by day, dream of you by night.
You understand me so well.
Misses the chocolates and looks for them.
This can't go on any longer. My devotion to you has never changed. I came here at your husband's invitation, determined to steel my heart against its love for you. I saw you yesterday for the first time in 5 years. You were the golden incarnation of all my youthful dreams. You cared for me once, Reba. You still care for me. You are mine. Mine now and for all eternity.
He starts to embrace her. She rises.
Don't, Paul, don't. You take advantage of my temperament. But it's all true. My husband does neglect me. Me, to whom he owes all his success. I paid his bills when I married him. I produced his first play. Yes, and lost money on it, too. $8,000. He's not even grateful for what I have done. Just because I don't laugh at his stupid jokes, he neglects me. And I don't move in any better society now than I did before. He doesn't run with his own set, but has taken up with a lot of men, actors and writers and musicians who never care for society.
With increasing intensity.
He neglects me. He's a strange man who I don't know. I'm just a source of money supply. I'm a doll, a plaything. I'm like Mrs. Fisk in the doll's house. Jim doesn't appreciate me.
Crosses to table right and takes up box of chocolates dramatically.
He's gone too far. It's all gone too far. Do you see that door, Paul Verdier?
Points to the practical door.
That's just like Mrs. Fisk's door in the play.
Opens door.
I'm going to open it like that someday, and I'll go through it just like she did, and slam it.
Slams it.
I'll leave him.
Sinks into chair right center and eats chocolate. Verdier crossing to her eagerly.
And come with me. We'll go to the land of the sleeping waters and float upon the sea's breast of blue and turquoise. In the old days I worshipped you.
You left me. You didn't show this appreciation of my temperament then.
I was poor. How poor even you never suspected. Do you remember the garden with the lily pond at Magnolia Hall, where you used to play with your dolls? I would come to the iron fence and watch you, a golden princess, in a garden of enchantment. Then the night we met.
The charity ball. I cut 6 dances for you.
The old boathouse, the silver crescent moon kissing the lake, the south wind kissing the jasmine.
And you kissing me?
I learned to love the world that night. You gave me your heart with your kisses.
It was my temperament.
It was yourself, your golden responsive self. Then the moon drifted from the lake, and the wind drifted from the jasmine.
And you drifted from me.
The next day I was sane. What had I, Paul Verdier, penniless, son of old drunken Joe Verdier, to do with Rebecca Cohen, the richest girl of the Carolinas? People said that you were engaged to Jim. Everything seemed hopeless. I was a coward and left you. But now that I see you again, Rubba, I want you. Love must conquer all. Give me a chance. Say you'll go with me.
Sits on the arm of her chair. Reba, after a slight pause, throws her arms around his neck.
Paul!
She kisses him. Enter Jim Lyons, center door, hurriedly. Jim, standing fixed at center at the scene, then speaks in a threatening voice.
Reba!
Jim, my God!
Mechanically eats a chocolate. Jim, strained voice.
Go to your room. Get out. I want to speak to this cur alone.
I won't do it. You forget yourself, Jim Lyons. How dare you speak to me like that? Whose apartments are these? If you have anything to say it here and now.
She has risen and confronts him right center. Verdier crosses down right.
Anything to say? Do you think I am going to be silent? Do you think that I am going to stand here and let this snake that I have warmed at my hearth fire make love to my wife?
Verdier makes movement towards him. Reba intercepts him.
I introduced you into my house as a friend, and return and find my wife in your arms. What have you to say for yourself?
Verdier, confronting him angrily. Reba sinks in chair and hides face in hands, but peeks through fingers.
I'll tell you.
Don't speak. Don't try to explain anything. I want no explanations. We'll not quarrel and fight like a couple of street Arabs. I'll not throw you down the stairs. But there must be a decision made at once.
Verdier shrugs shoulders and crosses to left.
Reba, do you love this man?
Reba raising head. Jim quickly interrupting.
You do. I see it in your eyes. You, the only woman in the world I have ever loved.
Brokenly.
Reba, you've broken my heart.
Reba sniffing.
Don't, Jim. Don't.
Go with him. If I can't have your heart, your love, and your life, for God's sake, go and leave me alone. I know what it is to be alone. But after you have gone, after you have deserted me, I'll go to the dogs as fast as I can. Sometimes I'll dream of the woman who once was mine, of the home I have lost.
Reba sobbing.
I can't bear it, Jim. I can't bear it. I'll not leave you. I'll not go.
Rises and clings to him. Jim quickly.
Yes, you will. Do you think that I want you when you love another man? Out of my sight. I've done with you forever.
Sinks in chair and buries his face in arms.
Do you hear him, Reba? He casts you off.
I found you in his arms. You, the woman I loved and trusted, on whose honor I would have staked my life. Go!
You want me to go?
Come.
I will go. I'll leave you, Jim Lyons. I'll go. No man can talk about my honor.
Exit right, banging door. Verdier, after a pause.
I suppose you will consent to a divorce?
Don't talk to me. It's all I can do to keep calm. You've won and I've lost. Take her and go.
Verdier, crossing to Hall and getting hat, then coming suddenly down center.
Jim Lyons, why did you ever ask me to come here?
Jim, looking up quickly, slight pause.
That's what I ask myself. Why?
You knew that I loved your wife, that I understood her temperament. You neglected her.
Jim, with a sneer.
Why didn't you try to win her 5 years ago?
5 years ago I was poor, and she was rich.
Jim, dryly.
She is still rich.
You mean?
Slight pause, and then suddenly.
I'll not do it.
Jim, quickly.
Not do what?
I wronged you, Lyons. She's your wife in the sight of God and man. I'll sacrifice myself for her. I'll leave her for you. You can win her love again. Goodbye.
Starts up. Jim, in a rage.
What?
Rushes at Verdier, drags him down center, much against his will. Verdier struggles.
You shan't go away.
Don't you understand? I am sacrificing my very heart and soul, my life, my love. Goodbye.
Struggles. Jim, unable to hold him longer, stands before the door and cries,
Reba!
Reba enters from right, fully dressed with coat and large yellow hat.
Why did you call me? Do you want to insult me again? Or do you want to borrow some more of my money?
Verdier protestingly.
Reba.
Reba, paying no attention.
You'll never have another chance.
Takes candy box and, crossing to practical door, opens it.
I'm tired of living with a man who doesn't know me, whom I don't know. I'll no longer live in a doll's house.
Dramatically.
I'm going to close the door like Mrs. Fisk.
But, Reba.
Reba, seizing him.
I'll go with you, to live in your land of love's delight. The highway of love is beckoning me. Come.
She sweeps Verdier out of practical door and slams it dramatically. Jim, seated right center, staring in front of him with tense, fixed look. Pause. The outer door slams. A great change passes over his face. Heaves a sigh of relief, then smiles broadly, then laughs, then in uncontrolled laughter lies back in chair with his sides shaking.
The land of love's delight. Poor Verdier, and he's a poet, too. A poet. And Reba.
Enters telephone booth.
Hello, Central 6722, Party X, Green.
Pause.
Number 6722. Yes, thank you.
Pause. Reba enters hurriedly, crossing to her room at right and exits.
Hello, Jake?
Pause.
No, I want Mr. J. Van Sickle. Is this 6722, Party X, Green? Oh, wrong number. Beg pardon. Hello, Central? Central. For heaven's sake, what the... Hello, Central? Yes, you made a mistake. I wanted 6722, Party X, Green.
Re-enter Reba from right with two enormous jewel caskets. She hurriedly examines jewels at table and locks each box.
Hello, Jake. This is Jim. Everything's all right. The scheme worked to a fare thee well. Reba has left for good.
Reba hears, pauses, comes near Booth and listens.
Can you put me up on a boat tonight?
Pause.
Great! The very thing. We can sail tomorrow. Ready? Why, I'm ready now.
Pause.
Sure, it's settled. No trouble at all. The slickest thing I ever did.
Pause.
Congratulations. Much obliged. I'm going to write a book. How to Get Rid of a Wife. I'll be with you in an hour. You've got to promise, though, that you won't see a woman's face on the whole trip.
Pause.
Sure thing. Goodbye.
Comes from the booth and is confronted by Reba, standing center like a goddess of vengeance, her breast heaving. Reba in a hollow voice.
It was a trick?
Jim, nonplussed.
Why did you come back?
Reba, holding up the jewel casket while the storm gathers.
I'm glad I did come back. It has shown you in your true despicable nature, Jim Lyons. I hate you. Paul is there waiting, the man that I love, the man who loves me. But do you think I am going with him? No, Jim Lyons, I am going to stay right here. I'll show you how to get rid of a wife. I'm here, and not all the world can take you from me.
Crosses quickly to Booth. Rings. Jim watches apprehensively.
Hello, Central? Please give me 6722, Party X, green.
Exit Jim Wright very quietly.
Hello, is this Mr. Van Sickle? This is Mrs. Jim Lyons. Yes, Reba Lyons. Reba Cohan Lyons.
Pause.
Oh, yes, I'm at home. I just wanted to apologize to you for Jim's atrocious joke. I'm afraid he carried it too far. He's standing right here by me. He says that he wanted to see how gullible you were.
Re-entered Jim from right with coat, hat, and grip. He tiptoes across the stage and exits center.
No, you know what it means to have a professional humorist for a bosom friend. I wish you a pleasant voyage, Mr. Van Sickle, and so does Jim. Goodbye.
Comes from Booth.
Now you see?
Looks around in amazement. She exits right quickly. Pause. Door right slams as she is supposed to go from room to room. A faint cry of
Jim
is heard, and then she re-enters at right.
The coward! The coward!
Goes to window and calls,
Paul! The taxi! It's gone!
Rushes out center door. Pause. She re-enters center door.
He's gone!
Gives sigh, takes off hat and coat and tosses them right. Crosses to left with box of chocolates, and seats herself at left as she appeared at beginning of play. She selects a very large chocolate and nibbles contentedly as the curtain falls. End of Act 6.
The First Act of a Comedy by Jane Austen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Hostess, read by Michelle Purdy.
Maria, read by Michelle Eaton.
Cook, read by Sonia.
Charles, read by Jake Malizia.
Pistoletta, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Pop Gun, read by Greg Giordano.
Chloe, read by Jen Broda.
Chorus of Plowboys, read by David Purdy.
Strephon, read by Thomas Peter.
Postilion, read by Todd.
Stage directions, read by Jim Hedrick. The first act of a comedy. Scene, an inn. Enter hostess, Charles, Maria, and cook. Hostess to Maria.
If the gentry and the lion should want beds, shew them numbered 9.
Yes, mistress.
Exit Maria. Hostess to cook.
If their honours in the moon ask for the bill of fare, give it them.
All will.
Exit cook. Hostess to Charles.
If their ladyships in the sun ring their bell, answer it.
Yes, madam.
Exeunt severally. Scene changes to the moon and discovers Popgun and Pistoletta.
Pray the pa, how far is it to London?
My girl, my darling, my favourite of all my children, who art the picture of thy poor mother, who died 2 months ago, with whom I am going to town to marry to Strephon, and to whom I mean to bequeath my whole estate. It wants 7 miles.
Scene changes to the sun. Enter Chloe and a chorus of ploughboys.
Where am I? At Hounslow. Where go I? To London. What to do? To be married. Unto whom? Unto Strephon. Who is he? A youth. Then I will sing a song. I go to town, and when I come down, I shall be married to Strephon, and that to me will be fun.
Be fun, be fun, be fun, and that to me will be fun.
Enter cook.
Here is the bill of fare.
Chloe reads.
2 ducks, a leg of beef, a stinking partridge, and a tart. I will have the leg of beef and the partridge.
Exit cook.
And now I will sing another song. I'm going to have my dinner, after which I shan't be thinner. I wish I had here Strephon, for he would carve the partridge if it should be a tough one.
Tough one, tough one, tough one, for he would carve the partridge if it should be a tough one.
Exit Chloe and chorus. Scene changes to the inside of the lion. Enter Strephon and Postilion.
You drove me from Staines to this place, from whence I mean to go to town to marry Chloe. How much is your due?
18 pence.
Alas, my friend, I have but a bad guinea with which I mean to support myself in town, but I will pawn to you an undirected letter that I received from Chloe.
Sir, I accept your offer.
End of the first act. End of the first act of a comedy by Jane Austen. Day After the Wedding, a farce in 1 act by Mrs. Charles Kemble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae. Colonel Freelove.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Lord Rivers.
Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice.
James.
Read by Todd.
Groom. Read by
Jim Locke.
Lady Elizabeth.
Read by Kelly Taylor.
Mrs. Davies.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
Stage directions. Read by Jim Hedrick. The Day After the Wedding. Act 1. Scene 1. A villa belonging to Colonel Freelove. The stage represents a lady's dressing room, tastefully furnished with sofa, footstools, chiffoniers, etc., etc. Books, papers, vases, etc., etc. On the chimney-piece, a guitar hung up, a dressing table on which is a handbell. On the left hand, a flute, music desk, a small drawing table with portfolio, etc., etc., etc. Tambour frame on the sofa. James and Mrs. Davies discovered in the act of putting things to rights. James, looking at his watch.
Bless my soul, 11 o'clock, and not stirring yet.
Consider, nights are short at this fine season of the year. Remember, You were young once yourself.
Aye, and this happy wedding has made me young again. Kiss me, my old maid.
Kisses her.
Well, it was a fine sight. The lasses so gay and the lads so smart, then the volunteers drawn out, and the parson and the clerk.
Lord, it's an awful thing to be married.
Many people find it so.
I wish my dear young master may not, but I think the lady has a bit of spirit of her own. Did you mind how she treated that poor waiting woman she brought with her from town? The Lord forgive me, but I thought she would have slapped her face.
Oh, nonsense. She is a lively little thing.
She is indeed, and in my mind my master will have a lively time with her. He has desired I will assist in dressing her, and the very thought of it puts me into a twitter from head to foot. Oh, here comes my master and his new brother-in-law, Lord Rivers.
Enter Colonel Freelove and Lord Rivers.
Good day. Good day to you, my worthy friends.
The same to you, sir, and a great many of them. You rested well, I hope, last night?
Hush, you silly woman.
The lady found everything to her satisfaction, I hope?
Don't ask impertinent questions.
Thank you, thank you. You were very busy last night. You overworked yourselves, I'm afraid.
Ah, sir, had it been 20 times as much, we should have gone through it with pleasure for so good a master.
In the midst of my own happiness, I have not been unmindful of yours. This paper ensures you ease for the remainder of your days.
Gives a paper.
Ah, sir, the only way to ensure our ease will be to let us die in your service.
These honest people, my lord, are old friends. I am indebted to their kind offices from the very hour of my birth.
Aye, sir, I was his nurse. Who would believe to see him such a fine well-grown gentleman that I used to dandle him in my arms? Aye, for all you look, so I did.
Yes, and the day he was breeched, do you remember how unkindly he took to them? Pretty tricks you played us. I shall never forget it.
There. Go, my friends, and be sure you don't fatigue yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Health, happiness, and a long life to your honour.
Exeunt.
Well, Harry, here you are, arrived at the summit of all earthly bliss, eh?
I am indeed, surrounded by faithful servants, enjoying a princely fortune, possessing an amiable, beautiful, and accomplished wife.
You hope to glide along the stream of life, unobstructed by the shoals of misfortune or the quicksands of disappointment. Your chance for happiness is as good as any man's. Married man's, I mean. My sister possesses most valuable qualities, but your marriage followed so close upon your declaration that you had not leisure to study Elizabeth's temper, which I fear you will find impatient of restraint, quick, irritable. Why, you don't seem moved.
I believe your picture is overcharged. Brothers are not apt to flatter.
Nor lovers to discern the imperfections of their mistresses. She'll soon give you a taste of her quality. Her behavior to her maid yesterday might have convinced you, I think, that she can look a little black.
It did not escape me. Every man must hazard much in the choice of a wife. But if, in this lottery of wedlock, he gains beauty, accomplishments, principles, and a good heart, he must indeed be ungrateful if he arraign his future.
Temper, my good fellow.
May be amended. Lady Elizabeth has been spoiled in her childhood. She is now but 18. She is ingenuous and has sensibility. With mild and affectionate treatment, such a creature may be molded into anything.
Then you must re-educate her.
Oh, I propose to do so. Here, I shall have neither dissipation to encounter, bad example to combat.
No female counsels to counteract.
You judge the sex too harshly. They are charming creatures.
but they may be mended.
Do but promise to second my project, and I'll undertake to make your sister tractable.
Accomplish that, and I'll acknowledge you the Prince of Shrew Tamers.
Hush, she's here. I have a few calls to make. Accompany me, and I will tell you my plans as we walk along.
Enter Lady Elizabeth in a morning dress.
Good morning, brother. Harry.
Holds out her hand to him.
We were speaking of you, Bess. Your brother has been pronouncing a flaming panegyric upon you. What's the matter? You seem chagrined.
You cannot imagine how much I am vexed. Such a misfortune has happened to me.
You alarm me, Bess.
I have no waiting woman.
What a calamity.
Last night, in a little pet, I just desired Maria to go about her business. And do you know, she has had the sauciness to obey me.
Could she do better than obey you, Bess?
Oh, but I did not mean it, you know. I was very sorry for what I said last night. And when I sent for her this morning, she was gone. I don't much care about it, for really, she was such a dawdle.
Why, she was just come to you. You turned away your former woman only the day before yesterday.
Oh, yes, I could not bear her. She was so pert.
I am afraid you will not find it easy to suit yourself. Come, Rivers. Goodbye, Bess.
What? Are you going out already?
We have a few calls to make.
Why, what visits can you have to pay when you are but so lately arrived? By the by, how shall I get dressed?
Oh, there will be no great difficulty in that. Ladies have so much consideration for their waiting women nowadays, that they even dispense with their petticoats, to diminish the labors of the toilette. Don't make yourself uneasy, my love. My housekeeper was waiting woman to my mother many years. I have already desired her to attend your commands. I'll send Mrs. Davies to you. Goodbye, Bess.
Well, if you must go, but don't be absent for long now, for I hate to be alone.
Exeunt the Colonel and Lord Rivers.
Let me see. What dress shall I wear? My blue tunic? No. My pretty white crepe with the peach blossom trimming. Harry has never seen that. He'll think it charmingly becoming. How fond he is of me. 'Tis very delightful to be married. He little dreams how I mean to surprise him. I have the picture quite ready, and it is the prettiest thing.
Enter James.
Oh, Mr.
James, madam, at your service. My wife will wait upon your ladyship whenever you are ready. I left her very busy in...
Lady Elizabeth, looking in the glass.
Oh, very well, very well.
Your ladyship likes our county? We have beautiful prospects.
Yes, I like the prospect very much.
We are not quite so gay as in London, though. I was there, my lady, in 1801. My dear late master and I.
Who put my guitar there?
I, my lady.
Bring it to me.
James fetches it.
Lud, 'tis quite out of tune.
Strums on it.
What were you saying, Mr. Thingham?
Why, my lady, I was saying that in 1801...
A string snaps. She betrays impatience.
It was the winter of that year, and very cold it was. The day after we arrived, the most extraordinary thing happened.
Another string snaps.
Good gracious.
I was standing at the corner of Pall Mall, when on a sudden I heard such a crash.
A third string snaps, and Lady Elizabeth dashes the guitar on the ground.
Deuce take the thing!
Mercy on me, what's that? Never trust me, but I thought it was the very crash I heard in 1801.
You old twaddler! Why do you stand chattering there? Send your wife.
Here she comes, my lady. Twaddler, my wife was right. Women, after all, are the best judges. Set a thief to catch a thief. Old twaddler, indeed.
Exit. Enter Mrs. Davies.
I humbly wait upon your ladyship.
A good style of waiting woman, that. There, good woman, take this key. In the drawer of the dressing-table you'll find a gold comb. You can tuck up my hair, I suppose.
Mrs. Davies, opening the drawer.
To be sure I can, my lady. I'll make you such a toupee as shall make my master stare. I hate your scald heads for my part, all dragged up at the roots.
Returns the key to Lady Elizabeth.
Come, make haste. I shan't be ready before Harry comes back.
Mrs. Davies drops the comb.
Lord, how stupid you are.
Mrs. Davies tries to put up Lady Elizabeth's hair. Lady Elizabeth taking the comb out of her hand.
You can't do it at all. Give it to me. There. Let it alone.
Enter Colonel Freelove.
So.
You can't dress me, I suppose?
I hope, my lady, after waiting upon my master's mother 33 years, I ought to know something of the matter. I used to make all her gowns, and I think when you see it you'll say I have altered your ladyship's very much for the better.
Not my crape dress. You have not touched that, I suppose. Bring it here, do. Let me see it.
Mrs. Davies fetches the box, which Lady Elizabeth opens with great impatience.
My heavens! What have you done? What in the name of all that's odious do you call this?
A flounce, my lady, a flounce. My lady was married in just such another.
Lady Elizabeth throwing the gown at her.
You horrible creature! You have ruined my gown. What's become of the peach blossom trimming?
I put that upon the turban, my lady.
Grant me patience. Get out of the room. Get out of my sight directly.
Mrs. Davies, aside.
This it is to do a good-natured thing. But you may make what fright of you please of yourself henceforward. I'll never meddle nor make, not I.
Exit.
What an unfortunate creature I am. My pretty, my beautiful peach blossom.
Opens the box containing the turban.
Well, if ever I saw such a thing, I could tell.
Works herself up into a complete rage, pulls it all to pieces, and kicks the box round the stage till she gets opposite the colonel.
Bravo! Bravo! I see myself. It is the very thing. My happiness is complete.
Lady Elizabeth, rather disconcerted.
What? Have you been in the room all the while?
I have, and I can scarcely contain my joy. A guitar smashed, a gown torn to tatters. Why, it's exquisite. Hear me, Bess. In early youth I evinced a most imperious and intractable disposition, which was foolishly indulged by my fond but injudicious parents. It was not till I was about to solicit the hand of my dear Bess that I seriously reflected upon this infirmity. What will she think of me? I used to repeat to myself, she will deem me a wretch not fit to live. She will despise. She will abhor me.
Ah, my love, never, never.
The very apprehension drove me to distraction. 50 times I was on the point of relinquishing all thoughts of marriage. What right, said I, have I to entail misery on any human being? Why involve the creature I love, who is so mild and gentle, in broils and vexations? No, I'll not marry. Then my affection would get the better of my resolution, and I determined, for your sake, to conquer this terrible vice. But judge how my mind is relieved by discovering that you, my love, suffer under the identical imperfection of temper which has so long tormented me. Now indeed we shall be happy.
And you really are violent?
Outrageous!
How extraordinary! I never perceived it before marriage.
No, I sought to make myself agreeable, and 'tis evident, Bess, you had the same desire.
I always thought you so gentle.
So did I you. I am, when I have my own way, but upon the slightest provocation.
That's just like me. If I am contradicted, my heart begins to beat, and my ears go buzz, buzz, and I get into such a rage. But then it's over again in a minute.
Aye, but it begins again in a minute.
Just so. That's for all the world like me. Dear, how well we shall do together.
Oh, yes, at times, to be sure. We shall play the very devil. But then, how delightful will be our reconciliations.
Reconciliations? Do you think you will ever be in a passion with me, Harry?
Oh, when the fit is on me, I know nobody. I'm an absolute madman. But the paroxysm over, I shall be at your feet, believe me.
That will be delightful, but pray, be at my feet as seldom as possible.
Well, Bess, get ready. I expect 5 or 6 of our neighbors to dinner. Go, love. You know not from what a weight my heart is relieved by this confession.
Exit Lady Elizabeth. Enter Lord Rivers.
Well, how do you speed?
I think it will do. I have a little astonished her already, but nothing to what she shall be. Remember, I depend upon your assistance.
Exit.
I have given you my promise.
Re-enter Lady Elizabeth.
Oh, Harry, I forgot to ask you, is he gone?
He quitted the room as you entered. But what's the matter? Still inconsolable for the loss of your waiting woman? Or the cares of matrimony dawning upon you already?
Hey-ho.
Why, what are you so serious about?
I have but too much cause.
Truly, marriage is a very serious concern. And that's the reason I never could be brought to think of it.
Lady Elizabeth, aside.
Would I never had.
A violent crash is heard behind the scenes.
What's that?
What in the name of confusion can this mean? Is the house coming about our ears?
Should it be Harry?
Noise increases.
For heaven's sake, dear brother.
Don't alarm yourself, Elizabeth. I'll step and learn the cause of all this.
Exit.
I tremble from head to foot. Oh, but it is too true, I fear. He has not exaggerated the account of himself. Unhappy, wretched Elizabeth.
Re-enter Lord Rivers.
Well.
Lord Rivers, affecting ill humor.
It's a freak of your amiable husband's.
What ails him?
I wouldn't advise you to ask him. I found him with his eyes starting out of his head, breaking and kicking about the furniture.
Not my beautiful Sarah, I hope.
Everything he could lay his hands upon. I endeavored to calm him, and he answered me in a tone that really...
Nay, never heed him. He is a little violent.
A little, do you call it?
Well, he's very violent. But indeed, he has not deceived me. He acknowledged it all to me.
Never tell me of acknowledging. When a man is a madman, he ought not to marry, and so I shall tell him.
Voices are heard behind the scenes as if in high words. Colonel Freelove, without.
Scoundrels! To contradict me! Leave the house, every soul of you!
Now, Rivers, brother, my dear brother, everybody is so passionate in this house. Don't say a word. It won't last long. He told me it would not. But indeed, when he is in these rages, he knows nobody, not even me. I'll run and lock myself up in my room. When it is over, tell me. But pray, don't say a word.
Exit. Colonel Freelove, behind.
Rascals!
Enters.
The first that comes within my sight, I'll shoot through the head.
You may spare your ammunition, for she has made her escape, more scared than a poor timid hare chased by a pack of hounds. Well, I give you joy.
When I have accomplished my design, congratulate me, and not till then.
I must approve of your courage, however the event may turn out. The day after the wedding
is precisely the only one which could have suited my purpose. A woman will submit to correction while yet it comes from the hands of her lover. But the first ardor of passion once subsided, his admonitions are disregarded, or at best appear but as the austere precepts of pedantry or oppression.
I cannot but admire your plan and applaud your perseverance, though you'll excuse me if I am skeptic enough to doubt your execution. You may break a horse, you may even subdue a lion, but you'll never tame a woman.
Exit.
That remains to be proved.
Seats himself. Enter Lady Elizabeth. Lady Elizabeth, weeping.
I wonder whether he has come round yet. Harry, is it all over?
Over? Yes. I have made a clear house of it. I have turned all the servants off, except James and his wife. By Jove, I wish you could see the eating-room. It's like a field of battle. Chairs here, tables there. Upon my soul, I can't help laughing.
But you should not. It's very wrong. What are you doing?
I'm finishing a little drawing for you.
Lady Elizabeth, leaning over his shoulder.
Dear, how pretty.
Going.
What? Are you going? Stay a moment.
No, I won't. You have been a very naughty child. You have destroyed all my beautiful china.
Come. No reproaches, Bess. Remember the guitar.
Oh, that's quite different. That was not yours.
True, and I'm sure I have no right to complain, for, in my time, I have smashed at least 20 fiddles and as many flutes. Had it not been for my impetuous disposition, I should have been a tolerable performer by this time. But the first difficult passage that occurs, away goes the instrument, smack goes the desk. To the devil, kick the master. Would to heaven I had nothing more serious to reproach myself with.
Why? What have you been guilty of?
Do not ask me, my love. I cannot tell you.
But you must. I desire you'll conceal nothing from me.
Well, just let me finish this cascade.
I don't care about the cascade. I do beg you'll tell me what you have done.
What a painful task do you impose upon me?
Getting up.
I wish you would make haste. How I do hate people to keep me in suspense.
You have seen poor James, that worthy, faithful servant?
Well?
I had the misfortune, in a moment of rage, to break his arm.
Break his arm? Oh, shocking. I'm very passionate myself, very. But I never went beyond breaking the china or kicking about the furniture. I'll tell you what. A thought has struck me. You shall make me your model.
You?
Now what do you laugh at? Hear me, and I'll give you my picture.
What, Bess? Have your picture, and not give it me yesterday.
I gave away the original. You would not have everything in one day. Always wear it near your heart, and whenever you fear any ungentle passions rising in your breast, look at it. 'Twill check your anger, and tenderness will succeed, and soon my Hare will become the gentlest, as he is already the best of creatures.
Where is this talisman, this preservative of happiness?
It's in this drawer. Oh, dear, I don't know what I have done with the key.
Looking about. Colonel Freelove, aside.
Giddy puss.
Sits down.
Have you seen it anywhere, Harry?
Tossing up the things.
No.
Why don't you look? How you sit, Harry?
Where, my love, should I look? You have lost it, I suppose.
How should I lose it? It is not a half an hour since I had it here. Oh, I recollect. Miss Thingamy has it. Miss Davies. Mrs. Davies. Don't be impatient, my love.
Rings violently.
Mrs. Davies!
Rings and breaks the bell rope.
Deuce take the thing. Don't flurry yourself, Harry. Mrs. Davies!
Stamps her feet and rings the handbell.
Don't be in a hurry, Harry.
I am not, my love.
Enter Mrs. Davies.
Did you call, my lady?
To be sure. Didn't you hear me?
Colonel Freelove, aside.
She must be confoundedly deaf if she did not.
I want my key.
What key, my lady?
Of that door.
I gave it to you again, my lady.
When?
After I took out the comb.
And you returned it to me?
I did indeed, my lady.
This woman will be the death of me.
You were sitting just where you are now. Your ladyship may remember you were in a passion.
I? In a passion? Worse and worse. This is beyond all patience. My dear love, did you ever hear such an accusation? I in a passion?
Colonel Freelove, aside.
Now it's my turn. James! James!
Enter James.
Have you seen anything of Lady Elizabeth's key?
I don't recollect seeing anything of it.
No, my love, it's Mrs. Davy's business.
If your ladyship wore pockets, it would be nobody's business.
Impertinence! Leave the house and never let me see you again!
Really, my lady? For a paltry key?
How dare you speak to Lady Elizabeth with such disrespect? Leave the house, and never more return to it. No reply. Go. I insist upon it.
Oh, my poor master.
Exit with Mrs. Davies. Colonel Freelove, pacing across the stage.
An ungrateful herd.
So impertinent.
Obstinate.
Storytellers, too. I declare, it's always servants who create quarrels and dissensions in families.
Well, there are no more in the house, so perhaps now we shall have a little peace. It was silly enough, too, to be angry about such a trifle. I told you we should find it very difficult to repress our natural dispositions.
Come, let us think of something else. Let's have a little music.
Well imagined. Music hath charms to soothe a savage beast.
And I have a sweet air about domestic happiness. 'Twill just suit me. Will you accompany me?
With pleasure.
Takes his flute. She brings the desk forward.
Air. When love attends the wedded pair, beneath their feet the flowers increase, and o'er their pathway rises fair the sunshine of domestic peace. For love can bid the desert bloom, and charm the raging storm to cease, and clear from intervening gloom the sunshine of domestic peace. You don't execute that last turn quite as it ought to be.
Don't I? Well, we'll begin again.
Willingly. Air. When love attends the wedded pair, beneath their feet the flowers increase.
Colonel Freelove, interrupting her.
Mind your time. And o'er their pathway rises fair the sunshine of domestic peace. Still, you don't hit it quite.
I beg your pardon. 'Tis you who don't accompany me in time. You spoil the harmony.
No, Bess, 'tis you who make the discord. Come, let's try it once more.
Again? Lord, how stupid.
Yes, and take care of domestic peace. Air. When love attends the wedded pair.
Do take your hand away. You interrupt me by beating time. Beneath their feet the flowers increased.
You are getting too fast. And o'er their pathway rises fair the sunshine of domestic peace. For love can bid the desert bloom, and charm the raging storm to cease, and clear from intervening gloom the sunshine of domestic peace. That won't do at all.
Lady Elizabeth, throwing up the music.
Then sing it yourself.
A pretty model. A good example you set me.
You know I promised not to be in a passion without reason, but really...
Swinging her handkerchief, to the end of which is attached the key.
What's that dangling at the end of your handkerchief?
Oh, my dear Harry, it's...
The key, which you accuse that poor woman of having lost.
It is.
And how can you answer this to yourself, madam? What amends can you make these poor people for your harsh treatment of them?
Dear dear love, I will ask their pardon.
And shall I, too, solicit forgiveness of James? 'Twill be becoming in me. Don't you think so?
No, but I'll tell you how we may atone. I'll speak to James, whom you sent away, and do you make my peace with his wife. Thus we shall mutually repair the wrongs we have mutually committed.
Colonel Freelove, aside.
Now could I take her to my arms, but that must not be yet.
Aloud.
When I reflect that I have been worked upon to betray myself into passion, it puts me into such a rage. This is to be married. Damnation!
Throws himself upon the sofa. Lady Elizabeth going up to him.
Pray, love, don't be angry. Pray now. Harry, won't you speak to me, won't you?
He pushes her from him. She bursts into tears and goes to a chair at the farthest extremity of the stage. Enter Lord Rivers.
Well, good people, what time do we dine today? Hey, day! You sit at such well-bred distance from each other. One would swear you had married 24 years instead of 24 hours. Elizabeth, in tears. What is the meaning of all this? Colonel Freelove, is this the fate you have prepared for my beloved sister?
Goes up to her.
My lord, I am in my own house.
Oh, heavens!
I blush for you. Is this a day?
I receive admonition from no man.
So much the worse. A little would do you no injury.
You are insulting, sir.
Rivers, remember he is my husband. Henry, consider he is my brother.
Leave us to ourselves, Elizabeth.
Colonel Freelove whispering to him.
Let us affect to quarrel. You understand me, sir?
Whenever you please, sir.
What means these words?
Nothing, nothing. Compose yourself, I entreat. My lord, you will waive all further explanation before my wife.
Pretending to speak in an undertone.
I shall take an opportunity of leaving the room immediately. Follow me.
You may expect me.
Exit Colonel Freelove.
Oh, heaven, he is gone. Do you think you can deceive me? I know your fatal purpose. Rivers, you shall not leave me.
Lady Elizabeth, do not detain me.
At your feet I throw myself. If you leave me, I shall expire. If you seek revenge, on me let it fall. He is my husband. Oh, then spare the life on which my every hope, my very existence depends.
Rise, Lady Elizabeth.
Never, till you have sworn this affair shall terminate here.
Well then, I promise you it shall.
Lady Elizabeth rising.
Oh, blessings, blessings all.
Enter groom with a letter.
Colonel Freelove, my lord, desired me to deliver this letter in private to you.
Exit.
Blockhead, be gone.
Reads.
Ah!
What letter is that? I see by your looks 'tis from Harry. What are its contents? You are silent. Let me see it.
Unfortunate Freelove.
Gracious powers, what has he done?
I would not afflict you, my poor Elizabeth.
You torture me with suspense. I will know the worst.
Snatches the letter and reads.
Stung with remorse, overwhelmed with shame, how can I ever venture to appear before you? I am awakened to a full sense of my fatal disorder. Why did I ever offer your sister a hand so unworthy her exalted qualities? Reparation is due to her. The only one still in my power is solemnly to engage never again to molest her. I cannot bear to make her wretched, and therefore I will forever leave her. The painful task of bidding her an eternal adieu would be too much for me. But to your friendship I commit the charge of... Oh, Rivers, fly! Seek him, bring him to me. He cannot be far off. Take your fleetest horse and overtake him. Tell him I will bear all his faults with patience. Stay not to reply. Bring him to my arms, or never, never see me more.
Exit Lord Rivers. Enter James and Mrs. Davies with carpet-bag, birdcage, and other movables.
We are come, madam, to pay our humble duty before we quit this house forever.
Ah, my lady, I was born in this house, and I did hope to have died in it. Had my dear mistress lived, we should not have had to seek new friends.
Nor shall you. I will be your friend. Forgive the injustice I did you. James, you cannot surely ever leave your master.
He discharged me, my lady. I would have parted with my life to have served him.
And have you lived so long with him, and yet not learned to make allowances for his infirmities? He is violent, to be sure.
He, madam? Somebody has deceived you, wickedly deceived you. Until this day he was an angel upon earth, kind, gentle, affable, and affectionate. Oh, matrimony has strangely altered him.
Everything I hear.
Never till today did he use a harsh word to me. Had I committed a fault, he would reprove me in a tone so gentle, a manner so kind.
Except when he broke your arm.
He strike a servant? Never, never. Some terrible evil spirit has taken possession of the house since your ladyship's arrival here.
A new light breaks in upon me. I see it all. Leave me, my friends, for the present. But by all the love you bear your master, do not quit the house. You do not wish to afflict him?
Heaven is our witness, we do not.
Remain, then, and he shall be restored to you in all his former kindness and affection.
Exeunt James and Mrs. Davies. They go off. Colonel Freelove and Lord Rivers enter.
Mild, gentle, affable, and affectionate. Then he has assumed this part, only to give me a more perfect reflection of myself. He leaves me that he may not render me wretched. 'Tis plain he thinks I shall make him so. This letter, his departure, are but feigned, but soon, too soon, they might have proved fatal realities. How shall I ever look up again? Where shall I pour my repentant tears?
Into my bosom, Elizabeth, into the bosom of the man you have now rendered the happiest of mortals.
Embracing her.
Now, Rivers, you may congratulate me. I told you my plan would succeed.
Oh, Rivers, and were you, too, in a plot against me?
I was, and seeing that women may sometimes be converted into reasonable creatures, I shall perhaps change my mind, and some day or other take unto myself a wife.
Harry, I will change characters with you. I will, by your example, become mild and forbearing. But I will go beyond you. You imitated me but for an instant. I will study to resemble you all my life.
'Tis not an easy task to reform our characters suddenly. I expect to find you now and then relapsing into your former error, but you have experienced the evil effects of it, and reflection cannot fail to convince you that affection and gentleness are the brightest ornaments of your sex, and the surest source of domestic felicity.
End of Day After the Wedding by Mrs. Charles Kemble.
Sganarelle, or The Self-Deceived Husband by Moliere, translated by Henry Van Loan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sganarelle, The Self-Deceived Husband, Dramatis Personae.
Gorgibus, a citizen of Paris. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Lelio, in love with Celia. Read by Greg Giordano.
Sganarelle, a citizen of Paris, and the self-deceived husband. Read by Todd.
Villebrequin, father of Valère. Read by Larry Wilson.
Gros René, servant to Lelio. Read by Rémy.
A relative of Sganarelle's wife. Read by Jim Hedrick.
Celia, daughter of Gorgibus. Read by Jen Broda.
Sganarelle's wife. Read by Sonia.
Celia's maid. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Stage directions read by Jim Locke. Scene, a public place in Paris. Scene 1, Gorgibus, Celia, Celia's maid. Celia coming out in tears, her father following her.
Never expect my heart to consent to that.
What do you mutter, you little impertinent girl? Do you suppose you can thwart my resolution? Have I not absolute power over you? And shall your youthful brain control my fatherly discretion by foolish arguments? Which of us two has most right to command the other? Which of us two, you and I, is, in your opinion, best able to judge what is advantageous for you? Zounds, do not provoke me too much, or you may feel, and in a very short time too, what strength this arm of mine still possesses. Your shortest way, you obstinate minx, would be to accept without any more ado the husband intended for you. But you say, I do not know what kind of temper he has, and I ought to think about it beforehand, if you will allow me. I know that he is heir to a large fortune. Ought I therefore to trouble my head about anything else? Can this man, who has 20,000 golden charms in his pocket to be beloved by you, want any accomplishments? Come, let him be what he will. I promise you that with such a sum he is a very worthy gentleman.
Alas!
Alas, indeed. What is the meaning of that? A fine alas you have uttered just now. Look ye, if once you put me in a passion, you will have plenty of opportunities for shouting alas. This comes of that eagerness of yours to read novels day and night. Your head is so full of all kinds of nonsense about love that you talk of God much less than of Clélie. Throw into the fire all these mischievous books which are every day corrupting the minds of so many young people. Instead of such trumpery, read, as you ought to do, the quatrains of Pibrac, and the learned memorandum books of Councillor Mathieu. A valuable work, and full of fine sayings for you to learn by heart. The Guide for Sinners is also a good book. Such writings teach people in a short time how to spend their lives well. And if you had never read anything but such moral books, you would have known better how to submit to my commands.
Do you suppose, dear father, I can ever forget that unchangeable affection I owe to Lelio? I should be wrong to dispose of my hand against your will, but you yourself engaged me to him.
Even if you were engaged ever so much, Another man has made his appearance whose fortune annuls your engagement. Lelio is a pretty fellow, but learn that there is nothing that does not give way to money, that gold will make even the most ugly charming, and that without it everything else is but wretchedness. I believe you are not very fond of Valere, but though you do not like him as a lover, you will like him as a husband. The very name of husband endears a man more than is generally supposed, and love is often a consequence of marriage. But what a fool I am to stand arguing when I possess the absolute right to command. A truce, then, I tell you, to your impertinence. Let me have no more of your foolish complaints. This evening Valere intends to visit you, and if you do not receive him well, and look kindly upon him, I shall... But I will say no more on this subject.
Scene 2. Celia's maid.
What, madam? You refuse positively what so many other people would accept with all their heart. You answer with tears a proposal for marriage, and to delay for a long time to say a yes so agreeable to hear. Alas, why does someone not wish to marry me? I should not need much entreaty, and so far from thinking it any trouble to say yes once, believe me, I would very quickly say it a dozen times. Your brother's tutor was quite right when, as we were talking about worldly affairs, he said, "A woman is like the ivy, which grows luxuriantly whilst it clings closely to the tree, but never thrives if it be separated from it." Nothing can be truer, my dear mistress, and I, miserable sinner, have found it out. Heaven rest the soul of my poor Martin. When he was alive, my complexion was like a cherub's. I was plump and comely, my eyes sparkled brightly, and I felt happy. Now I am doleful. In those pleasant times which flew away like lightning, I went to bed in the very depth of winter without kindling a fire in the room. Even airing the sheets appeared then to me ridiculous. But now I shiver even in the dog days. In short, madam, believe me, there is nothing like having a husband at night by one's side, were it only for the pleasure of hearing him say, "God bless you," whenever one may happen to sneeze.
Can you advise me to act so wickedly as to forsake Lelio and take up with this ill-shaped fellow?
Upon my word, your Lelio is a mere fool to stay away the very time he is wanted. His long absence makes me very much suspect some change in his affection.
Celia, showing her the portrait of Lelio.
Oh, do not distress me by such dire forebodings. Observe carefully the features of his face. They swear to me an eternal affection. After all, I would not willingly believe them to tell a falsehood, but that he is such as he is here limned by art, and that his affection for me remains unchanged.
Oh, to be sure, these features denote a deserving lover whom you are right to regard tenderly.
And yet I must. Ah, support me.
She lets fall the portrait of Lelio.
Madam, what is the cause of... Heavens! She swoons. Oh, make haste! Help! Help!
Scene 3. Celia, Sganarelle, Celia's maid.
What is the matter? I am here.
My lady is dying.
What? Is that all? You made such a noise, I thought the world was at an end. Let us see, however. Madam, are you dead? She does not say one word.
I shall fetch somebody to carry her in. Be kind enough to hold her so long.
Scene 4. Celia, Sganarelle, Sganarelle's wife. Sganarelle passing his hand over Celia's bosom.
She is cold all over, and I do not know what to say to it. Let me draw a little nearer, and try whether she breathes or not. Upon my word, I cannot tell, but I perceive still some signs of life.
Sganarelle's wife, looking from the window.
Oh, what do I see? My husband, holding in his arms. But I shall go down. He is false to me, most certainly. I should be glad to catch him.
She must be assisted very quickly. She would certainly be in the wrong to die. A journey to another world is very foolish, so long as a body is able to stay in this.
He carries her in. Scene 5. Sganarelle's wife alone.
He has suddenly left the spot. His flight has disappointed my curiosity, but I doubt no longer that he is unfaithful to me. The little I have seen sufficiently proves it. Oh, I am no longer astonished that he returns my modest love with strange coldness. The ungrateful wretch reserves his caresses for others, and starves me in order to feed their pleasures. This is the common way of husbands. They become indifferent to what is lawful. At the beginning they do wonders, and seem to be very much in love with us, but the wretches soon grow weary of our fondness, and carry elsewhere what is due to us alone. Oh, how it vexes me that the law will not permit us to change our husbands as we do our linen. That would be very convenient, and troth, I know some women whom it would please as much as myself.
Taking up the picture which Celia had let fall.
But what a pretty thing has fortune sent me here! The enamel of it is most beautiful, the workmanship delightful. Let me open it.
Scene 6. Sganarelle. Sganarelle's wife. Sganarelle thinking himself alone.
They thought her dead, but it was nothing at all. She is already recovering, and nearly well again. Oh, but I see my wife.
Sganarelle's wife thinking herself alone.
Oh, heaven! It is a miniature, a fine picture of a handsome man.
Sganarelle aside and looking over his wife's shoulder.
What is this she looks at so closely? This picture bodes my honor little good. A very ugly feeling of jealousy begins to creep over me.
Sganarelle's wife not seeing her husband.
I never saw anything more beautiful in my life. The workmanship is even of greater value than the gold. Oh, how sweet it smells!
Sganarelle aside.
The deuce! She kisses it. I am victimized.
Sganarelle's wife continues her monologue.
I think it must be a charming thing to have such a fine-looking man for a sweetheart. Oh, if he should urge his suit very much, the temptation would be great. Alas, why have I not a handsome man like this for my husband, instead of my booby, my clodhopper?
Sganarelle snatching the portrait from her.
What, hussy! Have I caught you in the very act, slandering your honourable and darling husband? According to you, most worthy spouse, and everything well considered, the husband is not as good as the wife? In Beelzebub's name, and may he fly away with you, what better match could you wish for? Is there any fault to be found with me? It seems that this shape, this air which everybody admires, this face, so fit to inspire love, for which 1,000 fair ones sigh both night and day, in a word, my own delightful self, by no manner of means pleases you. Moreover, to satisfy your ravenous appetite, you add to the husband the relish of a gallant.
I see plainly the drift of your jocular remarks, though you do not clearly express yourself. You expect by these means—
Try to impose upon others, not upon me, I pray you. The fact is evident. I have in my hands a convincing proof of the injury I complain of.
I am already too angry, and do not wish you to make me more so by any fresh insult. Hark ye, do not imagine that you shall keep this pretty thing. Consider—
I am seriously considering whether I shall break your neck. I wish I had but the original of this portrait in my powers as much as I have the copy.
Why?
For nothing at all, dear, sweet object of my love. I am very wrong to speak out. My forehead ought to thank you for many favors received.
Looking at the portrait of Lelio.
There he is, your darling, the pretty bedfellow, the wicked incentive of your secret flame, the merry blade with whom—
With whom? Go on.
With whom, I say— I am almost bursting with vexation.
What does the drunken sot mean by all this?
You know but too well, Mrs. Impudence. No one will call me any longer Sganarelle, but every one will give me the title of Signor Cornutus. My honour is gone. But to reward you, who took it from me, I shall at the very least break you an arm or a couple of ribs.
How dare you talk to me thus?
How dare you play me these devilish pranks?
What devilish pranks? Say what you mean.
Oh, it is not worth complaining of. A stag's topknot on my head is indeed a very pretty ornament for everybody to come and look at.
After you have insulted your wife so grossly as to excite her thirst for vengeance, you stupidly imagine you can prevent the effects of it by pretending to be angry? Such insolence was never before known on the like occasion. The offender is the person who begins the quarrel.
Ugh, what a shameless creature! To see the confident behaviour of this woman, would not anyone suppose her to be very virtuous?
Away, go about your business, wheedle your mistresses, tell them you love them, caress them even, but give me back my picture, and do not make a jest of me.
She snatches the picture from him and runs away.
So you think to escape me? But I shall get hold of it again in spite of you.
Scene 7, Lelio, Gros, René.
Here we are at last. But, sir, if I might be so bold, I should like you to tell me one thing.
Well, speak.
Are you possessed by some devil or other, that you do not sink under such fatigues as these? For 8 whole days we have been riding long stages, and have not been sparing of whip and spur to urge on confounded screws, whose cursed trot shook us so very much that, for my part, I feel as if every limb was out of joint. Without mentioning a worse mishap, which troubles me very much in a place I will not mention. And yet, no sooner are you at your journey's end, than you go out well and hearty, without taking rest, or eating the least morsel?
My haste may well be excused, for I am greatly alarmed about the report of Celia's marriage. You know I adore her, and, before everything, I wish to hear if there is any truth in this ominous rumour.
Aye, sir, but a good meal would be of great use to you to discover the truth or falsehood of this report. Doubtless you would become thereby much stronger to withstand the strokes of fate. I judge by my own self, for, when I am fasting, the smallest disappointment gets hold of me and pulls me down. But when I have eaten sufficiently, my soul can resist anything, and the greatest misfortunes cannot depress it. Believe me, stuff yourself well, and do not be too cautious. To fortify you under whatever misfortune may do, and in order to prevent sorrow from entering your heart, let it float in plenty of wine.
I cannot eat.
Gros, René, aside.
I can eat very well indeed. If it is not true, may I be struck dead.
Aloud.
For all that, your dinner shall be ready presently.
Hold your tongue, I command you.
How barbarous is that order!
I am not hungry, but uneasy.
And I am hungry and uneasy as well, to see that a foolish love affair engrosses all your thoughts.
Let me but get some information about my heart's delight, and without troubling me more, go and take your meal if you like.
I never say nay when a master commands.
Scene 8, Lelio, alone.
No, no, my mind is tormented by too many terrors. The father has promised me Celia's hand. and she has given me such proofs of her love that I need not despair.
Scene 9. Sganarelle, Lelio. Sganarelle not seeing Lelio and holding the portrait in his hand.
I have got it. I can now at my leisure look at the countenance of the rascal who causes my dishonour. I do not know him at all.
Lelio aside.
Heavens, what do I see? If that be my picture, what then must I believe?
Sganarelle not seeing Lelio.
Ah, poor Sganarelle, your reputation is doomed, and to what a sad fate.
Perceiving that Lelio observes him, he goes to the other side of the stage. Lelio aside.
This pledge of my love cannot have left the fair hands to which I gave it, without startling my faith in her.
Sganarelle aside.
People will make fun of me henceforth by holding up their 2 fingers. Songs will be made about me, and every time they will fling in my teeth that scandalous affront which a wicked wife has printed upon my forehead.
Lelio aside.
Do I deceive myself?
Sganarelle aside.
Ah, jade, were you impudent enough to cuckold me in the flower of my age? The wife, too, of a husband who may be reckoned handsome, and must be a monkey, a cursed addle-pated fellow.
Lelio aside, looking still at the portrait in Sganarelle's hand.
I am not mistaken. It is my very picture.
Sganarelle turning his back towards him.
This man seems very inquisitive.
Lelio aside.
I am very much surprised.
What would he be at?
Lelio aside.
I will speak to him.
Aloud.
May I?
Sganarelle goes farther off.
I say, let me have one word with you.
Sganarelle aside and moving still farther.
What does he wish to tell me now?
Will you inform me by what accident that picture came into your hands?
Sganarelle aside.
What does he wish to know? But I am thinking...
Looking at Lelio and at the portrait in his hand.
Ah, upon my word, I know the cause of his anxiety. I no longer wonder at his surprise. This is my man, or rather, my wife's man.
Pray, relieve my distracted mind, and tell me how you came by.
Thank heaven, I know what disturbs you. This portrait, which causes you some uneasiness, is your very likeness, and was found in the hands of a certain acquaintance of yours. The soft endearments which have passed between that lady and you are no secret to me. I cannot tell whether I have the honour to be known by your gallant lordship in this piece of gallantry, but henceforth be kind enough to break off an intrigue which a husband may not approve of, and consider that the holy bonds of wedlock—
What do you say? She from whom you received this pledge?
Is my wife, and I am her husband.
Her husband?
Yes, her husband, I tell you. Though married, I am far from merry. You, sir, know the reason of it. This very moment I am going to inform her relatives about this affair.
Scene 10. Lelio alone.
Alas, what have I heard? The report then was true, that her husband was the ugliest of all his sex, even if your faithless lips had never sworn me more than 1,000 times eternal love. The disgust you should have felt at such a base and shameful choice might have sufficiently secured me against the loss of your affection. But this great insult, and the fatigues of a pretty long journey, produce all at once such a violent effect upon me that I feel faint and can hardly bear up under it.
Scene 11. Lelio, Sganarelle's wife.
In spite of me, my wretch.
Seeing Lelio.
Good lack! What ails you? I perceive, sir, you are ready to faint away.
It is an illness that has attacked me quite suddenly.
I am afraid you shall faint. Step in here and stay until you are better.
For a moment or two I will accept of your kindness.
Scene 12, Sganarelle, a relative of Sganarelle's wife.
I commend a husband's anxiety in such a case, but you take fright a little too hastily. All that you have told me against her, kinsman, does not prove her guilty. It is a delicate subject, and no one should ever be accused of such a crime unless it can be fully proved.
That is to say, unless you see it.
Too much haste leads us to commit mistakes. Who can tell how this picture came into her hands? And, after all, whether she knows the man? Seek a little more information, and if it proves to be as you suspect, I shall be one of the first to punish her offense.
Scene 13, Sganarelle, alone.
Nothing could be said fairer. It is really the best way to proceed cautiously. Perhaps I have dreamt of horns without any cause, and the perspiration has covered my brow rather prematurely. My dishonour is not at all proved by that portrait which frightened me so much. Let me endeavour, then, by care.
Scene 14, Sganarelle, Sganarelle's wife, standing at the door of her house with Lelio. Sganarelle, aside, seeing them.
Ha! What do I see? Zounds! There can be no more question about the portrait, for upon my word, here stands the very man, in propria persona.
You hurry away too fast, sir. If you leave us so quickly, you may perhaps have a return of your illness.
No, no. I thank you heartily for the kind assistance you have rendered me.
Sganarelle, aside.
That deceitful woman is to the last polite to him.
Sganarelle's wife goes into the house again. Scene 15, Sganarelle, Lelio.
He has seen me. Let us hear what he can say to me.
Lelio, aside.
Oh, my soul is moved. This sight inspires me with. But I ought to blame this unjust resentment, and only ascribe my sufferings to my merciless fate. Yet I cannot help envying the success that has crowned his passion.
Approaching Sganarelle.
Oh, too happy mortal in having so beautiful a wife.
Scene 16, Sganarelle, Celia, at her window, seeing Lelio go away. Sganarelle alone.
This confession is pretty plain. His extraordinary speech surprises me as much as if horns had grown upon my head.
Looking at the side where Lelio went off.
Go your way. You have not acted at all like an honourable man.
Celia, aside, entering.
Who can that be? Just now I saw Lelio. Why does he conceal his return from me?
Sganarelle, without seeing Celia.
Oh, too happy mortal in having so beautiful a wife. Say, rather, unhappy mortal, in having such a disgraceful spouse, through whose guilty passion it is now but too clear I have been cuckolded without any feeling of compassion. Yet I allow him to go away after such a discovery, and stand with my arms folded like a regular silly-billy. I ought at least to have knocked his hat off, thrown stones at him, or mud on his cloak. To satisfy my wrath I should rouse the whole neighbourhood, and cry, "Stop, thief of my honour!"
Celia, to Sganarelle.
Pray, sir, how came you to know this gentleman who went away just now and spoke to you?
Alas, madam, it is not I who am acquainted with him. It is my wife.
What emotion thus disturbs your mind?
Do not blame me. I have sufficient cause for my sorrow. Permit me to breathe plenty of sighs.
What can be the reason of this uncommon grief?
If I am sad, it is not for a trifle. I challenge other people not to grieve, if they found themselves in my condition. You see in me the model of unhappy husbands. Poor Sganarelle's honour is taken from him, but the loss of my honour would be small. They deprive me of my reputation also.
How do they do that?
That fop has taken the liberty to cuckold me, saving your presence, madam, and this very day my own eyes have been witness to a private interview between him and my wife.
What? He who just now—
Aye, it is he who brings disgrace upon me. He is in love with my wife, and my wife is in love with him.
Ah, I find I was right when I thought his returning secretly only concealed some base design. I trembled the minute I saw him, from a sad foreboding of what would happen.
You espouse my cause with too much kindness, but everybody is not so charitably disposed. For many, who have already heard of my sufferings, so far from taking my part, only laugh at me.
Can anything be more base than this vile deed? Or can a punishment be discovered such as he deserves? Does he think he is worthy to live after polluting himself with such treachery? Oh, heaven! Is it possible?
It is but too true.
Oh, traitor, villain, deceitful, faithless wretch!
What a kind-hearted creature!
No, hell has not tortures enough to punish you sufficiently for your guilt.
How well she talks.
Thus to abuse both innocence and goodness.
Ah.
A heart which never did the slightest action, deserving of being treated with such insult and contempt.
That's true.
Who far from— But it is too much, nor can this heart endure the thought of it without feeling on the rack.
My dear lady, do not distress yourself so much. It pierces my very soul to see you grieve so at my misfortune.
Do not deceive yourself so far as to fancy that I shall sit down and do nothing but lament. No, my heart knows how to act in order to be avenged. Nothing can divert me from it. I go to prepare everything.
Scene 17, Sganarelle alone.
May heaven keep her forever out of harm's way. How kind of her to wish to avenge me. Her anger at my dishonour plainly teaches me how to act. Nobody should bear such affronts as these tamely, unless he be a fool. Let us therefore hasten to hunt out this rascal who has insulted me, and let me prove my courage by avenging my dishonour. I will teach you, you rogue, to laugh at my expense, and to cuckold people without showing them any respect.
After going 3 or 4 steps, he comes back again.
But gently, if you please. This man looks as if he were very hot-headed and passionate. He may, perhaps, heaping one insult upon another, ornament my back as well as he has done my brow. I detest, from the bottom of my heart, these fiery tempers, and vastly prefer peaceable people. I do not care to beat for fear of being beaten. A gentle disposition was always my predominant virtue. But my honour tells me that it is absolutely necessary I should avenge such an outrage as this. Let honour say whatever it likes, the deuce take him who listens. Suppose now I should play the hero, and receive for my pains an ugly thrust with a piece of cold steel quite through my stomach. When the news of my death spreads through the whole town, tell me then, my honour, shall you be the better of it? This grave is too melancholy an abode, and too unwholesome for people who are afraid of the colic. As for me, I find, all things considered, that it is, after all, better to be a cuckold than to be dead. What harm is there in it? Does it make a man's legs crooked? Does it spoil his shape? The plague take him who first invented being grieved about such a delusion, linking the honour of the wisest person to anything a fickle woman may do. Since every person is rightly held responsible for his own crimes, how can our honour, in this case, be considered criminal? We are blamed for the actions of other people, If our wives have an intrigue with any man, without our knowledge, all the mischief must fall upon our backs. They commit the crime, and we are reckoned guilty. It is a villainous abuse, and indeed government should remedy such injustice. Have we not enough of other accidents that happen to us whether we like them or not? Do not quarrels, lawsuits, hunger, thirst, and sickness sufficiently disturb the even tenor of our lives? And yet we must stupidly get it into our heads to grieve about something which has no foundation. Let us laugh at it, despise such idle fears, and be above sighs and tears. If my wife has done amiss, let her cry as much as she likes. But why should I weep when I have done no wrong? After all, I am not the only one of my fraternity, and that should console me a little. Many people of rank see their wives cajoled, and do not say a word about it. Why should I then try to pick a quarrel for an affront which is but a mere trifle? They will call me a fool for not avenging myself, but I should be a much greater fool to rush on my own destruction.
Putting his hand upon his stomach.
I feel, however, my bile is stirred up here. It almost persuades me to do some manly action. Anger gets the better of me. It is rather too much of a good thing to be a coward, too. I am resolved to be revenged upon the thief of my honor. Full of the passion which excites my ardor, and in order to make a beginning, I shall go and tell everywhere that he lies with my wife.
Scene 18, Gorgibus, Celia's maid.
Yes, I will yield willingly to so just a law, father. You can freely dispose of my heart and my hand. I will sign the marriage contract whenever you please, for I am now determined to perform my duty. I can command my own inclinations, and shall do whatever you order me.
How she pleases me by talking in this manner! Upon my word, I am so delighted that I would immediately cut a caper or two, were people not looking on, who would laugh at it. Come hither, I say, and let me embrace you. There's no harm in that. A father may kiss his daughter whenever he likes, without giving any occasion for scandal. Well, the satisfaction of seeing you so obedient has made me 20 years younger.
Scene 19, Celia's maid.
This change surprises me.
When you come to know why I act thus, you will esteem me for it.
Perhaps so.
Know then that Lelio has wounded my heart by his treacherous behavior, and has been in this neighborhood without...
Here he comes!
Scene 20, Lelio, Celia's maid.
Before I take my leave of you forever, I will at least here tell you that...
What? Are you insolent enough to speak to me again?
I own my insolence is great, and yet your choice is such I should not be greatly to blame if I upbraided you. Live contented, and laugh when you think of me, as well as your worthy husband, of whom you have reason to be proud.
Yes, traitor, I will live so, and I trust most earnestly that the thought of my happiness may disturb you.
Why this outbreak of passion?
You pretend to be surprised, and ask what crimes you have committed.
Scene 21, Lelio, Sganarelle, armed, Kappa, PA, Celia's maid.
I wage war, a war of extermination against this robber of my honor, who without mercy has sullied my fair name.
Celia to Lelio, pointing to Sganarelle.
Look on this man, and then you will require no further answer.
Ah, I see.
A mere glance at him is sufficient to abash you.
It ought rather to make you blush.
My wrath is now disposed to vent itself upon someone. My courage is at its height. If I meet him, there will be bloodshed. Yes, I have sworn to kill him. Nothing can keep me from doing so. Wherever I see him, I will dispatch him.
Drawing his sword halfway and approaching Lelio.
Right through the middle of his heart I shall thrust.
Lelio turning round.
Against whom do you bear such a grudge?
Against no one.
Why are you thus in armor?
It is a dress I put on to keep the rain off.
Aside.
What a satisfaction it would be for me to kill him. Let us pluck up courage to do it.
Lelio turning round again.
Hey.
I did not speak.
Aside, boxing his own ears and thumping himself to raise his courage.
Oh, I am enraged at my own cowardice. Chicken-hearted poltroon.
What you have seen ought to satisfy you, but it appears to offend you.
Yes, through him I know you are guilty of the greatest faithlessness that ever wronged a faithful lover's heart, and for which no excuse can be found.
Sganarelle aside.
Why have I not a little more courage?
Ah, traitor, speak not to me in so unmanly and insolent a manner.
Sganarelle aside.
You see, Sganarelle, she takes up your quarrel. Courage, my lad. Be a trifle vigorous. Now, be bold. Try to make one noble effort and kill him whilst his back is turned.
Lelio, who has moved accidentally a few steps back, meets Sganarelle, who was drawing near to kill him. The latter is frightened and retreats.
Since my words kindle your wrath, madam, I ought to show my satisfaction with what your heart approves, and here commend the lovely choice you have made.
Yes, yes, my choice is such as cannot be blamed.
You do well to defend it.
No doubt she does well to defend my rights, but what you have done, sir, is not according to the laws. I have reason to complain. Were I less discreet, much blood would be shed.
Of what do you complain? And why this?
Do not say a word more. You know too well where the shoe pinches me. But conscience and a care for your own soul should remind you that my wife is my wife, and that to make her yours under my very nose is not acting like a good Christian.
Such a suspicion is mean and ridiculous. Harbor no scruples on that point. I know she belongs to you. I am very far from being in love with—
Oh, traitor! How well you dissemble!
What? Do you imagine I foster a thought which need disturb his mind? Would you slander me by accusing me of such a cowardly action?
Speak! Speak to himself! He can enlighten you!
Sganarelle to Celia.
No, no, you can argue much better than I can, and have treated the matter in the right way.
Scene 22, Celia, Lelio, Sganarelle, Sganarelle's wife, Celia's maid. Sganarelle's wife to Celia.
I am not inclined, madam, to show that I am over-jealous, but I am no fool and can see what is going on. There are certain amours which appear very strange. You should be better employed than in seducing a heart which ought to be mine alone.
This declaration of her love is plain enough.
Sganarelle to his wife.
Who sent for you, baggage? You come and scold her because she takes my part, whilst you are afraid of losing your gallant.
Do not suppose anybody has a mind to him.
Turning towards Lelio.
You see whether I have told a falsehood, and I am very glad of it.
What can be the meaning of this?
Upon my word, I do not know when this entanglement will be unraveled. I have tried for a pretty long time to comprehend it, but the more I hear, the less I understand. Really, I think I must interfere at last.
Placing herself between Lelio and Celia.
Answer me one after another, and—
To Lelio.
Allow me to ask, what do you accuse this lady of?
That she broke her word and forsook me for another, As soon as I heard she was going to be married, I hastened hither, carried away by an irrepressible love, and not believing I could be forgotten, but discovered, when I arrived here, that she was married.
Married? To whom?
Lelio, pointing to Sganarelle.
To him.
How, to him?
Yes, to him.
Who told you so?
Himself, this very day.
Maid to Sganarelle.
Is this true?
I told him I was married to my own wife.
Just now, whilst you looked at my picture, you seemed greatly moved.
True, here it is.
Lelio to Sganarelle.
You also told me that she, from whose hands you had received this pledge of her love, was joined to you in the bonds of wedlock.
No doubt.
Pointing to his wife.
For I snatched it from her, and should not have discovered her wickedness had I not done so.
What do you mean by your groundless complaint? I found this portrait at my feet by accident. After you had stormed without telling me the cause of your rage, I saw this gentleman,
pointing to Lelio,
nearly fainting, asked him to come in, but did not even then discover that he was the original of the picture.
I was the cause of the portrait being lost. I let it fall when swooning, and when you,
to Sganarelle,
kindly carried me into the house.
You see that without my help you had still been at a loss, and that you had some need of hellebore.
Sganarelle aside.
Shall we believe all this? I have been very much frightened for my brow.
I have not quite recovered from my fear. However agreeable credulity may be, I am loath to be deceived.
Sganarelle to his wife.
Well, let us mutually suppose ourselves to be people of honor. I risk more on my side than you do on yours. Accept, therefore, without much ado, what I propose.
Be it so, but woe be to you if I discover anything.
Celia to Lelio, after whispering together.
Ye heavens! If it be so, what have I done? I ought to fear the consequences of my own anger. Thinking you false, and wishing to be avenged, I, in an unhappy moment, complied with my father's wishes, and but a minute since engaged myself to marry a man whose hand, until then, I always had refused. I have made a promise to my father, and what grieves me most is, but I see him coming.
He shall keep his word with me.
Scene 23. Gorgibus, Celia, Lelio, Sganarelle, Sganarelle's wife, Celia's maid.
Sir, you see I have returned to this town, inflamed with the same ardor, and now I suppose you will keep your promise, which made me hope to marry Celia, and thus reward my intense love.
Sir, whom I see return to this town, inflamed with the same ardour, and who now supposes I will keep my promise, which made you hope to marry Celia, and thus reward your intense love, I am your lordship's very humble servant.
What, sir, is it thus you frustrate my expectations?
I, sir, it is thus I do my duty, and my daughter obeys me too.
My duty compels me, father, to make good your promise to him.
Is this obeying my commands as a daughter ought to do? Just now you were very kindly disposed towards Valere, but you change quickly. I see his father approaching, who certainly comes to arrange about the marriage.
Scene 24. Villa Braquin, Gorgibus, Celia, Lelio, Sganarelle, Sganarelle's wife, Celia's maid.
What brings you hither, Monsieur Villebrequin?
An important secret, which I only discovered this morning, and which completely prevents me from keeping the engagement I made with you. My son, whom your daughter was going to espouse, has deceived everybody, and been secretly married these 4 months past to Lise. Her friends, her fortune, and her family connections make it impossible for me to break off this alliance, and hence I come to you.
Pray say no more. If Moliere has married someone else without your permission, I cannot disguise from you that I myself long ago promised my daughter Celia to Lelio, endowed with every virtue, and that his return today prevents me from choosing any other husband for her.
Such a choice pleases me very much.
This honest intention will crown my days with eternal bliss.
Let us go and fix the day for the wedding.
Sganarelle alone.
Was there ever a man who had more cause to think himself victimized? You perceive that in such matters the strongest probability may create in the mind wrong belief. Therefore remember never to believe anything, even if you should see everything.
End of Sganarelle, or the Self-Deceived Husband by Moliere, translated by Henry Van Loan.
Comedy and Tragedy, an original drama in 1 act, by W.S. Gilbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Duke d'Orléans, Regent of France, read by Alan Mapstone.
De Aulnay, Clarice's husband, read by Greg Giordano.
Dr. Chokar, read by Jim Locke.
Abbé de Bois, read by Wayne Cook.
De Grancy, read by Andrew Gaunce.
La Ferté, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
De Courcelles, read by Rémy.
Vicomte de Mazon, read by Rick Cordray.
De Broglio, read by Larry Wilson.
Joseph, a Servant, read by Jim Hedrick.
Pauline, Clarice's sister, read by Sonia.
Clarice, read by Michelle Eaton.
Stage directions, read by Todd. Comedy and Tragedy. Scene: apartment in Clarice's house. Night. A glass door opens to a garden. The room is lighted as if for a reception. As the curtain rises, Joseph enters, ushering Pauline in traveling dress. She is much agitated. Pauline, removing her hat, veil, and cloak.
Where is my sister? I must see her at once.
Madame is dressing.
Dressing? Is she going out tonight?
No, mademoiselle. Madame is having a supper party at home.
Her husband? Monsieur d'Aulnay? Where is he?
Monsieur d'Aulnay? Oh, has not mademoiselle heard?
It is true, then. They are separated.
Alas, mademoiselle, too true.
It is terrible, terrible. They loved each other so dearly, and they have not been married a year.
Indeed, monsieur seemed devoted to madame.
Seemed? Did he not give up his commission in the royal bodyguard and take service as a humble actor that he might be near her? Did he not forego rank, wealth, friends, everything, that he might marry her? And now, after 1 short year, their love is dead and they are strangers? When did this dreadful separation take place?
A week ago yesterday.
And my sister gives a supper party tonight. Why, the scandal will be known all over Paris tomorrow.
Alas, mademoiselle, it is already a matter of common gossip.
And whom does she expect tonight?
Well, mademoiselle must know sooner or later. They are not such guests as Madame has been in the habit of receiving, or as Monsieur would approve if he were here. Madame expects, among others, Monsieur de la Fère, the Abbé de Bois, Monsieur de la Ferté, and I regret to add, the Regent, Monseigneur le Duc d'Orléans.
The Duc d'Orléans? Do I understand you that my sister has invited the Regent to sup with her? Oh, you must have been misinformed.
Mademoiselle, it is unhappily too true. I had it from Madame's own lips. I will send word to her that Mademoiselle awaits her.
Exit Joseph.
The Duc d'Orléans, the villain whose insolent admiration of her is a byword throughout Paris? The libertine who dared to couple her fair name with lies unspeakable, whose disgraceful attentions have embittered her life and her husband's for 12 months past? This man coming to sup with her to-night? Oh, it cannot be! It cannot be!
Pauline starts up, hearing Clarisse. Clarisse, as she enters and descends staircase.
Mind, plenty of wine, plenty of music, and plenty of light. And above all things, remember that after my guests have arrived, no one is to interrupt us.
Clarisse hurriedly makes for the door leading to garden. As her hand is on the lock, she sees Pauline. She is much agitated, but with an effort recovers herself.
Pauline, you here? Why, my darling child, this is indeed a surprise. What do you do in this city of iniquity, you little innocent country primrose? Who has picked you and brought you into this perilous atmosphere? And why? Come, tell me all about it.
Clarisse, I came in great haste because I heard that you are unhappy. It seems that in that at least I was misinformed.
Unhappy? Yes, I am unhappy, or should be if I stop to think. But I don't stop to think. I don't give myself time to think. I take things as I find them, and I make the best of them. Ha ha ha! That's true philosophy, Pauline. Of course you have heard what has taken place. Well, it's a pity, but it could not be helped.
But what in the world has caused this calamity?
Oh, I hardly know. No great thing. Many small things. Things ridiculous in detail, but serious in the aggregate. Besides, you forget, I have been married a year, and a year is a long time in Paris.
A long time? And you loved him so dearly?
Yes, I certainly loved D'Aulnay in my way once.
Once?
Yes, a pretty fellow, whom one sees once a week for an hour one loves, but a pretty fellow whom one sees every day for a year? My dear Pauline, you've not tried it. Besides, haven't you heard? Husbands are going out. They are not to be worn at all this season.
Clarisse!
Why? One must be in the fashion, child. Next season, perhaps, or the next but one. They may come in again. Well, in that case, I have D'Aulnay's address.
Will he come, do you think, when he learns the Regent is an invited guest at your house?
Oh, you have heard that? Well, I confess I see a difficulty there. D'Aulnay is so straight-laced. Monsieur d'Orleans is a man of fashion, and is perhaps rather too much accustomed to look on women as playthings. It is his only weakness. Let us be charitable and look over it.
I cannot express the distress with which I listen to such sentiments. I can scarcely believe that they are uttered by the Clarisse, whose purity of life has shamed the attacks even of her unmanly persecutor. Think what you are losing. Hitherto, even those who condemn the stage as infamous have accepted you from their sweeping denunciations.
Goes to her.
Oh, for heaven's sake, pause before you risk the proud and honoured position you have attained.
Proud? Honoured? Bah! You play with words. I am an actress, by law prescribed, by the church excommunicated. While I live, women gather their skirts about them as I pass. When I die, I am to be buried as dogs are buried in unholy ground.
Pauline turns away in grief.
In the meantime, I am the recognised prey of the spoiler, the traditional property of him who will best pay for me. An actress with a body, God help her, but without a soul, unrecognised by the state. abjured by the church, and utterly despised of all. In the face of these compliments, believe me, it is not easy to preserve one's self-respect, Pauline.
But the regent, who has insulted you unspeakably, whose liveried servants have actually attempted to carry you away from your husband's arms, and who has treated his repeated challenges with cowardly and contemptuous silence, is this man to be an honoured guest at your table?
Ah, my dear, a pretty woman must not bear too hardly upon those whose heads her beauty has turned. Monsieur le Duc has been imprudent, reckless, culpable, if you will. But then remember, the poor fellow is in love. If you put a kettle of water on the fire, it is not the fault of the water if it boils, it is the fault of the fire, my dear. As to my husband's challenges, why, notwithstanding his noble birth and his services in the royal bodyguard, he is now but a stage player, a mummer, a vagabond. Would you have the regent of France condescend to meet a vagabond? No. He must draw the line somewhere, and he draws it at vagabonds' wives.
I see that my mission is fruitless. I will go.
Resuming her mantle.
Yes, better go, my child. The scene that is to come is one that perhaps you had better not see.
I can believe it. Adieu, Clarice. I came in hope that I might yet save my sister. I go, broken-hearted that my sister should be beyond saving.
Exit Pauline. Clarice watches Pauline off, then locks the door by which she has gone out, and hurriedly opens the door leading to the garden.
D'Aulnay, my husband, quick!
D'Aulnay enters from garden.
My darling wife.
Embraces her.
Is it certain that we shall not be interrupted?
Quite certain. I have locked the only door by which anyone could surprise us.
And is all ready?
All is ready.
The story of our separation is accepted?
Implicitly. I have made no secret of it, believe me. There is not a soul about the court who does not believe that my love for you is dead, and that we are parted for ever.
Clarice and D'Aulnay seated.
And the regent, the Duc d'Orléans?
Oh, he has fallen readily enough into the snare. I did as you bade me. I gave out far and near that I was weary of the humdrum respectability of sober married life, that being free again I intended to take my own course and enjoy myself. To disarm suspicion, I invited a dozen of his friends, the Abbé de Bois, de Courcelles, de la Ferté, and others, and eventually the regent himself. Humbly, and with a sense of what was due from such as I to such as he, I invited the regent himself. D'Aulnay, he will be here in half an hour.
At last, at last. Oh, my child, how long and how bitterly have we waited for this, tortured as I have been by the agony of impotent fury, goaded into frenzy by the sense of my utter helplessness, under an accumulation of intolerable insult, and then to find him at last helpless and at my mercy. It is a revenge that is almost satisfying. In half an hour I shall be avenged, or beyond the reach of vengeance. If I fall, my poor Clarice.
Clarice rises.
No, no, for God's sake keep that thought from me, or my resolution will give way. If I am to go through with this, I must nerve myself to it by every means at my command. I must keep before me his repeated, his incessant insults at the theatre, in the streets, nay, at my very door. I must remember his threats, his letters, his dastardly attempt to take me from you by force, and his mean and cowardly evasion when brought by you to book. It is enough to remember these things, for when I do so, my blood is afire, and I am as brave as you are.
My darling.
Embrace. Noise of carriage wheels heard without.
Hush, they are coming. You must go now. When they have all arrived, I will contrive to detain him here alone. Oh, it will not be difficult. Wait in the garden and watch your opportunity. Never fear but that it will come.
God bless my darling, and give her courage.
I have it, D'Aulnay. Fear not for me. I am brave as a man. Farewell.
He embraces her and exits into garden. Voices heard laughing and talking without.
They are coming. If he should be with them. If he should come fraught with death to my love. But there, this won't do. Courage, Clarice, courage. Remember the part you have to play.
Enter Joseph, announcing,
Monsieur de la Ferté, Monsieur de Courcelles, and His Excellency the Vicomte de Malzoun.
Enter the three gentlemen named severally.
Ah, Monsieur de la Ferté! Overjoyed indeed to see you. How kind of you to come. I'm a lone widow now and must be consoled. De Courcelles. No, I'm not going to call you Monsieur de Courcelles.
Courcelles bows and sits.
If we're not old friends now, we shall be some day, and we'll discount the intimacy that is to be. Malzoun, of all men, Malzoun, now this is indeed delightful.
Malzoun bows ceremoniously.
Ah, bah! How you great people bow and scrape, and how we little people laugh at you for it. Come, let's all be little people tonight.
We are indeed little people in the presence of Madame Dernier.
Clarice! Clarice, if you love me, D'Aulnay's gone, and let his name go with him.
Malzoun bows and converses with Courcelles.
May it do him more good than it did me. Ha ha ha! I believe, though, that ladies and gentlemen of the dignified aristocracy don't get Christian names all at once.
Well, not all at once, perhaps, but we generally get to them in time.
Ah, then we of the coulisses begin with them. We only come to surnames when we quarrel, which we don't mean to do we?
Re-enter Joseph, announcing, followed by Abbé Dubois and Monsieur de Grancy.
Monsieur l'Abbé Dubois, Monsieur de Grancy.
Monsieur le Ministre, your very good servant to command. De Grancy, I'm overjoyed to see you. His Royal Highness, will he come?
His Royal Highness will be here shortly, but unhappily his stay will be but brief.
It is well he will come. It is most kind of him to condescend to visit my humdrum home, but I don't intend to be humdrum any more. Will you teach me how not to be humdrum?
Alas, madame, I have no pretensions to teach experts.
No pretensions? The Abbé Dubois, the great conversationalist, the brilliant epigrammatist. What was that you said about poor Clopin? The dramatic critic who wrote a bad play, that Clopin forgot that his mission was not to write plays, but to teach people how to write plays. I'd have given a week's salary to have said that.
Madame, it is difficult not to be epigrammatic when one speaks of a dramatic author.
Sits. Re-enter Joseph.
Monsieur de Broglio and Monsieur le Docteur Chockwart.
Enter the gentleman named.
Welcome, de Broglio. Why, Doctor, my dear. Dear Doctor, I had no idea that you were in Paris. Why, how grave you are. This is not a professional visit. You look as glum as if you had come to attend a patient in extremis.
Shall I confess to you, madam, that I am attending one who, I fear, is in a very dangerous state?
Clarice, aside.
What do you mean? As I am in perfect health, I must suppose that you are employing a figure of speech.
The guests are conversing in groups during this, till the Duc d'Orléans is announced.
It is no figure of speech, so to describe a good and virtuous lady, who for the first time in her life is playing hostess to the roué of the Palais Royal.
Doctor, you presume on your footing in my house.
Madame, I am D'Aulnay's friend.
Then what do you here? These are not D'Aulnay's friends.
I'm here to protect you.
I need no protector. Trust me, I can protect myself.
Re-entered Joseph, announcing,
His Royal Highness the Regent of France.
Enter the Duke d'Orleans, attended by 4 gentlemen. All rise. The guests bow ceremoniously.
Madame, I have the honour to salute you.
Clarice, curtsying formally.
Your Royal Highness is too good. I am indeed honoured by Monseigneur's visit. That my poor house should be so complimented is a distinction of which I may be permitted to be vain.
If it indeed be a distinction, it is one that I would gladly have conferred many months since, had I been permitted to do so.
Ah, Monseigneur, be generous. You know how I was situated. My husband.
Ah, the selfishness of these husbands. They are the curse of enterprise.
Nay, be just to them. If there were no husbands, there would be no enterprise.
No doubt. How true it is that nothing, however insignificant, was created without an object. Even husbands have their value in the economy of nature.
Converses with other guests.
Come, gentlemen, let us adjourn to the drawing-room. We shall find cards, dice, and wine ready for us. Monsieur le Ministre will follow you. But surely I forget. Your Royal Highness should have led the way. Oh, forgive my inexperience.
The guests, some of whom have already ascended the staircase, begin to enter the room above, in conversation with each other as they go off.
Monseigneur will perhaps permit me to take his arm?
With every pleasure, madame.
By this time the party have all disappeared, and Clarice is alone on the stage with the Duke.
Stop, one moment. My smelling bottle.
Clarice? Why, you are fainting.
She leans on table by stairs.
No, it is nothing. I am subject to this. I shall be strong again directly. May I trouble you to open the window?
By all means.
He opens the doors leading to the garden.
Thank you. How the air refreshes me. I am better now. Let us follow the others.
No, not yet, Clarice. Sit down here with me for a few minutes. The fresh air will revive you.
Then pray join your friends. I will follow presently. I am better indeed.
Nay, I must remain to watch the effect of my prescription.
But what will they say? Your friends will remark our absence.
Have no fear. My friends are not in the habit of canvassing my proceedings.
Sits beside her.
They are happy enough without us. Let us be happy without them.
I am very happy.
So there is an end of D'Aulnay at last.
Yes, I suppose so. Poor D'Aulnay. They say he's at Marseille.
Why do you sigh? Are you sorry for him?
A little, perhaps, but I'm sure I gave him every chance. I bore with him for a year.
What forbearance?
At first he was well enough. I mean, that when we quarrelled, he owned I was right and gave in. That did very well. Then he vowed I was wrong, but gave in. Well, that was endurable. But at length it came to this, that he vowed I was wrong and he wouldn't give in. So of course we parted. Still, he was not a bad fellow. His faults were mere faults of temper.
Madame, he has my profound consideration. I am told that he is in the habit of expressing angry sentiments towards me. Indeed, he has on more than one occasion done me the honour of suggesting that I should cross swords with him. It distressed me that I was unable to gratify him, but under the artificial conditions of modern society, it was unhappily impossible. I can conceive of a highly rarefied state of civilization in which it might be permitted to high and low to run each other through the body without distinction of rank. But to that utopian condition we have unhappily not yet arrived.
Rises.
When we do, I shall be pleased to oblige him. But in the meantime, the only balm I am permitted to pour into his wounded soul is the assurance of my profound consideration.
Still, Duke, D'Aulnay is a man of noble birth.
Clarice, he is an actor.
He became an actor for love of me.
He did well and wisely. But when he resigned his commission in the bodyguard and took to the stage for his living, he did me the injury of placing it out of my power to recognise him as a gentleman.
Well, enough of D'Aulnay. Let us leave him alone.
With all my heart.
Returns. Sits as before.
I trust that he will return the compliment.
Taking her hand.
Nay, Duke, you go too far.
You are not in earnest when you say that. You cannot be angry with me for loving you.
Putting his arm round her waist.
No, no, Duke, I cannot allow this. Pray be careful. We shall be overheard.
Nay, Clarice, you shall hear me now. For months you have received my homage with indignation, or with what is still harder to bear, with silence. Maddened by my passion, I forgot what was due to you, ay, and to myself. You dismissed me with contempt, and you were right, and I loved you for it. Your eyes flashed scorn upon me. I deserved it, and I loved you for it. Your lips withered with their contempt. I had earned it, and I loved you for it.
Nay, Duke, have pity, have pity.
After a bitter time of sickening disappointment, I am raised to a pinnacle of happiness by this invitation. I take it as an overture of peace. Am I wrong? I take it as a token of reconciliation. Am I wrong?
D'Aulnay appears through open door.
I take it as an admission that you can pity, forgive, love. Tell me, am I wrong?
Yes, Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans, you are wrong.
Duke, starting to his feet, after a pause.
This is a trap.
Clarice rises.
Yes, sir, it is a trap.
You have deceived me, cheated me.
Yes, I have deceived you, cheated you.
Why have you done this, actress?
I, actor, will tell you. For more than a year, you, the Duc d'Orléans, Regent of France, strong in the security of a rank which I tell you, sir, you sully and degrade, have blighted our home happiness as with the breath of an obscene pestilence. In this, sir, you, Regent of France, have acted like a knave. You have dared to assume that, because my wife is an actress, you would find her the easy prey of your carrion instincts. In this, sir, you, Regent of France, have acted like a madman, when, goaded to frenzy by your incessant insults, I tried to bring you to book. You entrenched yourself behind your dignity and declined to recognize me. In this, sir, you, Regent of France, acted like a coward. Thrice have I challenged you, and thrice have you ignored my challenge. I have stooped to this trap that I might lure you into a confidence that would place you at my command. And, sir, I command you to fight me.
If I refuse?
If you refuse, I will whip you like a dog.
Turns to Clarice.
A strong measure.
I hope so.
Duke, after a pause.
Hark ye, sirrah. I am not in the habit of explaining my course of action, and if I do so now, it is that you may understand how little your threats affect me. I refuse to fight you because you are an actor, proscribed by the state, excommunicated by the church, a statutory vagabond, and a social outcast. If a scullion were to challenge me, I should so far recognize him as to have him flogged. An actor is entitled to no recognition at all. Now, sir, you have your answer. Stand aside and let me pass.
Stay. As you say, I am an actor, and the law proscribes me. As an actor, I have just attained the summit of an actor's ambition, an engagement at the Théâtre François, and that engagement is here.
Taking out a paper.
Well, sir, I destroy that engagement.
Tearing it up, throws it at his feet.
And, on the honor of an officer and a gentleman, I will never set foot upon the stage again. Now, sir, I am no longer an actor. I have resumed my rank, and you cannot refuse to fight me.
It shall be as you wish. I only stipulate that it shall never be known to any but our three selves that I have condescended to meet a person of your calling.
Sir, the degradation I am about to inflict upon you shall never be published by either of us.
Good. But one word.
To Clarice.
Madame, I am free to admit that I have wronged you and your husband, and I should be loath to do further injury to yourself or to him. But, madame, it is right that you should, as you are your husband's accomplice in this scheme of revenge, know that I am an unerring swordsman, and if I fight your husband, I kill him.
Clarice, after a pause.
Monsieur le Duc, you must fight.
So be it. When and where?
Now, in this garden.
You are mad. The house is full of my friends.
Have no fear of them. I will take upon myself to say that they shall not interfere. I charge myself with the task of keeping their attention engaged until the issue is known.
As you please. Have the goodness, sir, to show the way. Madame, I regret that you compel me to atone for the reparable wrong I have done you by inflicting upon you an injury that nothing can repair. Accept the assurance of my sympathy.
Exeunt Duke into garden. D'Aulnay embraces Clarice and follows.
What have I done? Am I mad? He will be killed. D'Aulnay will be killed. Oh, no, no, no. Not that. Not that. It cannot be. D'Aulnay, my dearly loved, my heart, my life, grace of heaven, what have I done? I cannot bear it. I must stop them.
Doctor enters from upper room in converse with La Ferté. Rest of the guests follow, laughing and in conversation.
The silver mark is at 120 livres, gold 800, a depreciation of 70%.
D'Aulnay, come back.
Clarisse runs to window door and opens it. As she does so, half a dozen guests come down the stairs laughing and talking. She suddenly closes the door and puts her back to it.
8,000 francs? You will have them on Thursday. Against such devil's luck, who can fight? Le fait not I. Clarisse, alone? Why, where's the regent?
2 more come down the stairs, one counting out money into the other's hand.
Alas, gone. Dispatches to dictate, I believe. You will forgive my absence, but the Duke's time was precious, and he feared to join you, lest he might be tempted to overstay his leisure. But are you tired of play already?
3 more come down.
Nay, we came to seek you. To tell the truth, without you, the fun began to flag.
Well, let's whip it up again. What shall we do? Tableau? Charades? Proverbs? Come, for heaven's sake, suggest something, somebody.
Shall we say tableau?
Gentlemen, we have all heard of Clarisse's talent for improvisation. May we pray that we may be favoured with an example thereof?
Yes, an improvisation.
By all means.
An improvisation? Good. Be it so. On what subject shall I improvise? Quick, a subject. You must give me a subject, any subject. Tragedy, comedy, anything you like. Only for heaven's sake, be quick.
We are here to amuse ourselves, and Clarisse excels in comedy.
Comedy!
Oh, yes, she's great in comedy.
Comedy, by all means.
Comedy, then.
Gentlemen, to say that Clarisse excels in comedy is to admit that you have forgotten her Death of Cleopatra,
Nothing to her quack dentist with the toothache.
the Lament of Artemisia of Halicarnassus.
Not a patch on her pig driver in a fog.
Shall it be comedy, then?
Tragedy.
Comedy.
Gentlemen, let us benefit by this difference of opinion. Let us say comedy first and tragedy afterwards.
Good.
By all means.
Yes, that is good.
Good. That's understood. Comedy first, tragedy afterwards. Come, give me a subject, quick, a comedy subject. Heavens, how slow you are.
Stay, un moment.
All attentive.
What is it?
I heard a noise in the garden.
Oh, the servants amusing themselves, that's all. We have our fun here, they have their fun there. Come quick, a subject.
Nay, I heard the clashing of swords. I am sure of it.
Going towards the garden door.
No. Gentlemen, you must do me a favour. You must not venture into the garden. The truth is, I am preparing a little surprise for you. If you go into the garden now, you will spoil all. I am sure I need not say any more.
Locking door and giving the key to the doctor.
Here, doctor, I entrust you with the key. I charge you, allow no one to open that door on any consideration. Now then, quick, a subject. A subject.
Let me see. You are a strolling player. You enter a tavern. You are challenged as to who you are, and you describe yourself. There.
Bravo!
Very good.
Excellent. Very good.
Good. I am an actor, a strolling actor, and I describe myself. That's very good. That will do.
All listening intently, some grouped on the staircase, others seated.
One moment. Now.
Recites with animated gestures.
Who am I, gentlemen? I am Artaxerxes. I am Antony the Great. I am a doge, a king, a counsellor, a burgess, a lackey. I am the constable who seizes the beggar. Nay, I am the beggar seized by the constable. I am everybody. I am nobody. I command and I obey. I feast, starving. I starve, feasting. Beware of me, for I am a very rogue, a swaggering roisterer, with ragged elbows, hat a-cock, and bilbo ready.
All laugh admiringly.
Don't interrupt.
A rogue, said I, nay, a highwayman, a housebreaker, a murderer to command, at a purse of pistols the job, and short shrift to my quarry. But take heart, I am the best of men. I love good, I give purses, I bless all. Yet do I curse freely, and purses notwithstanding. I am but a greedy, griping, grasping, miserly curmudgeon, who die in the dark to save a farthing rushlight. A very Barabbas too, or a high pontiff, or a grand seigneur with a dancing seraglio, as it shall please you. I die thrice a night, but they bury me not. Nay, I am a ghost with none to lay me, but a ghost, look you, of flesh, and to spare, yet not spare of flesh, as this rotundity shall advise you.
Admirable!
Excellent!
Excellent!
Excellent.
Admirable!
And yet no ghost, but a very observable and most mortal man, with a pretty taste in flagons and an eye for a plump brown wench go-to. I am a bundle of contradiction, a mass of incongruities. Here today, gone tomorrow, a thing of no moment, a breath, a puffball, a gossamer. Good sirs, I am an actor.
All applaud.
Marvellous, a really fine piece of acting.
Excellent indeed, without a doubt.
During this, Clarisse is much overcome, looks anxiously towards window, totters, supports herself against chair. Clarisse resuming with a great effort.
If you ask me.
A cry heard without. She breaks down.
Gentlemen, I cannot go on, my heart leaves me. My husband, he is without, with the Duke d'Orleans. They are fighting, I heard his cry. He is wounded, perhaps killed. Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen, for the love of heaven, separate them. I have caused this. He is my husband, my dear, dear husband. He is my life, and I have caused this, and oh God, he is dying. Oh.
Sobs hysterically on her knees.
Excellent!
Excellent!
Oh, admirable! Excellent!
You look at me, but you do not move. Gentlemen, I am not acting. I am in fearful earnest. Oh, my love, and I have done this. As I speak, my husband is being killed. Will none of you separate them?
Goes to door and beats frantically against it.
D'Aulnay, I'm coming to you.
She wrenches at the door in vain, for it is locked. At last she leans exhausted against it.
Bravo!
Bravo!
You see now why I ask for tragedy.
Excellent indeed!
Oh, men, have you no eyes? Don't you know when a wretched woman is breaking her heart? Doctor, I gave you the key.
Rushing to the doctor and kneeling to him.
You are D'Aulnay's friend. The key! For God's sake, give me the key!
All exclaim as before. Doctor, looking attentively at her.
Gentlemen, this woman is not acting. Her colour comes and goes. She is in terrible earnest.
Yes, in terrible earnest. They are killing him. Oh God, I cannot bear this.
Doctor, you have paid her the highest compliment an actress ever received. If she can impose upon us all the hand as you, she is an actress indeed.
Doctor, you're too emotional.
Gentlemen, at the risk of encountering your ridicule, I shall take upon myself to believe she is in earnest, and so believing I shall unlock that door.
He believes me. Quick, the door.
The doctor goes to the door and unlocks it, as the others laugh at him. Clarisse rushes to the door and meets her husband, pale, without his coat and waistcoat, and with a sword in his hand, which he wipes with a handkerchief.
D'Aulnay!
All start. Momentary picture. Clarisse, hurriedly, in a whisper.
Are you unhurt?
Quite.
And the Duke?
Wounded to the death.
Clarisse, recovering herself with a supreme effort, and leading her husband forward.
Gentlemen, I told you that I was preparing a little surprise for you. This is it. Doctor, your pardon for having made you an innocent accomplice in my little deception.
Doctor, expressing annoyance, pulls out snuff-box, snuffs.
Gentlemen, I have only to thank you for the kind applause with which you have been so good as to reward my humble effort to entertain you.
Curtsies. All the guests applaud, some ridiculing the doctor as the curtain falls. End of Comedy and Tragedy by W.S. Gilbert. End of One Act Play Collection 16 by Various.